also never see Quad have like, like I think I had a pretty bad Aurora game. I was like 0-6 and something on Aurora last week. You would never see him do something like that, in my opinion.
I like it.
I would say against him, I feel like I don't think like we're gonna win because of him making mistake or his inting the game. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, so you're actually saying TL win?
Yeah, I think TL win. I think if you look at like Griffin, on his
One more life.
Yeah.
on like go look at like his Xin Zhao game, for example, in game 1 versus in my series compared to like his funny picks. I think he had like a really good Shyvana game. I think it was game 3, if I recall correctly. I think if you compare the two games, it's like night and day between the players. Like you won't even think that it's the same player.
Yeah.
So I think just keep him on normal champions and Jose will gap him, but you give him his Nasus angle, Jose might short circuit and not know what to do.
It's like the flag case is like with many dogs with someone who holding the leash.
Yeah.
Quad is keep holding the leash, but depends on what they pick with the dogs. They keep going to you. They keep finding out some food and then they keep attacking you. So
He's the dog walker.
Quad is the dog walker.
Yeah,
I think so.
And like, I wish we play versus a smaller dog than big dog.
That's
The
funny.
big dog is like, I don't know if I lose to the dog or not.
Yeah.
It's too scary sometimes.
NASA's too scary. My goodness. Okay, last thing. How's the new patch felt for you guys? Because it's a pretty big patch coming in late in the playoffs. We got a bunch of support item changes. Mid lane role quest changed a little bit, but
tiny buff, I guess.
yeah, not a massive change. But how have you been? Just any fun solo queue tech or anything that's just been interesting to you about
I mean,
the
it's
new patch?
mostly like support change, right?
Yeah, support change.
Like I've played like probably 10 Heimerdinger games trying to see, but I think there's like a bug that I think we actually figured out in our scrims.
Well, I saw Core spamming it in solo queue, support Heimerdinger.
Where it's like the
You always
Heimerdinger you
lose
can like auto, even though because it's supposed to be 550 range right now.
Yeah.
But if you're like a 500 range champion, you can auto the turret without taking damage right now.
Oh, I see.
So I don't really know why that's a thing. But it popped up in our scrims and someone was able to auto the turrets and everyone was like, what the fuck? Like, why is that a thing? Why is this happening? This isn't supposed to be real. But I mean, other than that, it's like mostly just enchanters nerfed, melee stuff buffed.
Yeah.
How big of a percentage enchanter nerf is it? Because it's hard for me to read the Dreammaker patch note and make any sense of it. How much weaker, like percentage-wise, do you think enchanters are?
I described to the team like the nerf is gonna be minus 0.8% win rate gap type of nerf. So it's still playable.
Yeah.
But you feel better to play against it. You feel kind of worse to play the enchanter, but still like there's no big difference.
And then would it be a similar buff with the support item changes? Because Knight's Vow is
Yeah, I
kind
think
of a
Night
lot
Bow is
better.
nice. Yeah, feels nicer. Like plus 0.8 minus 0.8.
Yeah, 1.6
more
is not
balanced.
bad.
More balanced.
I feel like you always are good in engage metas. So are you happy about the change because it gives you more options?
Having more option is good. I think like now it's more like you can do whatever.
Yeah.
Like not having feeling of like you lose lane or also you get outscared. Now you can probably pick the melee champion against range champion. Feels better. Maybe you get less outscared, even though you lose lane anyway.
Sounds good. I want a quick solo queue question before we leave. Quid, what's your favorite pick in solo queue right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
I've been playing Lich Bane first Tyrant Ari.
Okay.
I think I'm not sure if I can build that on stage, but
Right.
at least in solo queue, like I'm getting a lot of kill in the early, and when I finish my Lich Bane, like I can literally just W auto proc electrocute, like enemy goes like below 30% HP, and like it's so fun to play. But I think a kind of fun build in this patch, like today, 10 stack jack of Trade Galio, Mandate
True.
Talia,
Actually,
Mandate
need to
Mandate
go check it out.
Lissandra.
Mandate Lissandra. AP and I were talking about that, if it's like playable or not.
I'm not. I still need to find out if that build is actually good or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some funny build in solo queue.
I remember this was years ago, but you were You used to play Nashor's Tooth Yasuo.
Yeah.
It's like the biggest troll build. No, how could you win with that?
I think it's not Nashor to Yasuo. I think it was D-Ring Yasuo and
Okay.
put 3-point-E against Nar. I thought that was actually good.
Very specific. Okay.
I thought there's no counterplay for Nar. If I just press E, 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 and E on Nar, he loses just almost like 200 HP with E auto.
Okay.
But I found out, like, Nar doesn't need to fight me. he can just farm under turret, and I can't really pressure.
That's funny. Any fun things you guys are experimenting with?
Heimerdinger?
I mean, Heimerdinger, literally.
Mid and support?
Yeah,
Just
I
either
mean,
one?
if you look at my solo queue count, lobby admin, I probably played 10 Heimerdinger games straight.
What tech do you experiment with on Mid Heimerdinger?
I tried 2 builds. I tried like, there's like a 1-trick build where you go like large rods and Rabadons.
Yeah.
You have like 3 large rods, then you go Rabadons.
What?
Oh, really?
I played against that Heimerdinger.
Do you just have no mana problems, or?
It's because your Q costs 20 mana.
I guess.
And you just, not that you never use W&E, but you just don't use it when you shouldn't, I guess.
Max AP as fast as possible.
And then
Does he have anything in his kit that makes him give extra AP? Because
No.
No, it's just
It's just
rush
like
as
your
much
turrets
AP as
get-
you can.
Yeah.
Get
Oh,
so
I see,
high,
I
like
see.
damage and so high HP.
Yeah.
And then I tried like a Blackfire Torch version of it where you're W max
Okay.
and you just like poke and poke and
Do you
poke.
do like the super spread W that shoots
yeah,
super
you try
wide?
like, you don't try and like shoot all 5 this way.
Yeah, you just
I'm sure Corey
scatter
knows, but
them.
you like do it like halfway.
Yeah.
So it's like this much distance instead of this.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, everything kind of feels normal. Like you can do a little bit of testing with like Mandate, what Quid was saying, but
Mhm.
it doesn't feel like it's that broken.
Yeah.
And there's only a few specific champions that can go it at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Just Heimerdinger for you as well?
Yeah. Probably just Heimerdinger.
Nothing else? You played a lot of Anivia, but that, kind of everyone knows that's just a flex pick now.
Yeah. I think for the support champion, whenever solo lane or jungler think this champion is kind of bad, then you can play as a support.
Mhm.
But anyway, it's like pretty good solo lane champion, so didn't need to pick a lot of time.
Yeah.
It's not amazing anyway.
Not worth flexing, and it's too good in solo lanes anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Is that it? No more solo queue tech?
Nah.
You
You-
seem
you-
to have a lot of dark tech in solo queue.
Yeah, you just feel a little bit better. You feel like you're doing a little bit more damage with mid-quest buff,
Mm,
But- you can't really tell.
sure.
It's like
The fish
2%.
it's like
2%.
what, 2% AP,
That's it.
which I think it gives you like 5 AP. Or something. So
Yeah.
like insanely,
Nice.
insanely low number.
A
And
little
it's
bit
like,
better.
You need a little bit of power
it's like,
in there.
well, I guess I have like 10 extra damage in my combo now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you guys for joining me. Looking forward to watching you all play next week. See who can make it to the finals and who also gets to go to Arizona for the Team Liquid versus FlyQuest match. That's it for Pros. It's a weekly podcast on the LCS YouTube channel as well as Spotify and other podcast platforms. See you next week. Up first on Saturday at the normal time, 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific, is Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. See you then.
So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you think Thanatos is C9's best player? Or hard to say? He's not here. Just pretend AP is not here.
Uh, think so. I think. I think.
Hello and welcome back to Pros after a fast weekend. Core JJ,
Yeah.
Quid, you guys 3-0'd.
Mhm.
FlyQuest 3-0'd. We played the minimum number of games.
We did last week. Last week was 10, right?
We had MAC games last week, yeah.
So it evens out.
It evens out. Quid, is this your first time on Pros?
No, third time.
Third
Oh,
time.
it's already.
It's the first time I've done Pros with you.
I think it's my first time
I
too.
think so. Yeah.
APA's first time.
Mhm.
Yeah, Core's first time.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
Quid's the veteran, clearly.
Thank you. Quid.
Ooh.
What
You
should I
have to-
do?
You have to guide us.
Yeah. How does this work?
Hmm?
Okay, I want to talk about the series today because Core, like Team Liquid's had a really weird year. It feels like
Yeah.
weird split. You had easy schedule. You went 5-0.
Mm-hmm.
You lost 2 series in a row, 3 series in a row if you count the
Yeah,
playoffs with Cloud9, and then again like you're smashing. So how do you feel like has it been up and down, or have you been just kind of steadily trying to work on the same things?
I think we were building really good habits, and we were getting stronger and stronger. Going into the split too, I could feel we were getting better, and I think once we lost against Flatcast in EWC, I think that hit us pretty hard. And I wish we could win one of the games, like against C9 and Lyon, but we lost all games in a like very close way, and we kind of lost our momentum. And hopefully we can build it again.
Yeah, Quid, you had a good series today. Player of the series, Akali, you finally got to play it. It gets banned a lot. What was different this week? Because I know the Line series was pretty tough, but this series was a lot better. What changed?
Just personally, I changed my mindset of like, I was like, our team is good enough to carry me. Like, I just need to follow our team's plan or something like. I just need to match to our play. Then we're not gonna have problem to win the series or some games. If that makes sense. But
so that was your mindset this week, was that your team is good, or was that the mindset last week?
like when we were struggling,
Okay.
like maybe from the Flatcast series again in EWC.
Okay.
Like I was thinking to myself, like who's else performing well? Like our body's winning most of the time. So I was thinking, if I do just my job, like I'm gonna be fine. But when we start struggling at the moment, like I was thinking, oh, yeah, I joined Team Liquid because I'm gonna carry the team, and yeah, I need to show up or something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this week I was thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna focus on my own game. I'm gonna call what I wanna do. Like I'm gonna perform well. We're gonna win by me. Maybe I think that's why I could perform well. And obviously, Shopify was easier opponent than Lyon.
A bit. Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, a
the
little
difference
bit.
between Saint and Zinni is quite big, I must say.
A little bit.
A little bit. APA, as an outsider, I mean, Quid, that's really cool to hear, actually, the mindset shift. APA, have you noticed a difference, or do you think it's more about the strength of opponent?
Well,
Unsuccessful hate watch today, by the way. He
Unsuccessful
wanted you to lose.
I did want you guys to lose, but
Yeah.
sadly you guys won for now. Don't get too cocky. But I mean, I think Quid's a good player still. I think he just went from playing against Saint, who also I think is a good player, to Zinni, who I think might be the worst mid right now. I don't know, maybe you think otherwise, but I think that guy's pretty bad.
I'm not gonna say anything about it.
I don't mind saying it because I've been pretty vocal about it. I think that guy's been bad.
He had fun builds today, at least.
He did have fun
That was
builds.
fun. The Galio build,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the Zin build.
Yeah,
What
to be
do you
honest,
think of the Zinzao mid?
Xinjiao mid?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You can't
I've
fucking kill
seen
it.
I've seen him playing in solo queue, but like they didn't even ban Akali. They just picked Xinjiao Daejeon, and I was like, can they actually do that? And I asked Jake, am I allowed to take Ignite? And he said, yeah, just go kill him.
I know
Just take
you
Ignite.
almost killed him, what, like level 1, right? Level 2?
Yeah, I almost killed him level 2, but
But then that champ is just, the healing is so much. Like,
yeah, I would
it's like
say
Vladimir.
disgusting to play against.
It's just like playing against Vladimir, playing against
Yeah.
Zinzao mid.
But
Do you think the pick has potential, or the Galio pick is good? Because he had the jack of all trades super stack Galio thing.
That's why.
alright.
That's why he did this item. See, jack of all trades
You
stack.
get
When-
10 stacks from Shrelia's, Sorkshoes, Dornhelm.
When did he get 10 stacks?
Shrelia.
Shrelia's and Sorkshoes, Dornhelm.
Is
He
10.
was 10.
It's 10?
Is
Yeah.
10.
Because Shrelia's is 4, Dornhelm is 3, and Sorkshoes upgraded 1 is 3.
Oh,
And this does
he was
mandate
cooking
because-
something.
Only spike.
So you get it pretty fast.
Yeah, early spike champion.
And then Mandate gives him lower cooldown on 3
Yeah.
abilities. So like it makes sense.
It
but
makes sense, but not sure if you want to be
Supportive mindset, mid-laner,
yeah.
playing for
I don't
team.
think you want to be
My team is
Scusi
doing
as a
well.
Galio.
Yeah.
Maybe AP knows that, but
It's like no
I don't
ego
like that
Galio play.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you need some ego to play Galio, to go side lane and get some gold.
Yeah, and then it was straight into like Zyricon counter engage. A little bit about the Team Liquid drafts. You don't need to reveal too much, but Spawn talks about how you guys often kind of just pick the champions that you're good at rather than trying to throw like big curveballs in draft. How do you feel about that approach from the team?
I'm not sure how we picked.
Okay,
I tried to pick the champion like best in the situation,
sure.
and I was very surprised they didn't ban the Jairakan,
Mm,
like picking like all melee champions.
mm,
So
full dive.
yeah, full diving, and then not only us, like in the world, every regions, every top teams are playing Jairakan against Lucian Melio. So
Mm,
we just pick it confidently.
sounds good. Talk about the series yesterday with FlyQuest also sweeping Sentinels. AP, did you get a chance to watch that series?
I was busy scrimming, but I watched it
Busy
like
screaming.
somewhat.
Yeah.
You have it kind of on, but then you can't watch it while you're in game interview, but while you're like waiting for the enemy team.
Yeah, Masu played really on the edge, kind of the whole series. It was
I know Masu
it was
had a good
massive
series,
block gap. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like 5
and I know it's 3-0, but
5K
But
gold lead every game from bot.
from what I saw, it didn't seem like a stomp 3-0.
Mm.
It seemed like it was like kind of close.
Were
But
you
like,
surprised that it's a 3-0, even just knowing the reputation and scrimming against both of the teams?
I thought Sentinels was better. To be honest, I thought FlyQuest was going to win, but I thought Sentinels was better than 0 games win.
Quid, what do you think?
I was busy too, but
Yeah.
like, yeah, I was actually surprised they just drilled them because, like, I opened the stream like between the games, and it looks like game goes even in every game,
Mm.
but somehow they drill. So
Mm.
I was just thinking, oh, maybe they just outplay them in team fight or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like was going even until Sentinel lost team fight. I didn't actually watch the game, so
That's fine. What about the feeling of the two teams? Like, do you think there should have been pretty even? Or do you think FlyQuest, you expected them to win?
I think Sentinel has ability to make game even, but I think FlyQuest player has better hands, if that makes sense. So
Perfect sense.
I thought,
I also kind of felt like Sentinels countered FlyQuest for most of the year.
They
How
did.
they
They had
played.
won 2 EWC series, and they also
Yeah.
won in spring.
I felt like FlyQuest's worst matchups were against the teams that played slow and didn't lead into the fights. Because I didn't think the FlyQuest macro was that great. It was just like, Griffin shows up to a Dragon team fight, goes in and like kind of hopes that he carries the fight when he's on like Nasus or Shyvana
Yeah.
or some random champ.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Sentinels are the kings of literally giving objectives. Like you'll so often, at least in my scrims for Sentinels, maybe less so on stage,
Mhm.
you'll see like, we'll take Baron and then Sentinels will just take bot tier 2.
Mhm.
And then we'll take Dragon and they'll take top tier 2. And then it's like, oh, we have so many objectives, but it's like 3-3
it
score. What is happening? Are we up gold? Are we down gold? What's happening? And then, which I think was like kind of the counter to FlyQuest. But
Didn't work
it
this time.
didn't work this time. I guess FlyQuest is they're just peaking at the right time.
Yeah. What do you think, Core, about their bot lane, Masu Kraujin?
I think they're very aggressive.
Yeah.
I think their high is really high, and like watching them is like sometimes weird. Like when they're playing well, they're really good. But sometimes when you look at it, playing like super weird.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think one of those bot lane is always the scariest to play against it. So I respect it.
Mhm.
But I will make sure whenever we play versus them next time, we will see
Yeah.
the downside.
Sure. Yeah, you guys play them.
Yeah,
You guys play them on Saturday next week to see who gets to go to Arizona.
yeah, because the way they play is like either they looks like really good or looks like noob.
Mm-hmm.
One of two.
You
There's
can,
no middle ground.
you can almost say that, especially Griffin. Like it's Griffin as well as their bottom laner, kind of like that.
Yeah, Griffin as well. Yeah.
But they're improving a lot. They play, like I feel like they're always the aggressor.
Yeah.
They don't like counter plays very well. They're
Mhm.
just always trying to make a new play.
Yeah.
Which is to your point why Sentinels could have been really good against them because
I think as a team they're really bought into their whole team idea right now, which is probably why we see them surging.
Mm-hmm.
Like you see whenever Griffin has the angle, whether it's good or bad, his whole team's following up on that set angle.
Yeah.
So, and that's kind of how that entire team plays it. What Core was saying, like their highs are really high, but their lows are really low, just because, of course, for however many times you catch Griffin on Crab or like Raptors invade, he's also going to have like those random moments where he's just sending it 1v4 with like as Shyvana with like Lulu Altino on top, and then he's just unkillable demon.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just very polarizing people to play against, but I think they're all bought into the same idea right now, which it just was very scary to face against that. Just because like the game can just randomly explode for some.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to what both of you mentioned earlier, Quid and Core, about the EWC losses to FlyQuest, because a lot of people didn't catch the EWC qualifier games, but it sounds like that was kind of a bad moment in the split for you guys. So can you tell me some of the things that you guys had a hard time dealing with after those losses, or things that happened in those games that were hard to recover from?
Put it simply, like we really wanted to win.
Yeah.
And we were in like unlosable situation. We smashed an entire league game super hard. And Nasus comes up and then he doubled our head. And then we could like
because they had like Nasus, Yorick.
Yeah.
It's like Nasus, Yorick, Seraphine comp, I think.
Not sure if we had a Seraphine or they had a Seraphine.
But they had the Nasus. That's the.
They
someone
had
like
Seraphine.
they had a Seraphine.
I remember.
And then we
I
drew
was
the
playing
game.
Kylo. Yeah.
And at one point we couldn't kill anyone.
Yeah.
And then it was not the first time we lost against Nasus. We lost twice, I think, during the EWC. In 2 different series.
Right.
So sad.
Just sad. Quid. Just because it's more about why was that a hard thing to recover from? Just because it lowered confidence, or was it reevaluating your champion picks or your style?
I think we're confident to play against them, like beginning of the series, and we had the comp that we wanted to play, and we were actually winning the game most of the time, and somehow, I don't know, we got just outplayed or we just fight on the wrong time. Somehow we drew the game, and I think we were just like disappointed to each other that we couldn't finish the game. And I would say we were desperate to win, so like it hit us more harder, and I would say we just kind of lost trust to each other, or we're building our trust very well, and after the series maybe crack happened, or it was kind of sad.
Like my EWC had the opposite effect.
Yeah.
Like, because you guys beat me, and then I think Sentinels beat me. And we just like bottomed out. Like, we just bottomed out and trolled.
Yeah.
And I think after every loss, we like probably had like 4-hour long conversations about like what is happening, while we're doing said things wrong. And I think from there we got more aligned as a team, rather than opposed to like what they're saying, like losing trust and whatnot.
Yeah, I've been hearing that C9 is doing well in scrims now. I saw on the C9 podcast, is C9 beating Team Liquid in scrims now for the first time this year?
We scrimmed you guys twice. They won once, and we won once.
Okay, so it's even now, and it hadn't been even for pretty much the whole year.
At the start of the year, they were shitting on us, but now it's 5-5 roughly.
Okay.
I don't recall exact game score, but roughly 5-5, I'd say.
Damn. And you're playing Lyon next week.
Yes.
You guys almost beat Lyon in your series, went to 5 games, which isn't like technically the last series you had against Lyon. But before we get to the C9 APA series, comparing the lock-in series against Lyon versus the series you just played against Lyon, what were some of the differences, do you think? Like, was going to 5 games make it feel like you were closer to beating them, or can you compare those 2 series?
I actually don't remember what happened in the lock-in.
Yeah, so the lock-in one, it's easy to forget, but it was, to me, it was a lot of the like random Dokla counter picks. So they did Varus top in game 1.
Yeah.
They did Aurelia into Gnar in game 2. They
Yeah.
did the Vayne top flex into the Camille because they flexed the Ornn to jungle in game 4. So it felt like they were like, I don't know, cheap shotting in draft.
Yeah.
Whereas this last one didn't seem like they got huge draft advantages, but it was like still a really close 5-game series with like team fights that didn't go well.
I think the game was really close. I think close, but I think we had a advantage most of the time. But we didn't clutch it at the last moment.
Yeah.
And then like whatever happened in the like EWC Flackers, whatever situation, if we win one of those games, we can probably come back. But not like from there to the last playoffs game against Lyon, I think we lost again, like clutch moment. So it was pretty hard time.
Yeah, really interesting to hear because when I watched some of your games, and this was the Lyon series, I did some breakdowns before this series. Like, you're in some good positions, but it feels like you're not on the same page as a team. Like, Morgan will be flanking, and you guys probably reviewed the Annie play from like game 5 when the Poppy slammed the Annie into the wall, but like you guys were probably calling to like engage on mid. Like, that's why Quid was standing there, and that's why Morgan was running around the side, but then Dokla just came in first. I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but it's like you're not necessarily on the same page. Does that feel better now that you've won against Shopify and you're going towards FlyQuest, or has that just been something you've consistently tried to work on, like being on the same page in team fights? Sorry for the long question, but
I'm thinking.
Yeah, of course.
You can go first, Cor.
I mean, I think being on the same page, especially during the team fight, during the macro page, is like definitely one of the biggest goal we wanted to achieve. And sometimes maybe because of the communication issue, or sometimes we don't make the plan simple enough.
Yeah.
So even the A plan should work, but didn't work because like we are not tight enough.
Yeah.
Like even though we wanted to fight, like our coordination, our communication is not fast enough between the players. So at one point we are making a mistake, or we didn't make a clutch play. I think today one thing I remember is like Jake, Spawn said, if you guys wanted to speak Korean, just speak Korean during the game.
I was going to ask, are you playing in full English, or are you mixing between the two?
I think we were using full English.
Yeah.
Like most of the time. We were using English like most of the time, but sometimes the communication ping pong was not fast enough.
Yeah.
So we tried to use some Korean too.
Okay.
During the moment. I think it works well.
Okay. Quid, do you have anything to add about what are the difficulties of being on the same page, and like kind of why do you feel like it's been hard?
I think the biggest problem for our team is we just do the play that in our head. I think we're just do no matter what, watch in our head.
Yeah.
Like, for example, that any game, like, obviously I shouldn't give an angle, but in my head, like, I know we have to contest this, and I feel like someone is not making space for me.
Right.
That's why I died. But anyway, I should back up.
So it's course fault.
I should just play with my eyes. Like, no one is around me. No one was just making space.
Sure.
I should obviously back up. But
there's a feeling
Yeah,
that
just
you need to
feeling like
contest
if
the
I
middle.
just keep this pace, it's gonna be best situation for us. But
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to communicate in game. So
No,
for
this is really interesting. I love this because I know all of you on the team. You know, I've worked with Core. I've known Spawn for a super long time. You've won MVP. Like you're all really good, and you all have like good team fight instincts, which is why it's so interesting to me that you do seem so disconnected in game. But it's a good explanation.
yeah, so I think we just need to keep talking to each other, like how we see the game, and so we can be on the same page on stage in game. And also sometimes we need to fix that in our comms. Our action doesn't match to our comms, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
It
Like
does.
we're saying like we're gonna contest this midway, we're gonna contest, but I think Yan said to me like if you guys saying we're gonna contest this midway, you guys need to actually show up on the wave, not fogging, not looking for cheap play. And I was like, oh, like I wasn't sure, but recently I realized that like actually I'm just AFKing around mid and saying like baiting Yan. Like I was saying, yeah, we're gonna contest this mid wave, just sitting in our mid lane bush, not actually put my body in. Something kind of that top that we actually need to do better as a team.
That's a good explanation. APA, have you gained any insight from this? Because you've been playing with a lot of these players as well.
I mean, I have a little different perspective. I think you guys didn't push the game forward enough, especially in game 5 when like there was a time where Tally was laning mid because the Yon and Aphelios, right?
Yeah,
they were so strong.
He was like too strong, like so strong in the
2,000
game.
gold up. Yep.
And he kept pushing the turret, And I think it was like if it was the feeling in the game is if the mid lane tier 1 breaks, the game probably explodes really fast. And then Tyler was laning mid, and it felt like nothing was really happening on side lane. It was like you would get a wave, and then I would watch you, and you would like kind of sit in the jungle and wait. And I was thinking to myself, is he AFK? What's happening?
That's what I mean. Like I was calling we were contesting mid, and I was just AFK in
And then
jungle.
I'm just watching like Tally would like catch top wave, sprint mid to defend mid because Yon was too strong. Catch top wave again, like a minute later, whenever she would need to be top.
Yeah, maybe
and
I was
sprint back mid.
Maybe
and it was just like back and forth, and nothing was happening. I was like, "What's going on? This is so. How is Talia everywhere?" But
yeah, maybe I was under pressure or something. Yeah, I didn't play like I played quite bad.
Do you think that's a mindset thing? Like the mindset you talked about having this week of you needing to carry. Do you feel like if you had that mindset last week, you play differently?
At least at game 5, Yon was keep giving us confidence. I'm literally like one item ahead.
Yeah.
Or something. He was just keep saying like I can carry the game. Just play around me. So I was thinking,
okay.
Oh yeah. I'm Annie. I'm gonna support you, but I wasn't doing really my job. So yeah, that game was on me. Yeah.
Awesome. Now knowing that Lyon's playing C9, you guys can, you don't need to talk about yourself anymore. Talk about Lyon versus C9.
How do I beat C9, guys?
Yeah. Or how does Lyon beat C9? You can also do either one.
Help me out here. We can't let Inspired win.
How can Lyon beat C9?
Yo!
Uh-oh.
Yo, hey!
Thinking. I'm not sure.
C9 hasn't lost.
I wish I know
I guess.
how to beat the C9 and Lyon so that I can beat them. You tell me.
We haven't beat them.
You tell me.
Well, we beat them, 8 weeks ago? It was the first week, so 8 weeks ago, I think? 9 weeks ago?
Yeah, first day.
That's a long
First
time.
week.
Lots have changed.
Yeah.
Meta's changed,
Yeah.
and the whole game has changed. So, not sure if it's the same. But I think right now, if we just play our game, we'll define it and no one gets gapped. Like, too hard in lane. Like, I think it's kind of what Quid said. Like, I don't feel like I have to go in and stomp Saint and be like, oh, I'm like up 30 CS, I'm solo killing him, and I'm going to carry this game this way. I just feel like if I, relatively stay even with Saint, everyone relatively stays even, we can go into the mid game and then do well. It's kind of how I view it.
The only series you guys have lost in NA this year is the finals to Lyon. Like literally every other
Yeah.
series you guys were winning, which is pretty crazy to think about. America's Cup did happen, which I'm sure helped, with the
Yeah,
bottom
that
out.
wasn't
Most
in-
important.
And then
wasn't-
any of the
wasn't
EWC
in North
qualifies
America.
counted, but it wasn't like LCS official games. So you guys have really clutched up when it matters there.
Yeah. I mean, I think the past finals, I think I had a pretty poor, it was like game 2 and 3.
Hmm.
I think I like trolled my laning phases a couple of times.
Okay.
And then we had like poor 2-2s. Like I remember there's 1-2-2 we had. Me and Blabber were on the Raptor camp. I think it was my
Oh,
Annie
I
game.
remember this. Yeah. I
Where
think,
it was like Ari had no flash, and then we tried to fight the Aatrox for some reason,
Mhm,
even though Ari was like completely running it down by being in the zone.
mhm.
And yeah, I think like the finals performance, I played pretty poorly, but I think it's like I said, I don't need to 1v9 and carry. I just think I need to do my job, and if I know my job well, I'll do well.
Do you want to do his Ven defense? You want to team up on his Ven defense? Because I've been his Ven defender this year,
Yeah,
actually.
I'm done at a defense.
Because I feel
man.
like he's had some very visible mistakes, but then almost the rest of the game, he's like really good on mid. He positions very well in team fights. He does huge damage. He has a good champion pool. That's my take on Sven. And then kind of as your teammate, he has the mistakes, but I feel like he's still performing at a really high level.
I mean, he has mistakes, but I think like if you look at C9, everyone has those mistakes. Like you look at Blabber, it's like I'm sure you could find so many moments where Blabber's just like running it down, and we ask him what he's doing there. He's probably like, "Yeah, my bad, I'm an idiot," and I'm the same way. I'm sure you could look through LCS. I literally remember moments in the FlyQuest series. I'm like flashing on top of Griffin on accident,
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
and it's like, it's just stuff like that happens.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to say it. Mistakes just happen, and I think 95% of the game, Sven's doing extremely well. Like on average, he does well balling with Phil with Vulcan, and then he comes in team fights, plays pretty well. He goes into objective fights, plays pretty well. It's just like
Yeah.
everything he does is good, in my opinion. He also adds so much like information to us as a team,
Yeah.
so it always feels really easy just to play with him. I think he gets scorned really hard, but then I watch other ADCs like Jan or Masu play, and they'll make the exact same mistakes that he does, and there's like, yeah, that guy's the next GOAT.
He's just playing on limits, is a lot of times what they say. Did you guys see? I mean, Jose might have told you, Berserker wasted like 3 summoner spells in the series last week.
Oh, yeah.
The Jin flash randomly on W, the Senna flash, and then also the Caitlyn cleanse. I feel like his Ven does that. It's like a front page Reddit thread.
Yeah.
And then Berserker says that, and it's like,
Actually, we saw only one.
yeah. Did you see it was the Senna one you guys saw,
Senna-
right?
No, I think we saw Jin.
Jin 1 beat, so.
I think
Oh,
we
that
saw
was
Jin.
Jin
Rest
for
of
the
that
game.
we
Yeah,
did,
I think there was the game changing one.
Yeah.
Actually, we killed him 2 times when his flash was down.
And the crazy thing is, he said he didn't even realize he did it. So the first time he died, like he thought he had flash, and he was gonna
Oh.
flash the wall when Shen
He
flanked
was so
him.
nervous,
Yeah, and he just didn't have it.
Yeah.
but that's the key.
But
Make Berserker
him
nervous.
make Berserker nervous.
Yeah.
But I do think Sven is scorned quite harshly
Yeah.
for mistakes that other players make that are just like wash side. Of course, you can like criticize mistakes. Like I don't know. I think in our last series versus Talia, versus Quads Talia, he like got caught on mid once, and like you can be upset at that, but you can also, it's the same thing that Quid was saying. Like we were around mid, we were
Yeah.
just AFK in the bush.
yeah.
So it's like you can flame him for being caught, but you can also say like, why are his 3 idiot teammates sitting in a bush just AFK?
Letting me get hit by Talia wall.
So yeah, I do think he's flamed quite harshly. Obviously, like I said, he does make some boneheaded mistakes, but I think a lot of us on C9 make some quite boneheaded mistakes every once in a while.
Cool. Let's do quick predictions, and then I want to talk a little bit about the meta. What are predictions from you two on their series, on C9 versus Lyon? Core's just going to troll, but Quid's going to give me a real answer.
3-1 for C9.
Okay, nice.
Okay.
Nice. You're safe, Quid.
Did he say?
Whew. I'm
Hey.
safe.
Lyon beat them last time. Kind of. I mean, they did. And not in regular season. Last playoffs, they lost in the regular season.
You can do it now. I cannot
Thank
say.
you.
You
Nice.
can't see.
3-2 for Lion.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Why on both sides? Why C9 win?
I think. Wait. 3-1 for C9.
Now he needs to.
Now
It's like,
we're
wait a minute.
backpedaling.
I think it's too hard.
I think the series gonna decide on object timer, because I don't think Lyon gonna make big action in early game unless they have like obvious angle to do. Like they really wanna slow down the tempo, like play on their tempo, and it's gonna be object timer, object team fight around there. I feel like Thanatos gonna make gap in lane somehow and carry the team fight around object timer. And I think it's gonna give us C9 to momentum to win the series. And I think if they win game 1 or 2, I think they're gonna win the series, but I still think Lyon is a good team, so I think they'll win some game.
Do you think Thanatos is C9's best player? Or hard to say? He's not here. Just pretend if he is not here.
You could do that. I think so. I think yeah, it feels kind of weird that top laner is the carry on their team, but I think they just really play well around him and like make him carry the game or make him get some resource. He's playing like Aurora against us, Aurora into Lumber, some carry champion, and he really likes playing Nar or something that he can actually just lead the game with and just carry the team fight. It's just 1v9.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I have that feeling too, that Thanatos is their best player. So it's interesting to hear from a pro perspective. Core, for the Lyon win, what's the reasoning?
I didn't have a special reason. Actually, I'm gonna change the C9 3-2.
Nice. Beast mode Core.
Yeah. Yeah, I think C9 is improving.
Right.
C9 is improving. They became a better team as a team. I think to win against C9, I think you need to be very sharper in individually, so that even though their team play is good, it doesn't matter. You're just too weak. Situation. So I'm gonna choose C9 3-2.
Okay.
Yeah, I will also choose C9 to win the series.
You won every series in Spring Split. Is it starting to? Does it annoy anyone? Does it annoy you that it seems like fans are so skeptical, even though in LCS you guys have been like actually just really good. You're undefeated.
Bracket. It's like somewhat my legacy because I've only had one split, but like it's like the C9 legacy for how many years now?
Even their last international was 2023.
Yeah, like even when I was on Team Liquid and they had like the Berserker, JoJo. I guess it was Thanatos, right? Or was it?
It was Fudge for the first split and Thanatos for the second split.
Like basically the super team. Like that was when Fudge was like still thought as like the best top laner in the league.
Correct.
And it's like they should have the best top mid bot.
And they had 3 MVPs on the team, like 3 former MVPs.
And then like they're still not making internationals. They're still not winning the split.
You know what? I'm the one denied their words every time.
Nice.
You have been, actually.
Nice, good.
Thank you.
But it's like, I guess it's like that legacy where, so I guess that follows them. So even though we're doing really well, people were just worried that like, finals is going to hit and, someone's going to choke, like playoffs is hit, someone's going to choke. I think it's that. But I mean, I think right now we've improved a ton since regular season. I think like regular season we were like all right, but I think we have very solid ideas of how to play the game and very solid mid-game macro stuff. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
But I think we're all on the same page. In the same way I was saying like FlyQuest is all on the same page. I think we're more or less all on the same page about how we want to do things, and our reactions are very quick to what it feels like. It feels like when we feel like we're in a losing spot, we like instantly go do something. Like I remember our Baron in game 2 versus FlyQuest. We're like, we think this game's super hard. We're like outscaled. We're not really a scaling team. It was my Annie game where I got the Annie flank. And we're literally saying in comms, this game is hard. let's go hit Baron. We need something to happen. We can't just wait for the game to slow down. And of course, we ended up losing that Baron. That's not the reason we won the game, but that's like how I feel like our decision making is quick. And then in games where we think we can scale even from behind, we like try to make side lane plays. We try to stall the game and make sure nothing's happening, and then bring it to a dragon fight or something, and then Thanatos or me or Sven find an angle that's really nice, and we can win from there. But I think our game understanding is just high level as a team right now.
Right.
And then individually, I do think we have some really good players. Like I think Thanatos, as we were talking about earlier, is like always winning top lane, no matter the matchup. Like you can bind him Sion, he's gonna win the Sion versus Sion versus Gwen, whatever is gonna be played into Sion. And then you bind him or you counterpick him Gnar, and he's also gonna win the Gnar side of every matchup. I think right now he's performing extremely well. And then we have players like Vulcan, who it's kind of harder to notice when he's on Enchanters, but his game is normally going so well for him that if you just do your job, the game's pretty easy.
Yeah, and to your point as well, you might have been able to bottom out earlier, so it's not like you've addressed a lot of issues that you've been slowly trying to improve on, and maybe you can peak at the right time. So I'm looking forward to seeing your series next week. What do you think is going to happen in TL FlyQuest? Because before the series today, you guys played really well. FlyQuest played really well yesterday. I was thinking there's so much hype behind them that I think they might actually be slight favorites, but it's tricky.
I think if you guys don't give Griffin his weird angles of like Nasus or Shen or Shyvana, I think if you somehow put him on a normal champion, you guys might even 3-0. But I think their wins in the series will come from Griffin on like Shyvana or Shen or Nasus, or like, I don't know, whatever random weird
funny picks.
Funny pick he has that he's probably cooked up in scrims.
Is that how it feels playing against FlyQuest? Is it like Griffin funny business? Because I know, bit of a tangent, Quad Quid is, Jan was saying that Quid has the upper hand in Quad Quid. Is that, do you feel that way? Quad Quid is
true.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
I don't know.
Quad was kind of beating everyone because he was on the FlyQuest team, right?
I know, but Quid team last year done quite well against him. How do you feel like that matchup goes?
Against FlyQuest?
Well, just against Quad, against the Quad Quid rivalry.
I feel like against him, I don't really feel pressure in lane phase, but there's some pressure that, I don't know, I feel like Quad is a solid player. He knows how to play the game. He knows like how to progress the game, if that makes sense. But yeah, so I just feel like if I make some stupid mistake, I'm going to get punished really hard. Not really hard, just I'm going to get punished hard. So maybe I'm making less play against him, because I just feel like if I just go even from against him, I can just outperform him in team fight or something. But yeah, I think I just feel like playing against Quad, feel like I cannot make mistake that much. Yeah,
I don't know.
I feel like Quad is the most disciplined player in the LCS.
Interesting.
But
super stable.
I think you have like
surrounded by completely undisciplined
play like
players.
NBA 2K or something, and you have like the player stats, right? Like 99 for this, like 40 for this, like whatever it is.
This is fun.
I feel like Quad on everything he's an 80. Every single stat he's an 80. On offense, defense, like I feel like he's the most disciplined player in the league. But then I don't think he has like the insanely high highs you'll see from like Quid had like a 10 something kill a collie game today.
Sure.
Or like Masu played really well on Lucian yesterday, was it?
Yeah, Masu yesterday had an insane Lucian game. He smashed all three of them, but the Lucian game was the craziest.
And then you'll see like Griffin have his like 10 kill Nasus game and stuff like that. I feel like you'll never see Quad do that, but you also never see Quad have like, like I think I had a pretty bad Aurora game. I was like 0-6 and something on Aurora last week. You would never see him do something like that, in my opinion.
I like it.
I would say against him, I feel like I don't think like we're gonna win because of him making mistake or his ending the game. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, so you're actually saying TL win?
Yeah, I think Teal win. I think if you look at like Griffin, I think if you look at Griffin on his
One more life.
Yeah.
on like go look at like his Xin Zhao game, for example, in game 1 versus in my series compared to like his funny picks. I think he had like a really good Shyvana game. I think it was game 3, if I recall correctly. I think if you compare the two games, it's like night and day between the players. Like you wouldn't even think this is the same player.
Yeah.
So I think just keep him on normal champions and Jose will cap him, but you give him his Nessus angle, Jose might short circuit and not know what to do.
It's like the flag case is like with many dogs with someone who holding the leash.
Yeah.
Quad is keep holding the leash, but depends on what they pick with the dogs. They keep going to you. They keep finding some food and then they keep attacking you. So
He's the dog walker.
Quad is the dog walker.
Yeah.
I think so.
And like I wish we play versus a smaller dog than big dog.
That's
Like,
funny.
big dog is like I don't know if I lose to the dog or not.
Yeah.
It's too scary sometimes.
NASA's too scary. My goodness. Okay, last thing. How's the new patch felt for you guys? Because it's a pretty big patch coming in late in the playoffs. We got a bunch of support item changes. Mid lane role quest changed a little bit, but
Tiny buff, I guess.
yeah, not a massive change. But how have you been? Just any fun solo queue tech or anything that's just been interesting to you about
I mean,
the
it's
new patch?
mostly like support change,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, support change.
Like I've played like probably 10 Heimerdinger games trying to see, but I think there's like a bug that I think we actually figured out in our scrims
Well, I saw Core spamming it in solo queue, support Heimerdinger.
where it's like the
You always
Heimerdinger you
lose
can like auto, even though because it's supposed to be 550 range right now.
Yeah.
But if you're like a 500 range champion, you can auto the turret without taking damage right now.
Oh, I see.
So I don't really know why that's a thing, but it popped up in our scrims and someone was able to auto the turrets and everyone was like, what the fuck? Like, why is that a thing? Why is this happening? This isn't supposed to be real. But I mean, other than that, it's like mostly just enchanters nerfed, melee stuff buffed.
Yeah.
How big of a percentage enchanter nerf is it? Because it's hard for me to read the Dreammaker patch note and make any sense of it. How much weaker, like percentage-wise, do you think enchanters are?
I described to the team like the nerf is gonna be minus 0.8% win rate cap type of nerf. So it's still playable.
Yeah.
But you feel better to play against it. And you feel kind of worse to play the enchanter, but still like there's no big difference.
And then would it be a similar buff with the support item changes? Because Knight's Vow is
I
kind
think
of a
Night
lot
Bow is
better.
nice, yeah. Feels nicer. Like plus 0.8, minus 0.8.
Yeah, 1.6
more
is not
balanced.
bad.
More balanced.
I feel like you always are good in engage metas. So are you happy about the change because it gives you more options?
Having more option is good. I think like now it's more like you can do whatever.
Yeah.
Like not having feeling of like you lose lane or and also you get outscared. Now you can probably pick the melee champion against lane champion. Feels better. Maybe you get less outscared, even though you lose lane anyway.
Sounds good. I want a quick solo queue question before we leave. Quid, what's your favorite pick in solo queue right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
I've been playing Lich Bane first item Ari.
Okay.
I think I'm not sure if I can build that on stage, but
Right.
at least in solo queue, like I'm getting a lot of kill in the early, and when I finish my Lich Bane, like I can literally just W auto proc electrocute like enemy goes like below 30% HP, and like it's so fun to play. But I think a kind of fun build in this patch, like today, 10 stack Jacob Trade Galio, Mandate
True.
Talia,
Actually, need to go
Mandate
go check it out.
Lissandra.
Mandate Lissandra. AP and I were talking about that, if it's like playable or not.
I'm not I still need to find out if that build is actually good or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some funny build in solo queue.
I remember this was years ago, but you used to play Nashor's Tooth Yasuo
Yeah.
That's like the biggest troll build. No, how could you win with that?
I think it's not natural to Yasuo. I think it was D-ring Yasuo and
Okay.
put 3-point E against Gnar. I thought that was actually good.
Very specific.
Yeah, I thought there's no counterplay for Gnar. If I just press E, and E on Gnar, he loses just almost like 200 HP with E auto.
Okay.
But I found out, like, Naruto doesn't need to fight me. he can just farm under turret, and I can't really pressure.
That's funny. Any fun things you guys are experimenting with?
Heimerdinger?
I mean, Heimerdinger, literally.
Mid and support?
Yeah,
Just
I
either
mean,
one?
if you look at my solo queue count, lobby admin, I probably played 10 Heimerdinger games straight.
What tech do you experiment with on mid Heimerdinger?
I tried 2 builds. I tried like, there's like a 1-trick build where you go like large rods and Rabadons.
Yeah.
You have like 3 large rods, then you go Rabadons.
What?
really?
I played against that Heimerdinger.
Do you just have no mana problems, or?
It's because your Q costs 20 mana.
I guess.
And you just, not that you never use WNE, but you don't use it when you shouldn't, I guess.
Max AP as fast as possible.
And then
Does he have anything in his kit that makes him give extra AP? Because
No.
No, it's just
It's just
rush
like
as
your
much AP
turrets
as you
get-
can.
Yeah.
Get
Oh,
so
I see,
high,
I
like
see.
damage and so high HP.
Yeah.
And then I tried like a Blackfire Torch version of it where you're W max
Okay.
and you just like poke and poke and
Do you
poke.
do like the super spread W that shoots
yeah,
super
you try
wide?
like, you don't try and like shoot all 5 this way.
Yeah, you just
I'm sure Corey
scatter
knows, but
them.
you do it like halfway.
Yeah.
So it's like this much distance instead of this.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, everything kind of feels normal. Like you can do a little bit of testing with like Mandate, what Quid was saying, but
Mhm.
it doesn't feel like it's that broken.
Yeah.
And there's only a few specific champions that can go it at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Just Heimerdinger for you as well?
Yeah. Probably just Heimerdinger.
Nothing else? You played a lot of Anivia, but that kind of everyone knows that's just a flex pick now.
Yeah. I think for the support champion, whenever solo lane or jungler think this champion is kind of bad, then you can play as a support.
Mhm.
But anyway, it's like pretty good solo lane champion, so didn't need to pick a lot of time.
Yeah.
It's not amazing anyway.
Not worth flexing, and it's too good in solo lanes anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Is that it? No more solo queue tech?
Nah.
You
You-
seem
you-
to have a lot of dark tech in solo queue.
Yeah, you just feel a little bit better. You feel like you're doing a little bit more damage with mid-quest buff,
Mm,
But- you can't really tell.
sure.
It's like
The face is nice.
2%.
it's like
2%.
what, 2% AP,
That's it.
which I think it gives you like 5 AP. Or something. Some like
Nice.
insanely low number.
A
And
little
it's
bit
like,
better.
You need to get a little bit of power
it's like,
in there.
well, I guess I have like 10 extra damage in my combo now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you guys for joining me. Looking forward to watching you all play next week. See who can make it to the finals and who also gets to go to Arizona for the Team Liquid versus FlyQuest match. That's it for pros. It's a weekly podcast on the LCS YouTube channel as well as Spotify and other podcast platforms. See you next week. Up first on Saturday at the normal time, 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific, is Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. See you then.
So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So don't you tell me about no tears, no pain.
open.
If I could man spread, I would.
노턴.
Casino flash.
Good job, Paul.
Really good engage.
I'm looking Ori. Watch Ori.
Look.
Ori. We're killing J4 in the back. I'm killing J4. J4 no flash.
Flash engage from Core JJ. They got on the bottom again. Jose goes godlike as Team Liquid dives the turret, and this time around it pays off.
This guy's no flash here, no flash.
If I didn't there, maybe one shot.
Maybe. What happened? No flash. Now no flash. What happened? No flash. Okay, good.
That was not me.
I give confidence. Okay. Good job. Yeah.
It's looks fine. I'm going. I think we can win.
It looks good.
Kill one at a time. Kill Silas after.
Yes, Silas is dead.
FlyQuest diving underneath the turrets. Team Liquid are mounting their final defense, but they're losing it for now. Big engage from Core JJ, but the damage just is not there to follow. FlyQuest.
Get this, bro. Look at this. Bro,
Hey.
look at him shoot
Both
bullets.
of
Bro,
Let's go.
That's stupid. Get his ass.
Watching quit.
I'm looking at Akin. Ani.
I need no flash. Silver. Vayne behind. Vayne trap. Vayne.
Silver there.
Okay.
Para.
Nice fight.
Woo!
Fight, guys.
Team Liquid, GG.
Okay, but Shinzo.
Shin no flash.
Don't be kind now.
Come back.
Front, man.
Sin. Lulu.
Lulu dead.
I'm looking TF.
Big in.
Okay.
Big I'm gonna bait the pivot. Yeah. We can end.
Beautiful.
One now. Kogomo. Do whatever.
Welcome back to the LCS. Today we find out who'll be the first team to lock in a spot in the grand finals and also who's going to MSI. Also, this was a reminder why you should tune in at the 30-minute mark at the very start of waiting room.
Yes.
You might get an Easter egg.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now you know what we talk about before.
Absolutely.
before we go
I feel
live.
free.
If I could punch you, I would.
Lose the other arm while you're at it.
No.
Emily tried to tell straight with no hands.
Yesterday, though, was kind of a sad day. I've been one of our, I would say, more fun teams to watch. Progress throughout this bracket, but also just as a team as a whole. But they did lose to Team Liquid 3-1 yesterday. I feel a little vindicated. I was the only person who picked TL to win on the desk yesterday.
Nice job.
But guess what day it is today?
Sunday.
C9 Lion.
Happy 6-7 day.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I didn't even realize.
Someone had to say it. I'm willing to take the bullet. What the heck? It is what it is, guys.
They made a special effort.
Yeah, they knew someone
to
would
buzz
say it.
you.
What this also
someone would
means,
say
C9 and Lyon, they're going to finals weekend next weekend, regardless of who wins or loses. The winner goes in grand finals. Loser goes into losers match, where they'll be playing against Team Liquid. So spring finals at the Mullet Arena, June 13th and 14th. You can still get tickets, scan the QR code, or head to Ticketmaster.com. And also, this week we've had fans in the arena, and we asked fans at the Riot Games Arena about their LCS playoff hot takes. So let's listen to fan take one.
This playoff hot take is that the gap between C9 and whatever the second closest team is huge and only getting larger.
Wow.
That is
initially I thought it was.
It's a hot take, actually.
Yeah, I was like, oh, it's going to be like, oh, the gap between C9 and the other two teams aren't as big, but yeah, that is a hot take because I actually see all three of our top
What
teams.
you checking, Raz? What you checking in on?
Pretty close.
I know this person.
It's a C9.
What does this read as?
C9 Will.
Yeah.
Event team for Cloud9.
Hey! I'm on you, Will. I'm on you, Will. All right? You better state exactly who you are.
I mean, it's a good thing that he didn't say
loyal.
hot take C9 actually huge problems. Yeah. And then you're like, you work for C9.
That's crazy. That is crazy. But do I agree with the take? Hell no. But I do think they're in the lead. If it was a wacky races, they would firmly be in the lead when they're getting to the end of the race.
They haven't lost a single series.
Yeah, that is the thing that is so, that's why it's so difficult to talk about them, right? Because I feel like, and we're going to go through this a little bit later in waiting room, but just because they haven't been able to get over the hump and win an LCS title or go to an international in a while compared to their expectations. But yeah, I do disagree. I actually think the top teams are all pretty evenly matched despite C9's regular season record.
Yeah, I feel like the top 4 were all insanely close. The only series of the top 4 that hasn't gone 5 games was yesterday when FlyQuest lost 3-1 to Team Liquid.
And it should have went to 5. It
but
should have.
If you're a box score watcher, which he isn't, but if you were, you'd just see undefeated.
Yeah.
Maybe the gap is huge. Either way, let's check out the next fan take.
Playoffs hot take?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me actually think about this.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Don't think too hard.
He's overthinking.
C9 got really lucky in a lot of games.
Okay.
They got super lucky.
Agree!
And then refuses to elaborate. Okay, name some of the games they've been lucky in, Raz.
Game 2 versus FlyQuest in the regular season. I felt like that one was when they were right at the base. Jarvan ults in, then he loses that. Like, that was like the overdrive.
Yeah.
Then there was versus FlyQuest again in the playoffs, where Annie TPs. But you can say that's poised.
Oh,
you can say
that
that's
one.
creativity.
Yeah. Masu
I would
overstepped.
say, like, yeah, that
FlyQuest
was
moments.
They, like, listening to the comms, they felt like, okay, this was a really good play that we made against their mistake. I think League of Legends is such. There are so many things that go on in a game of League of Legends. I feel like you can say this about literally any team.
Also, the first series of the split versus Lyon, the ward bug over the wall that, like, I think catches Ari, Sane.
Well, that was the first series of the year.
Was that year?
Oh, I'm losing it now.
I'm losing it too.
Maybe I think that was actually the first series of lock-in.
You might be right.
Yeah.
You might be right.
Maybe not. Maybe second series of the year.
Someone can check and confirm that one.
But no, that was a lock-in. That was a lock-in moment.
But in general,
but still, it all carries over.
It all carries over. It all
But
carries over.
to my point, I just feel like there are so many things that happen. You can actually make the argument that people get lucky like all the time.
Well, here's the thing with C9 is they are not as traditionally dominant in laning phase as other undefeated teams.
Yes.
They have lost a decent number of games, just not series.
Yes.
But they've consistently had good scaling drafts and made good mid to late game decisions. Now, you can say it's that lucky. There are things that could look like luck, but to do it this consistently, we're in June, and they've lost one series in North America. That can't all be luck.
Exactly.
No.
So disagree, fan number 2.
Oh, there it is.
I wish we had their names. We had Will.
Yeah,
which I knew that. The moment I said I'm going to clock that
internet stalking.
Fan number 3.
I'm going to call fan number 2 Steve.
Okay, thanks.
That's my brother's name.
That C9's going to 3-0 Lyon.
Everybody thinks it's going to be close, but it's not going to be close. C9's the better team. We're going to Arizona. We're going to win first place. That's it.
That's it.
A lot of C9 fans.
Yeah, we got a lot. We got a lot.
I firmly disagree with that.
Okay, why?
I just think these two teams are. I think these two teams are really evenly matched. I think, especially in Fearless Draft, things can come down to draft pretty heavily a lot of times in terms of one draft versus the other, and also the execution of said drafts. I feel like we've seen it in all of our best of 5s. I think one of the starkest examples actually came yesterday in that Game 2 draft by FlyQuest.
Yeah.
All I'm
but
saying,
I disagree. Like, even in their best of 3s, C9 have dropped games and still won the series.
Here's my take. C9, they're on a high. They're looking incredibly good. Meanwhile, we have 2 wounded animals in the Team Liquid and Lyon. Lyon right now.
Wait, what? Why are they wounded animals?
Currently, they're healing their leg.
Yeah, how is Lyon wounded?
What?
Well, their top lane situation, like the whole like, is Castle better? That's a wound to me.
Okay.
Like,
they won. They're in the upper bracket.
Yeah, but it's a wound. They felt the need to put in another player.
Who do they lose to going into playoffs?
Yeah. Cloud9.
Sure.
Yeah.
FlyQuest.
Yeah. Seems like a wound to me to a lock-in champion.
Double wound.
A lock-in champion not having full confidence in their top side. I just think that this is the best position that C9 has been in a long time versus their 2 opponents that are supposedly ahead of them.
Yeah. Also, Emily brought up draft, and that gives me an opportunity to flame KC for picking top lane Nidalee.
That's a great point.
In a game 5
Return to Stanley.
of the championship against Jungle Nasus and top lane Kled. They're never going to kill them.
How many people watching that series today remember Stanley from 2020?
No,
that's a great question.
I
remember.
Yeah.
I remember
I know,
Stanley.
but
I cast that series.
We've established we're all old.
I also love Lil Balls.
Moving on. 8 of our 10 players
That was a very
today.
legitimate statement by Raz.
Yes.
So you know.
In so many ways. I know.
So many. Okay, continue on.
All-Pro award winners, we have Thanatos getting first team. I also think I have heard a lot of rumblings of Thanatos being in the running for overall Kia MVP for the split as well. Blabber, third team All-Pro Jungle, APA third team All-Pro mid laner, Sven not selected, and Vulcan first team support.
Okay. All right. I have a lot to say about this one, but we'll continue on to Lions first.
Joker, please! Not selected, but then second team, first team, second team. So weirdly enough, kind of better selections for Lion overall, two first team, two second team, than Cloud9, even though Cloud9 was undefeated. So the fan perception definitely still doesn't believe in C9, even though there's 7-0 match score.
Is that not crazy?
So it is and it isn't. I've been having this discussion about best of threes as we watch C9 walk in.
Hey!
This is some nice stuff, actually.
I like it.
The fact that the match score doesn't really show the game score makes this more acceptable to me. Like, they are 7-0, but their game win percentage was so close. Like, Dokla, as a player on a 5-2 team, had the highest game win rate of any player in the entire LCS. And likewise, over in the LEC, you had Vitality go 8-1, and then their game score was still only the same win rate as G2 or KC. So I think it's, not as crazy as it would seem to have Lion have slightly better All-Pro.
So the interesting thing for me is I feel like you had unequivocal winners of like top lane was going to be Thanatos regardless. But I think in terms of Lion, you have Berserker and Saint who have done, in particular, Berserker has had like a complete career renaissance this past split. He's just been absolutely insane. And I think the fact that both he and Saint have been performing just individually so well is another reason why. I just feel like they stand out individually so much in Lions games. Here's Saint. I mean, Saint has just had, I feel like he has only improved as the split has gone on, and now he has picks that like you just cannot let him have.
That was the thing. The back half of the season was insane for him. The back half of that season, where it was basically them relying heavily on his late game team fighting. His laning on Ryze in particular, I thought was great. His Silas is obviously something that people are looking towards because his late game decision making versus Team Liquid was phenomenal, and that's the type of Saint you want to see on an international level. So if you have both Berserker and Saint playing as well as they are with a team that is right now firing on all cylinders, especially with an Isles who's looking as good as he is with Inspired, this team does seem unstoppable.
I'm noticing that your shirt matches Saint's colors.
Oh, that's a great point.
Just for some reason decided to talk about Berserker and Saint. In a sense, if you could pick who you'd rather have first team on, mid and AD or top and support, you'd probably take mid and AD. So the power dispersion of C9 might not be as ideal as the dispersion on Lion.
It may not be. It may not be. A lot of the times, it's funny. And lock-in, the whole meme of like top lane doesn't matter, that is a sad, like a reality of like, my top lane is getting pummeled. But doesn't matter when my AD carry and mid laner are like spiraling in the lead.
It only matters if the game is close. Then it matters a lot.
Then it matters
which is a really interesting factor of top lane this year. Either way, we have a little triangle to talk about. Berserker and Sven used to play with each other. Berserker and Isles at one point did play with each other, but not as much as Sven has played with both of these guys. So good friendship between Sven and Isles, current friendship between Berserker and Isles, and a lot of stats to look at. So direct your attention over to the left. Far left. Berserker with Sven was actually the best Berserker's ever been in the LCS. 68 and 23, multiple LCS titles, great stats. Berserker with Isles, second best, still not approaching what he had with Sven, 74% win rate to a 65% win rate. Weirdly enough, as much as Sven and Isles talk about being great friends, you say that because their performance on the Rift was not that. 18 and 22, 45%.
Are most of these from Dignitas?
They were.
Okay.
You just wanted to recontextualize it. You just wanted to do that.
I just want to throw that out there. You know what's interesting to me, actually, is looking at the goal difference at 14 being, and some of this is just that it's a smaller sample size, but I think because Berserker and Isles have been in such a 2v2 bot lane focused meta, that's a little bit, could be another reason for that slight increase.
I just love thinking about when Sven was a support. The back half of it was Lulu support. The first half of it was Kalista support.
Sure.
Yeah. Of like, you know what? Carrier is making great decisions on the other side. I can just play 80 carries as support here as well.
True.
So that was fun. That was very fun.
I don't know if we'll ever be able to do another like triangle like that with the role swap playing with the two. That was very cool.
That was very nice.
I'm stat nerd, loved that. Either way, Azale standing by with Isles and Sven to talk about why they didn't win together.
Well, that wasn't going to be what I was going to talk about, but they were just talking on the lounge about how you're obviously playing with Berserker. Then you used to play with Sven. Then when you were support, you used to play with Berserker. And as an AD carry, you've played with Isles. So you guys have a ton of experience playing with and against each other. Do you ever kind of like joke about, who was the best bot lane permutation? Who was the better support for Berserker or anything like that?
No.
No.
Who is the better bot lane with Berserker?
No comment.
We want more titles.
So one side does have a comment.
I guess we'll see. We'll see. There's only time will tell.
Yeah. So you guys obviously going up against each other. Cloud9 has won every single series in the LCS this year except the lock-in finals, where you lost to Lyon.
I appreciate the reminder.
No problem. Where they were able to actually deny you guys from going to an international. So it's been since 2023 since Cloud9 has been there. How much is that on your guys' minds today? That if you win here, if you beat Lyon, you're going to MSI.
It wasn't on my mind until now. So thanks for that.
No problem. Does it feel like a big deal, or are you more just focused on the series today?
Just play every game to win, and wherever that takes you. Yeah.
How about for you guys? Obviously, you did just go to an international, have been more recently, but again, there's big stakes here. You win, you're in MSI.
And to be honest, I've never been in the upper bracket before, so this is a crazy experience.
Shaking your boots.
Yeah. So honestly, the pressure's not really on because all I have to do is win 2 series. It doesn't matter if I lose today. To be honest, today's a fun series. I mean, so pressure's not super on. I think I agree with Sven. To be honest, you just take every game. 1 game at a time, just play to win, play not to infeed, and then
if it doesn't matter, then feel free to lose.
Will he be losing today?
That's not in the plan, but
I mean, if he says it doesn't matter, then
yeah. I mean, not freebie for your homie.
I mean, I'd like to see C9 play TL at least.
All right. Well, best of luck to you both. A lot of stakes on the line today for MSI.
He's like, hey, I'm in the upper bracket. I'm already happy. I'm in a good spot right now.
If we called an MSI qualifying match a 4-5, I'm just throwing that out there.
They're trying to keep the pressure low.
Yeah, no, I actually do like that. Like I think generally most teams play better when they feel like the pressure's off a little bit.
Yeah.
You can't go too hard into that.
And you can kind of see Sven was just trying to throw away all of the pressure. Like, hey,
Yeah.
remember that time you lost? No, remember the other time? No. Out of my mind.
What about one series you go to MSI? I was like, well, I wasn't thinking about it until you brought it up. Thank you.
Moving on from that, though, let's talk a little bit about draft, because I think we've been going either all 5 or at least 4 like we did yesterday. And I just pulled some of C9's playoff drafts to take a look at A, what they've been prioritizing, but B, some more interesting stuff that they've pulled out. I actually really loved this one in particular, the last pick, Swain. I thought that was really, really inspired from C9. I don't know if anything, because like both of these teams, I think, not as much as TL kind of gets blamed for being standard, but I do feel like they both just play kind of very meta picks. However, they do have things that each of them like. I also did really love, I think APA is a great Cassio player, and the Cassio-Lee combo was insane.
I mean, personally, I always love it when you have, even though I despise Seraphine and Ashe at this current point of the meta, like early picking what is safe and strong until you get to something more volatile and empowering your top lane. Like if you get to a 5-pick and empowering that matchup for Thanatos, he is your strongest piece. I think that is incredible. So I really do like a Yorick type of draft that empowers them playing through your side lane and allowing them to play through him a little bit more.
Yeah, last thing I'll say, I know you mentioned the Swain already about Game 5 drafting. I feel like we're seeing more and more Game 5 fearless drafting in high pressure situations, and I'm always loving team compositions that have good late game team fight scaling, because I feel like by the time you get through the 40 ban champions plus the 10 additional bans, it's so difficult to have the really dominant lane champions excel to make a big lead. So those games always come down to team fighting in some way. And I thought that was a really great draft by C9 in Game 5.
There's one improvement that could be made to the last draft. If it's not the York and instead the Nidalee, the AD Nidalee top.
Oh, I see.
Get out
Yeah,
of here.
see?
All right.
York Gifford go way back.
Let's take a look at Lions drafts. The big one that I wanted to point out, actually, there are a few, but obviously this one in particular, Malphite is actually a flex for them now that we've seen Doka play it. I know he wasn't super happy with his performance in this game, but we know Inspired has also picked that. The Silas for Saint has just been absolutely insane. And then I wanted to point out the last draft as well, just because it was a Jinx draft, and I think when we think of old, like, super Berserker, it's him on hyper carries, right? And I really loved that. Again, to your point, Jat, there's late game scaling involved in this as well. But I love seeing Berserker on a hyper carry just because I think this team makes so much space for him, and he's so good with these picks.
And to me, it's always going to be the Inspired counter picks that are possible. I only put that Rumble one just in case. But it's like you never really know.
I don't think we should see the Rumble jungle anymore.
Maybe. All right.
You never know.
You never know.
Yeah, people always talk
we
about
did see the orange,
cooking of Inspired in Game 5 as well. You never know what's going to happen, and maybe we see another 5-game series today. So really looking forward to that. The other interesting thing, Inspired won second team All-Pro.
Yeah.
Blabber won third team All-Pro, but I saw a lot of conversation about whether or not Blabber's split has actually been incredibly underrated, because C9 is undefeated in match score. Blabber has had a lot of games where he's played a little more supportive than traditionally, but across the board, his stats are actually quite impressive, Rest.
That's why it kind of pisses me off, because I feel like
Were you writing these comments?
Yes. I was mad in the sense that, like, at the beginning of the split, yes, directly in this matchup, I felt like Inspired had the better of Blabber, and I think people are looking at that and like holding it too close to their heart, because in the continuous regular season, Blabber played amazingly and had a far better performance in comparison to what Inspired had in his performances in the early, middle, and end of the split. So I thought Blabber should have gotten one up on him.
Yeah, I will say though, Inspired gets so much credit for the performance of his teammates. Just because he just wins, in his own words, in lock-in. He just wins. We hear the comms listen-ins. He calls a lot of their plays.
Yes.
But he did have more off games this split than he's had in probably his previous 2 years in the LCS, which is partially why he didn't win first team. Jose got first team for Team Liquid. Very interesting. But also, Emily, you were mentioning the mid-jungle play. I think she's going to be a Blabber defender here.
I teleported.
About C9.
I'm going to be a bit of a Blabber defender, but I'm also going to be a Blabber APA defender. This also could be a curse for C9. The last time I called out how well they worked together, they lost to Lyon. But ignore that, and let's take a look at the map state going into this. Griffin has actually decided to make a play onto these Raptors. The big thing that I want to point out here, two things. One, mid push is fully in favor of APA. And the second thing is that Griffin is 6 because he did end up getting the topside Scuttle Crab. However, Blabber is about to turn 6 off of this Raptor camp. And as we play this through, I just loved these Lee Sin Cassio combos. This is the first one that they pull off, punishing Griffin for his invade. It was a very close one, as you see. APA barely survives, but once they do punish that, they're kind of off to the races. Here, Blabber is going to be setting up for another play. This ward was placed by APA earlier, and it actually caught Griffin out, so they know that he was here and had presumably passed down this way. And then Blabber takes this opportunity to do a really nice wraparound flash kick into Cassio. There's one more here that I just liked where they're playing again with vision around this ward and Blabber sneaking all the way around here to come attack at Raptor camp. And this is just a sick R into Cassio R into, you know, dying. So I really loved the way they used this combo, and I also loved the coordination around, especially the way they both used their ultimates and continuing to punish it.
And the confirmation at the end of that series that APA had about that interaction of kicking any champion into the ulti from Casio is like you're forcing them to look towards that direction. So it's an instant stun. That's actually really cool.
But even with all that, we keep asking the questions of whether or not fans trust C9 to perform in playoffs. And this was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So it's not an updated poll.
Yeah.
But I don't imagine it would change that much. So which do you believe in more, aliens, ghosts, or a C9 title? Generally speaking, aliens.
God.
So Raz, why do you think that is?
What's going on here?
Look, C9, I don't get it. Personally, I don't get it because C9 has only been showing great performances all of these regular seasons.
Okay.
Like, let's just start with the lock-in stage. Because lock-in, you saw dub after dub. They were so close to having a perfect split, much like today. Like, ended up taking Team Liquid down, Lyon down, FlyQuest twice. Sentinels down. And yes, that was that one blot. One spot on the map versus Lyon in the finals. That happens, right?
It happens.
Like it happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Surely it doesn't get worse than that, right?
That's probably the bottom.
Whoa!
Raz, what's going on?
Stop!
I don't feel well.
Got to know! Wait a minute. Oh God, no, wait a minute. I forgot about this. I put this out of my memory. From a near perfect split to just getting swept by Furia 0-2. That was a tough one versus Red Candid's Colunga, but at least we got past them. Sentinels, look, it's always free versus Sentinels. Confidence boost. Damn! Oh, but we blocked, let's move away from this. Let's forget about this. This never happened. It's not a real tournament.
All right.
It's not an international event.
We're good.
It's nothing.
We're good.
It's not a regular season. Let's go back to something positive.
Okay.
Sunny
C9, let's
skies with a little bit of cloudiness. So that was lock-in. That lost. But then it went back to some good stuff all over again. And surely we can take them out when it matters.
With the blackout square matching the Lion square,
That's a lot of W's.
That's a lot of dubs.
W's.
That's a lot of dubs on the board.
Is production trying to tell us that C9 are going to
The color choice is, I'm skeptical.
Raz?
Look, we've been there before.
What's going on?
We've been there before. Lion is a wounded animal this time around. Surely we can take them out when they're the weakest.
We will see, because the winner of this series goes to MSI, and C9 hasn't gone to an international since 2023. What has their record been like when they've had the possibility of going international since that happened? It hasn't been good.
Oh, God.
2024 upper bracket, loss. Finals, lower bracket finals, loss. Loss in the upper bracket, round 2. Loss in lower bracket round 3, loss in the finals, only one team went to MSI, and then loss in lock-in. Win any of these 6 series, and they would have had an international berth. Now here's where our stats team did some incredible work.
Oh no.
Because let's look at Inspired and compare it to Cloud9. 0-6 in series, 5-0 in series. Look how many times he played against Cloud9.
All C9 except
4 out
for
of
the
5.
100 Thieves.
It's always Inspired?
It's Inspired.
It's always Inspired.
It's his fault.
Yeah.
This is disgusting. He must be stopped. And we're blaming the stats team for this because at every moment where there's a critical moment in which Cloud9 has a great map state, there was this moment to J4 LT through
so
mid.
this was almost a year ago. This was 11 months ago.
Yeah, Split
in the
2
Split
last
2
year.
finals. Blabber with Chemtech Soul up and control of the map, forces it engaged. They lose 2. They lose the Drake and the Baron, which sets up a crazy game that turns into an Elder flip when FlyQuest backdoors their Nexus thanks to an Inspired call in comms. This was a true heartbreaker for C9 last year.
Sven was going crazy this series too. It really did feel like this time would be different. It really felt like it would.
Yeah.
Inspired lost his glasses. That's how hyped he was.
But like the rivalry, it feels like for C9 and Inspired type of teams, it needs to end here. We need to find a better day for Cloud9.
I mean, listen, C9 even talked about the series that they had in Lock-In, where this was when the series was kind of decided. Look, that's a Hextech Soul that Cloud9 has. Earlier, Sven died in the team fight. Then they narrowly lose his 4v5. They overforce, Blabber overforces on the back end of this fight to end up dying. And Lyon took that game. They took the series 3-1. They're the ones that ended up going to Brazil for for first stand. It's been rough, which brings us now to the predictions.
All right, so Rez, I'm just going to point out, you spent all of this time defending C9.
Yeah.
You are going Lyon today.
Yeah.
And I spent all this time talking about Inspired being 5-0 series and C9 being 0-6 series, and I'm picking C9 because I actually feel like they've turned a corner. But Emily, you go.
I'll say mine really quick. I actually have Lyon winning the entire split, so I'm just continuing to follow my bracket. But the first time they face, I had C9 winning. Raz, go. Why do you think Lyon are going to win?
All of my predictions have been wrong. I'm banking on that today.
Listen, Raz, I'll very quickly say, I do think Flower's been underrated. I think Thanatos will be the difference maker.
Yeah.
I don't think the gap in mid and bot is as big as the all-pro voting would show, which makes me think C9 will win this one when the pressure's lower than the finals.
There's all this talk, there's all this yap, there's all this expectations. Let's just get to the damn games. Get to the games. Start the show. Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena here for the LCS Spring Split Upper Bracket Finals. It's time to decide who is going to be our first team to earn their spot in the finals at Arizona and earn their place at MSI. First up, you can see them walking down the halls right now. A team that has represented North America on the international stage many times before. For the past few years, they have not made it. Now, yet again, Cloud9 has the chance, the opportunity to earn themselves not only a spot in the finals, but a guaranteed place at MSI and international competition. But to do it, the challenge will not be easy. They're going to have to go up against the Demons that took them down just a split ago back in the lock-in tournament. They're going to have to overcome that difficulty and show they've got what it takes. Those very Demons that took them down, though, are now making their way to the stage. It's Lyon, ready to once again earn themselves a spot on the international stage after they were the ones to upset C9 during lock-in. Remember, that was the undefeated team, but Lyon were the ones who roared to life, managing to take down the favorites, represent North America at the lock-in tournament, and now they are only one series away from earning the opportunity to do that again, alongside getting that chance, that guaranteed opportunity to fight for the trophy for the LCS Spring Split in Arizona just a week from today. You know this squad is here to play. You know they're going to be a fearsome opponent, and I cannot wait to see these two groups go head-to-head, see which one emerges victorious. They've both been top contenders the entire split long. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Azael, here for a best-of-5 that I can only pray to Mark Merrill above goes the full distance.
Honestly, Flowers, I'm right there with you, and we have had some really good games lately, so I hope it definitely delivers. Lock-in finals rematch here on stage. Honestly, Isaac, when you had your interview too, I'm kind of favoring Cloud9 after Isles was, he didn't seem like he was locked in at all. His answers.
He's like, it's upper bracket, it's okay.
Yes, Ben was like, oh, okay, well, I guess, you know, if it doesn't matter to you, then we're going to win, right? Isles got to lock in here because Cloud9, they definitely seem locked in. You know, APA very similar in that they really want to get to internationals. APA was already on Twitter talking about how JoJo's not going to be at internationals and is dodging him, but APA hasn't fully qualified yet either. He's going to have to win this series right now or have to win a couple more later in Arizona to make that happen. So you really got to lock in yourself.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just crazy to think that Cloud9 has not been to an international since 2023. It has been a long time. this was a team that was just a lock to go to basically everything. They were always at Worlds. They were so frequently representing us internationally. It's been a long time. They want to get back there, and now the pressure is on in this series or the next to be able to qualify.
Cloud9 was the last North American team to ever make the World Semifinals all the way back in 2018. Gentlemen, this is a team with an international history here for North America, and they would love to be able to represent once again. But to do that, they got to get through Lyon. So let's go ahead and see what the draft is going to look like here for game number 1. C9 have elected for first pick. Lyon have chosen blue side. Lyon going to ban out the Lee Sin and the Orianna, while C9 take Akali and Varus off the table.
Okay, so they still have some Saint respect here with the Akali as well. Doug Trio, yo, that's us. We're looking good out there.
Nice.
All right. Okay.
Flowers, me and you, we got to get some bald caps. So
I feel like my haircut more naturally lends itself.
I was going to say, we're just going to have to buzz our heads.
Yeah, you guys aren't
You got a much
convincing
more reasonable
big looks.
expectation here.
We're going to commit, though. Flowers is right. We'll both
I
buzz.
appreciate that. You got to commit to
Solidarity, brother.
Zale's cosplay is already
I'm on lock.
ahead of ours.
Mine's on point.
Okay, so they do follow it up with the Cassiopeia band, though. This is something that has been really taking over since the introduction of Deathfire Touch. And so the respect is there. But Cloud9 opt for the really early Nocturne, applying some possible side lane pressure, you know, setting up possible combinations with Nico. Definitely looking for hard engage.
I also really like this because when I think about C9 and where people would say their biggest strength is compared to Lyon, it probably would be Thanatos in the top lane, right? You know, you would be thinking about this potential side lane play, Thanatos maybe being able to get an edge up there. And it makes it really hard for Dokla to do what he did in lock-in playoffs, which is go for, you know, range counter picks and things like that. So if you want to try to counter pick Thanatos, well, now you're going to have to potentially deal with Nocturne, with Senna ult, with all these extra tools that could be there to help Thanatos. So I wonder if that would dissuade Dokla from going for one of these more aggressive counter picks that he really kind of made famous, I felt like, in lock-in.
Yeah, should be really, really interesting as it develops because Cloud9 also, you know, they're getting the Senna here for Sven to be able to scale up, to stack those souls, and then Nautilus, the point and click, more of that dive. So let's see how Lyon are going to round it out. Inspired with the team fight here with the Wukong. Honestly, I'm already thinking about early Annie stuff too, because not Annie pairs well with Wukong, but also because APA has been his by far most played champion this split, and he's had really good games on it. Been able to get really good engages and flanks, and he has been a critical engager as well for C9.
Well, both sides
going
to go ahead
immediately.
Yep. You've got the Annie ban. It's going to be solo lane focus here in the second half of the draft because we do have the bottom lanes and the junglers already selected for both sides. Not really any true opportunity for flexing these first three on either one of the teams. Lucian, Melio, of course, been very powerful recently, so we'll be excited to see if Berserker and Isles can find that early pressure here against the Senna Nautilus during the laning phase. Sylas going to be banned out here from C9. They do not want to allow that to be piloted by Lyon, steal away some of these valuable ultimates.
Yeah, honestly, okay, so what is that opening up then? Because like their support and their jungle are both build, and usually when I think of Sylas bans, you're protecting against like if we have an Alistar or a Shyvana, you know, stuff
you
like
don't
that.
Want him, or Malphite.
Or Malphite, or like Gnar. You know, these types of things are what you're usually thinking about. So maybe it's something for mid lane as well for APA.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Gnar's going to get banned out here.
And the Gnar. Okay.
Yeah, that's going to get taken away. I mean, I also just think Saint is quite a good Sylas player in general. You know, he is a very good melee mid laner. You know, can utilize that really, really effectively. I do think that's one of the biggest differences in play style, you know, across the board here is in mid lane, is that APA is much more on the kind of like caster side, and he's not going to play melees, right? Whereas Saint is, so I feel like they're maybe just kind of targeting for that reason to be able to deny that. TF, it's also an answer that people like into that sometimes, to be able to just kind of steal the ult and follow and roam. So maybe they would be looking for kind of more of a global play, which I feel like is kind of the APA style. You know, he is very much a facilitator on this team, and it is going to be Rise for Saint. So He's going to have the ability to play those side lanes if he wants, and they're saving last pick for Dokla, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, that was kind of the Lyon recipe against some of these top teams when you think back to Lock-In, was Dokla bringing out all these range counter picks.
Yeah, especially if you're going against the first team All-Pro Thanatos too, and Thanatos is going to have to blind, and so he blinds the tankier, just the Scion.
Do you think we get a Vayne? That's kind of my question here, is because, you know, Vayne is up. Vayne is something that Dokla would like to go towards sometimes against these tanks. Of course, Varus is banned, so that's not going to be an option. Or do they just come out and play standard?
Oh, we got the trademark APA Ziggs locked in for the mid lane up against Saints Rise.
So part of the reason I think the Vayne is a little too dangerous to go for Dokla is because of the early Nocturne. That's why I definitely agree with you as far as the liking Cloud9 go for Nocturne early, because it does take away from some of the counter picks. Since C9 know Thanatos is probably going to have to blind pick this time around, it takes away some of the real threat from the more risky counter picks.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and press my X to doubt right here, gentlemen, because I feel like every time we see Renekton versus Scion in the LCS, it's the Scion coming out on top in most of these games.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, to me, this just shows that Lyon just feel like they're just going to beat them, right? Straight up, because they're not going for anything creative. They're not going for anything, kind of counter picky really up there on the top side. There are a lot of shields to break, with the Renekton, obviously the Scion shield, the Senna shields, the Nocturne, the Nautilus shields. There's a lot of different shields that you can actually pop with the Empowered W. So there is that for Dokla, but clearly they're feeling confident that they can just play standard and look to attack this C9 composition, which I will say is very low on consistent damage, right? You send in the Nocturne, you throw out the Ziggs ult, you have all of those tools, but Senna and Ziggs are not the highest DPS champs. And what this Lyon comp does have is a lot of threat and also some really good peel with Emilio to absorb that initial engage, that initial dive that's going to come out. So maybe their thought process is, hey, we just need multiple threats. We attack the Senna and the Ziggs from multiple angles, keep the pressure on them, and Berserker can kind of deal with the rest with the help of Emilio.
Yeah, it is going to be really interesting because there is a difference in range as well. And Lyon, their main engage here is basically Wukong, is basically inspired, getting a flank or, getting, a good angle to find the main engage. Maybe even like a Rise Realm Morph into some angle. But they do have, if Senna can scale, and Ziggs range as well for some poke damage. So it'll be very interesting to see if Lyon's bottom lane can, find something here. Oh my goodness, the all chat is going crazy already in game number 1.
Yeah, Satan already told APA to shut up 1 second in. It says 4 bans for me. Inspired's like, you are God. And then we'll probably scroll because Satan immediately after this told APA to shut up.
And remember, if you've been following the LCS this split, we've done a lot.
The Lions comms.
Yeah, we've done a lot of Lions comms listening, and they very frequently use that term. And they've talked about it's not disrespectful. It kind of means be quiet. No offense intended.
Yeah, just banter.
Maybe a little bit.
Just a little.
In this case, maybe to
a little bit of back and forth here. But ahead of this game, Cloud9 was getting their communication streamlined for the series, as we did see their heel have to get popped bottom lane. Let's listen in.
We sound similar, Blubber. Yeah, we do. Let's try to not confuse our team. We should sign off every com we say.
I'll just be way louder than you, so I think they'll be fine.
I'm going mid. This is Vulcan.
What's that, Blubber?
If it's passive aggressive, it's me. If it's wrong, it's Blubber.
No flash. Get flash.
If it's passive aggressive, it's me. If it's wrong, it's Blabber. That is a crazy quote.
That's one way to do it.
Back to the game, though. This bottom lane is what we had a big magnifying glass on. It was Berserker and Oz. What can they do with this Lucian Emilio lane? How much of an advantage can they get? And can Lyon use that to try and get a foothold in this game? But I wanted to bring this back up. Remember Lock-In Finals, the most important match that they actually played, also had a bunch of all chat where there's some history here with Saint and especially APA. as we do have the invade, and they are using the pushing bottom lane to steal away blue buff here for Inspired. So let's get to the action.
Yeah, let's see if we have something else to type about here immediately as Lyon is ready to try to contest this. Isle's going to soak some of the damage here at the very start, but Blabber is the lowest. First blood already back over to Lyon as Berserker cashing in with 2 bullets straight to Blabber's heart.
Blabber wanted to go get his passive auto for the AoE as he walks right into them, but he does not flash out. It does not get them a good setup for this fight at all. Playing off the bottom lane that had been pushed in and isn't going to have the fighting capability. That is a terrible start for C9 for Blabber.
It felt like he got really confident because Vulcan is over there in the brush. They obviously know this is happening. Blabber is being very careful. He walks the long way around. And, you know, when they move up to actually back him up here, it seems like Sven and Vulcan have a very different read on the situation than him. You know, Vulcan does get this initial hook down, and they're like, okay, maybe we can fight. And Blabber just goes in, but look at the rest of the bot lane. Vulcan and Sven want to back off, but Blabber's going right into the middle of all 3. They all focus him down, and he just gives over a freebie.
I mean, yeah, it's early Senna with very little mana left as well, though. So I kind of side with the bottom lane's opinion on that one. And I guess, you know, Vulcan said if it's wrong, it's Blabber. Blabber's gone. So.
Well, and this is the head-to-head all-time 7-1 in best of 5. This is not the game score. Blabber individually has been pretty good in those games, you know, as far as the stats are concerned, but Inspired always seems to have his number, always seems to win in those big moments, take the game 5s, take those big plays.
It's the clutch factor, right? It's the fact that Inspired has been the one, like the desk was talking about before we got to the series. You look at Lion's victories, so many of them, what is the emblem on the other side of the head-to-head? It's Cloud9 that he took down. So C9 has got to find an answer for this guy, but so far, it's Lyon with a nice early lead.
And I will say, a lot of the time, when people are talking about these two teams, the thing that they're going to point towards for C9 as an advantage is top lane, right? Is Thanatos. But Thanatos is playing the more supportive style champion. Doesn't mean he can't be a big impact on this game. And as you see, he's already up a few CS. He's pushing in Dokla pretty heavily. So if this Sion can win the 1v1, become that brick wall, you can create a lot of space for the Ziggs, for the Senna. And that is the way you make a difference in a game like this. And it's also worth mentioning, he's 9-0 on Sion in his career.
Whew. That is a crazy stat.
Not bad.
Undefeated. This would make it 10 in a row if Thanatos can lock in.
All right, so both bottom laners thinking about bottom half of the map plays here, but Blabber walked over the ward, and so they know he's doing Gromp. And really, just as long as Lyon are cautious here, and they're going to wrap around to the Tri-Brush ward as well. Looks pretty free for them, because Blabber got set pretty far behind by that invade and dying off, so Wukong's going to get to level 6. Much earlier than Blabber, and you're going to have such a big advantage. Wukong with level 6 before Nocturne gets level 6, pretty substantially, as you can see from the experience bars there, the purple one in the middle. So they're going to have a lot of priority wherever Inspired goes, and he does have flash too for when he hits 6, but Isles is in trouble!
Yeah, Isles about to drop down here in the bottom lane. The cozy campfire plus the heal keeps him alive as Berserker arrives to guarantee that C9 can't finish the job.
Yeah, it was a little bit risky. He was trying to hold that wave for Berserker. At the end of the day, he does keep his flash, loses the heal. And this is Emily's match of the week. Who has had the better record of matches of the week, Raz or Emily?
When it comes to these things, I'm always going to vote Emily over Raz.
Honestly, though, Raz's picks, even though he picked second, have actually been hitting, kind of. They've been entertaining, you know?
I just got to give Raz
like
grief.
Raz.
Yeah, Raz goes entertainment factor.
Yeah. That's respectable.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you gotta have somebody willing to stoke the flames here a little bit.
Yeah, and dress up like a clown and sometimes act like a clown.
The nose honk for good luck was something that only Raz could conjure up, truly.
But, you know, it's for a good reason that Emily picks this for her match of the week. We have a lot of All-Pros in this series. In fact, first-team All-Pros go pretty hard. And as Azale is highlighting, it's our #1 seed versus our #2 seed. So going with a lot of the top of the standing stats.
Yeah, and I mean, we got a lot of history between these two teams. You know, you think back in Lock-In, C9 won the best of 3, then Lyon won the best of 5. Then to start this split, we had C9 winning the best of 3 against Lyon again, and now they are here in a really important match where C9 has an opportunity with a series win to go to an international for the first time as an organization since 2023. So yes, whoever loses here will still have a chance, and they will still go to Arizona, but this is your chance to punch your ticket to an international and to be waiting in the grand finals right here, right now.
It's a big deal, and right now you can see Inspired is back, looking to invade this bottom side enemy jungle yet again. Here on the second blue buff spawn, Blabber, Vulcan, and Sven all ready to defend. APA right next to him, throws a bouncing bomb through, doesn't really get a whole lot. Paranoia gonna go ahead, get dropped. However, C9's immediately ready to punish. Flash back away from Saint, trying to keep himself alive. Lyon managed to get everybody away for now. Inspired's also got to be a little bit careful. Lyon on the worst of the health bar trade, so they're gonna go ahead and exit.
Whew, okay, so Lyon did get the blue, but it cost Saint both summoner spells and the realm warp because he went pretty deep there, trying to go for the zone. Their call was, hey, we can make a pincer. He did get Blabber's Flash, so it's not like it was an unanswered couple of summoner spells that were used, and now APA under attack.
Yeah, APA takes the satchel, but he bounces back towards the enemy turret. Inspired, ready to flash after him. Goes ahead, right back in there from another crushing blow. APA caught up in the Rune Prison, and Inspired picks up the kill.
And Inspired did not use his flash or the Cyclone in that fight over by the blue buff. Had it for that play, is able to get a kill on APA and forces Flash, which is just that insult to injury. Was trying to take a risky path out of there, trying to kind of move forward. Maybe he had thought Saint went back to base, and then he could kind of walk his way out that way, but at the end of the day, does get punished, loses the flash, dies, and Inspired rewarded for holding onto those cooldowns.
Yeah, really good wraparound there from Inspired. And if you're a mid laner, just like used ult and double summoner spells so you could get blue buff, and then you pay him back like that, he's going to be real happy.
That's a good payback. I like that type of transaction, my friends, as Inspired is now going to go ahead and secure these grubs as well. First Drake already went to Lyon back just 20 seconds after it spawned, and now the grubs are also going their way, all three of them here, so nice neutral objective control by Lyon here in the early game.
I will say, though, C9's bot lane doing a pretty darn good job. Yes, Berserker did pick up a kill, was able to get that kill earlier onto Blabber, and so he is a little bit ahead in gold as a result, but they are dead even in farm. Sven has already gotten almost 30 souls. They're pushing in this wave. They have gotten one plate already. They're going to deny some minions, so the Senna Nautilus, who you are expecting to be a bit on the back foot in this matchup early on, are doing quite well and are scaling, and that is so important when you basically are this two-threat team here with the Ziggs and the Senna as your big damage dealers. They have to have a good lane, and I think they are.
Yeah, the tanky strats for the Sennas now with the steel caps and the helm, and just focus on your scaling and stacking up your souls. See about the remainder here, because the Blabber ultimate is back up, Nocturne ultimate available, and you can see him walking around with Vulcan. The Nautilus here, once you have Nautilus point and click, definitely is a very quick combo to be able to pull off if they can trap anyone through this river, because APA from mid lane, the Ziggs can always add that big damage onto the Nautilus CC.
Yeah, and look at the bottom side river control by C9 right now as this second Drake is spawning. Look at the amount of wards that they have placed around here. Control wards everywhere. They've got the ward over the wall here, just over that terrain near mid lane. And now Blabber's going to take the blast cone over. Bottom lane's already pushed out. C9 is focused on this Drake, and it's Sven and Vulcan rotating over, starting this one up alongside Blabber. APA also nearby. Control ward right there in the middle of the river. Vulcan goes in here with the dredge line, immediately Mega Inferno Bomb over the top, and Inspired is shut down. C9 have already found themselves a kill on the enemy jungler, and that will earn them the objective.
That is your first team All-Pro support right there. Vulcan with the snipe from the brush flowers. He sets it up, and that Nautilus CC into the Ziggs damage. Exactly what you're talking about. He annihilates the Trinity Force Wukong. Inspired had just gotten his big power spike here with the Trinity Force, but Vulcan right out of the brush.
And this is actually a tag team play. We're not going to see it. APA had warded over the wall and forced his clone earlier. That is why he has the confidence to flash in for there. You see that little ward spot right here. That was just cleared out. APA had warded over, had forced the clone. They knew he had no flash because of the mid gank. So Vulcan says, when you walk in this brush, you got no clone, you got no flash, no way to dodge this, and full sends it.
And you can tell Jack in the audience there, he really wants C9 to get back to an international. And he's liking what he's seeing in game number 1 there. Really good snap play from Cloud9. All ultimates used as well for the play.
And speaking of all, we're talking about all pro here. The first team, 4 out of 5 players represented here in this match. Saint and Berserker, first team all pro AD carry and mid laner here for Lyon. First team all pro support and top laner for C9.
And a lot of these guys, you know, especially on the C9 side, the Thanatos votes and the Vulcan votes were very heavily towards them. They got a lot of points. I voted for both of them. You know, Berserker to me as well was the clear #1. So a lot of these guys who are on first team, it's not even like they were barely on first team. They were definitely deserving.
Their first team, they would be second team also if they could be. They'd occupy a couple of slots.
On a bad day, they're also third.
Yeah, I was one to double vote a couple of times. I didn't. I have integrity. But now C9 is looking to make a move here on the top side while Inspired yet again invades the bottom enemy jungle. Vulcan and APA gonna go ahead, get this wave cleared out, and wow.
They think his recall finished. Dokla with so much patience there. They're like, wait a second.
That is a sneaky crocodile staying here for this long. And look at Saint's positioning here on the rise. He is also moving up towards this lane. Dokla might stick around long enough to truly be the ruthless predator that his W ability describes. The minion wave is going to give him the opportunity to recast the slice and dice, and there it is. Ruthless predator sets it up. Saint's about to knock it down. Beware the patience of a top laner ignored, as now they find their move. And Saint gets away from the counterattack paranoia as well. Goodness gracious, how audacious. Dokla gets it done.
Oh my God, Dokla! The sickest play sometimes is doing absolutely nothing. He just waits in the brush. 007 up there hiding out, and surprise popping out here onto APA. For a second, it looked like they were going to be able to get a counter kill with all this damage that was dumped down, but look at the timing on the Realm Warp.
Yeah, this is crazy. Now you see me, now you don't. Disappears before the fear tether goes off, by the way. That would interrupt it. That would also mean death. So split seconds there, making the difference. And Dokla then got right back down to the bottom lane, because that was going to be the price of these like long staying plays where you're patient and you're staying away in the bush. But can you get back down to the other side of the map, back down to the minion wave? And so Dokla right back down to the other side. And it is Lyon increasing the gold lead to over 1.5K now.
And I just love how not only was Dokla smart enough to stay in the brush and realize, okay, they actually check the forward brushes, they think I've finished my recall. Then he doesn't just take a recall there, he realizes, you know what, Saint is moving up, we can actually find a play here, and is able to turn that escape into an aggressive play, which turns into another escape as Saint gets out. You know, those are the kind of plays that people really credit him for.
Now, Thanatos trying to go in, find a counterattack here onto Dokla. Blabber's ready to fly in with a paranoia, and C9 finds revenge. They knew that Dokla had already spent everything using the dominance to trade aggressively against Thanatos, and as soon as it wears away, Thanatos has Blabber in the back pocket, ready to strike back.
Yeah, clap back there from Cloud9. Actually doesn't take very long at all. We're still singing the praises of Dokla as he dies. So C9, first turret bonus is really nice too for them to be able to get. Blabber and Thanatos, nice combination.
Yeah, that's a pretty big kill there. They get the shutdown. Blabber gets some much needed gold here, and this is what I was touching on earlier. Thanatos undefeated on the pick.
Whew. This man has some impressive numbers for sure. And I mean, 0-0-1, it's not the most impressive, but honestly, I've got nothing to complain about.
Yeah, and on it right there too, he trades flashes with the Wukong, and he had Unending Despair, walks it off, gets out after they've gotten their objective completed already.
Okay, Vulcan finds a dredge line there on a Berserker, but now Lyon is ready to return fire. Vulcan and Sven backing themselves away. Piercing Light nicely tags both health bars there on the end of the trade, guaranteeing a victory for Lyon back and forth with the HB as another dredge line coming in from Vulcan. Mega Inferno Bomb collides with Isles, but it doesn't honestly do a whole ton of damage the entire time. Inspired was already taking the Drake, so that one's going to be secured for the Lyon side. As Thanatos and Blabber can't really get anything here. Dokla reinforcing means that C9 can't do a whole lot. Now Lyon ready for the counterattack, coming in with a Realm Warp. It's APA the target. Immediately depth charge down onto Inspired. Has to back himself away. Flash over the wall from APA, keeping himself safe. Both sides committing some resources here. Neither side losing a man.
Yeah, they turned everything on APA there, and it ends up one flash for one flash. But they already secured the dragon, as you say, for Lyon.
Nicely done there by Lyon, being able to sneak that away. And it felt like, Vulcan with that hook into the Mega Inferno Bomb, they were just looking for some chip to try to set up for the dragon, but Inspired had kind of preempted the play, was already on the objective, already taking it down, and does grab themselves that second dragon here. Infernal Soul going to be really good, honestly, for either team, so I think this is going to be very heavily contested over the next 10 minutes or so.
I hope so. I love heavily contested objectives, my friends. It shows who's really got that planning. And I feel like when we're talking about planning, when we're talking about macro moves, the Inspired X factor is more prevalent than ever. The amount of shot calling this guy does on the team, I feel like is greater than any other individual player in the league by leaps and bounds.
And I think the next few minutes are going to be really telling for this game because you just got your 2-item power spike for Berserker here. Whereas, Sven is still building pieces on the Senna. And can you take advantage of this big Lucian power spike at the moment? In mid lane, you're trying to get chunk damage, you're trying to get priority here. But Sven with his static shiv is doing just fine. Deletes the wave, and he doesn't even require the presence of Vulcan right now, which is huge because it allows Nautilus some roam timers, even though there's nothing to get on the top side at the moment. Doing a very good job there for Sven, as long as he can plant himself and deal with the minion wave, not allow the Lucian to get any priority here.
Yeah.
And he's doing his job.
Yeah, I mean, he's set up very defensively, obviously, with the steel caps and with the Doran's helm. He just wants to farm souls, and they are looking for Thanatos here.
Yeah, Dokla going and committing the flash to get in front of the Scion ultimate so Thanatos cannot immediately escape. Now with the Dawning Shadow coming through, Thanatos staying alive a little bit longer, and Lyon can't get what they came for. C9 now nearly has the kill onto Inspired as Blabber makes his way into the fight. The paranoia is the recipe for success. However, it's turned into a 1-for-1 trade as Dokla gets one back. Meanwhile, up here on the top side, Saint versus APA. Well, coming in. Saint tries to juke it out a little bit. APA getting away for now. Does survive, gets a little scrappy up here in the top lane, and bottom side trades 1-for-1.
Yeah, honestly, this game is an absolute banger. What an opener to this series, going blow for blow, play for play at the moment.
Yeah, that was actually really close on that bot side. Thanatos is trying to bait them. You can see Blabber wanted to hold his ult until they're fully committed under the tower to be able to utilize that in the 2v2. They had Sven with the Senna ult. That was going to be able to build them some time, and they are able to get a kill, but Lyon played that very well. They didn't just go full retreat. They were still hitting Blabber the entire time that he's chasing after them, so they're able to focus down Blabber and make that, 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
Good moves.
Berserker doing a lot of damage there to Sven, weaving those spells back and forth with the passive. Takes a nice chunk out of the Senna HP, but here's another look at what happened to the bottom lane.
And you can see Blabber's already there. He could ult in at any time, but he realizes Thanatos isn't going to actually just get burst down. Let's wait. Get Sven in position, Senna shield, W gets popped, the Soul Furnace there from Thanatos. That gives him that big injection of shields, and then Blabber comes in, lands the Fear, is able to train down Inspired. But notice Dokla is not just running. Dokla is fighting and looking to get that kill, turn that into a 1v1. A 1-4-1, excuse me, as Blabber comes down.
I didn't need to die, but it's still good. It's not bad, yeah.
There's no ghost.
Flash though.
Okay, Blabber recognizing maybe there was a more effective way to play it, get out without having to trade, but still happy with the overall result. And honestly, this game is super close. Only a couple hundred gold separating the teams, as Inspired is certainly driving the Herald somewhere. Okay.
This is a risky spot.
Oh,
ran out of gas.
The brakes, it loses all the gas right before it hits the target. Lyon, not quite what they wanted there from the Herald.
Yeah, I kind of want to see why he jumped in where he did. I didn't actually catch the very beginning of that play. We saw C9 moving up to look for something a little bit aggressive, maybe threaten an invade, but the Herald only has so much duration, and the charge expires right before crashing in, so he has to use the clone, the Cyclone to get out. At the very least, he did not die, and it was the Paranoia traded from Blabber. So, honestly, not that big of a deal for Lyon.
Yeah, no flash spin, right? It's not like you've lost your big summoner spell engage for the upcoming potential fight. If Lyon gets this Drake, they're on soul point, which becomes then very threatening
Thanatos.
for C9, as Thanatos might find himself in a compromised position. He is a Scion. He's still very tanky with the 2 fully completed items, and he will just be able to walk this one away.
I retract my
That's a Scion. It's not a concern. C9 happy to regroup with their top laner. Everybody's hanging around this Drake right now, though, as the Realm Warp is about to come in. Inspired goes over the wall while Dokla goes in with the Realm Warp, but he's caught over the wall. He's all alone, instantly loses 75% HP. Lyon still looking to contest the Drake, but they got to be careful. Their top laner is very injured. Vulcan goes in with the dredge line. He finds the back line, but Melio escapes for now. Isle's still alive, Vulcan very low, but Saint's the first to die. Traded away for Vulcan now. Inspired's in the middle of everybody trying to get away here with the clone. He does steal away the Infernal Drake, but Inspired falls. It's a 2-for-1 favoring C9, but Lyon take the objective and go to Soul Point.
Exactly. The fact that Inspired is able to pull the rabbit out of the hat there in the middle of all of the Cloud9 members, steals the dragon. They were trying to stop damage on the dragon and focus him down, but he says you cannot. He is using the ult, he is getting it low, and then clones backwards, kind of jukes him out, is able to finish it off with that Q smite and move them to Soul Point, which is so big for Lyon.
Yeah, it's clutch plays because he also kills Vulcan. When Vulcan goes for this initiation, he's looking for Berserker. This hook actually ends up hitting Isles after this initiation. So this beginning was good poke damage for them onto the Renekton, and then they get the wraparound. And here's where Vulcan is going to go for his hook onto Berserker, but it ends up hitting Isles when Berserker dashes away. Then as Vulcan gets low, he retreats down to Inspired, and Inspired is going to be able to not only finish off him, but then also get the smite on the dragon as all of Cloud9 are trying to kill him. Clones back to the side, finishes it off, and clutches.
Hey, good job, guys. Take a deep breath, though.
They stood, yeah, they stood.
Don't read those lips.
Cloud9
Don't read those lips.
Watching from home right now just had the same expression.
He said, nice try, team.
Yeah.
As the
He wanted the dragon, but the kills are good too.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's a 2-for-1. It's a 2-for-1. 2's the bigger number. You're having a great time.
They got 2 kills. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Now, you just don't look at the dragon count because that number's a little bit more concerning.
Ignore everything else.
Yeah, here for the next 3.5 minutes, C9 can plan how they're going to address the next Drake, because that's when trouble rears its head. Mega Inferno Bomb flies out. Isles and Berserker staying plenty healthy thanks to the cozy campfire, but it's C9 continuing to push towards the mid lane tier 1 turret. Remember, APA on the Ziggs means the Satchel offers incredible pushing opportunities.
And you can see that whole time, they were confident to just keep Dokla split pushing with no teleport. They don't care. Yeah, he can finish off the bottom side tower, and they're trying to just hold here and try and hold off this Cloud9 onslaught. But again, the range that we talked about earlier with the Ziggs and the Senna starting to show a bit here with some of the siege mechanics.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is going to get harder and harder as these C9 members do scale up. You know, Sven, as he's getting more and more souls, APA as he's getting more and more items. That poke is really dangerous, but the engage is pretty explosive here with the combo of Realm Warp, of Cyclone, of Renekton coming in. You can Realm Warp multiple or even just one of them into that back line and try to look for these pincer plays here. And they're very strong in the side lanes as well with the Rise, because Saint is completely keeping up in gold with APA.
So I have to ask you guys, because we've got a very close game state in terms of gold. Obviously, the Drakes favor Lyon, but we look at the scaling on the side of C9. You have the Senna, you have the Scion. They both scale infinitely. APA Ziggs is a monster. Does this next Drake define the game, or is it bigger than that?
I think it does if Lyon gets it. I think that you don't outscale them enough that you can just ignore an Infernal Soul, especially with such a high damage comp. So to me, if C9 do stall out, you know, get the next couple dragons, then they really are going to start to outscale. But at this point, it's so close, and one dragon gets them Infernal Soul, and I think leapfrogs Lyon ahead.
Right, a little bit of playground games, a little bit of leapfrog. You do not want to be the lily pad, you want to be the frog.
Yeah.
That's the name of the game. Okay, 90 seconds until that dragon spawns as C9 are early to what is going to be, I'm sure, the scene of the crime later, one way or the other, setting up vision around this battlefield.
And it's always incredibly important too, whenever you're getting to the soul, you're usually getting the third items for junglers. So Guardian Angel completion does look like Flabber is a bit further, ahead than Inspired. Overall, he is ahead a marginal amount of gold. But if you can actually get to that completion,
that's huge. That
is everything for a Dragon Soul fight, because both these junglers are full send junglers.
They go in.
Exactly. Either Nocturne or Wukong being able to be the point man for the play.
And Berserker did go for, kind of the cheaper item completion. He has a faster 3, he has a Black Cleaver, didn't go straight to the IE, so he's not going to have an IE for sure. But if Sven can get to an Infinity Edge, that would be really, really big. He still needs quite a bit of gold, so he's not going to be able to get there. So we'll just be on these components. Berserker is going to be stronger for this fight.
All right, 25 seconds as AD carries will fight one another over the wave. Not really one another, but one another's minions as those get cleared out, and it's still C9 Vision controlling the Dragon Pit.
And remember, too, that Lion have the option. They don't actually have to do Dragon. They did push on top side, and they have cleared out the Vision around Baron, but looks like Saint's coming down for possible Realm War play, so everybody going towards the Dragon fight.
Yeah, it's like you said. I mean, they don't have to. If it looks bad, they can back off. But at the same time, that's buying more time for Sion and Senna, which is a big risk itself. So I think they want to fight if they can.
Inspired trying to step up here, but he walks over a ward. C9 has placed down in the brush. Vulcan eats a Ultra Mega Fire Kick there as C9 regroup back in the river before taking any poke.
So Blabber hasn't back to complete his Guardian Angel, but Inspired has. So will we see the Wukong full send use the extra life right now? Blabber's trying to recall, and he is Nocturne, so he can join from a far distance, and he's not on Vision. So Lion do not know that he's just gone to go complete his GA, and I think C9 are going to get away with it.
Yep, Blabber also only level 15, critically halfway there to that level 16 point where you have the massively increased range on Paranoia, so a little bit more limited engage opportunity, but he has rejoined with the rest of the team now. Guardian Angel up and ready to go for both of our junglers. 3 full items for both of them. 3 full items on Berserker, as mentioned earlier. No Infinity Edge for Sven. C9 going to go ahead, start up the Dragon right now, but no sort of commitment, as the Dragon is allowed to be pulled outside of the pit here just a little bit. Inspired and Dokla looking for the opportunity to make some sort of a flank play. Dokla behind enemy lines, not seen yet. The Dragon down to 2,000 HP. Inspired going in, looking to spike this thing away, as now we've got a whole lot of damage into the back line. Sven's under pressure, but he stays alive for now. Inspired and Dokla backing away. Saint trying to draw some fire here on the left side of the fight, has to flash away. The Dragon still at about 5,000 health, as Lyon continuing to try to look for the Infernal Soul that created space, but C9's got the edge. Beautiful dredge line coming in from Vulcan. Knocks Inspired down into the Guardian Angel, but Blabber's got to be careful now too. Inspired getting away from decimating smash as the culling flies out. Sven and Blabber both barely hanging on. Dokla going into the back line. Can't find the damage. But Berserker goes over the wall. Berserker wants everybody, but he won't be able to find it here just yet. Blabber still hanging on just barely, but he stays alive. Inspired wants the Drake. A little bit more damage might secure it. Infernal Soul over to Lyon. C9 still fighting. Snake getting himself away for now, firing right back. Blabber stays alive, 200 HP. Lyon, Isles, and Saint still looking for a little bit more, going after Thanatos. The immunity of the unstoppable onslaught gets him away. Good Lord, man!
That was a crazy team fight. Berserker as well as Saint coming from opposite sides. Pincer attack in the pit there. They're able to knock down Sven, they're able to knock down APA, and they pop the GA from Blabber. And while he's in GA, Inspired finishes the Dragon, takes the soul.
Smite in 8, smite in 5. Wait,
okay.
Ziggs flashed
I just
already.
use Wilson slow. I'm stay here though.
Careful, Nautilus hook from this.
Yeah. I can
I
see
have
them.
GA, I have GA.
Look here.
Ziggs no flash,
They're
Ziggs
gonna
no
try and finish
flash.
right now.
Okay.
What's Senna?
I have no ult
Okay,
now.
look Senna.
Ziggs no flash in the
Okay,
pit.
I'll try to get 6.
I'm looking Jigs. They are stuck in the pit. They are stuck.
Coming to you.
Kill Luke.
I have no ult
Okay,
now.
Kill the Nocturne, I will get the Dragon.
Hit the Drake.
They don't have damage.
Nautilus.
They don't have damage.
Oh,
You guys can win.
You guys can win, I think. No, Nocturne's lose.
Keep going.
Sion has no mana.
I mean,
They don't have damage.
Nautilus, no flash.
No flash Sion, no ult Sion.
That was
Whoa,
so well.
hold up, we're already back live. Blabber goes in, and Berserker's already immediately dead. That's 2 picks for free. Going over to the C9 side. Lion trying to get something back. Blabber has already died. Dokla's into the back line. A massive flank coming in from Big Dokes. Sven falls down, and Inspired is not done yet. Vulcan and APA try to run, but Lion's not done. Dokla needs a little bit more distance. Can't quite find it. He gets the slice. He gets Ruthless Predator. He gets Vulcan. Thanatos trying to return a little bit of something here. And together with APA, they have the damage. As soon as we're out of the replay, it's a 3-for-3 bloodbath in the mid lane.
Yeah, the fighting continues. APA damage there. Barely clutches it for C9 as they're kiting back. His bomb's not going to be able to find anything on Inspired, but still trying to do so. What an insane Dragon fight, by the way. The call when Berserker flashes in the back of the Dragon pit. Anyways, back to live, or excuse me, back to when we got back to live out of the replay. As he said, the action continuing, and they just used everything. Nautilus ult, plus the Nocturne ultimate, plus the Ziggs ult to delete Berserker, but then still Lion had the counter.
And how about Dokla here? Basically solo kills Sven in the back of that fight. Otherwise, that would have been a C9 fight for sure. They got a double kill on the bot lane instantly to start. Lyon 3v5 that, and thanks to Dokla getting back there and killing off the Senna so quickly, they're able to make that an even trade.
This is some good League of Legends. I like these fights, Flowers.
This is fun, man.
It is getting scrappy down there. The one for the Infernal Soul just has so big of rewards here. The extra damage already was on display in the previous fight. And that previous fight we just saw was with C9 instantly deleting the Lucian at the very beginning of the fight. So let's see what it looks like here as Cloud9 getting vision around the Baron.
Yeah, Saint now going to be the victim of the C9 wombo combo. Seeker's arm guard buys him only a moment, but that moment ends in a shutdown with kill credit going over to APA. C9 starting up the Baron.
Yeah, they just start the Baron with Senna. You can stay so healthy on this, so Lyon will have to respond.
Okay, Lyon with the 4v5. Culling finding a ton of damage here to APA. Thanatos ready to charge in, unstoppable onslaught. Clone used from Inspired. Nice placement on that one. Guarantees no efficacy for the Scion. Dokla still on the backside of the pit. Lyon successfully stopping C9 from grabbing the Baron. APA goes ahead and takes a recall.
Yeah, he gets his recall off. I was wondering if there's going to be a more aggressive teleport back into it with the 4v5 still in place, but they're going to call it at that. He just is safe teleport back to the team and they reset up, but now there's only 17 seconds left on this Rise, who will have Realm Warp, though no teleport to get there.
All right, the Rise 10 seconds away. Lyon still just trying to slow C9 down enough. Blabber continuing to DPS the Baron, but very slowly. Got it down to about 7,000 HP. Blabber going over the wall now here with the Paranoia, turning their attention over back onto Dokla. They're going to kill the enemy top laner. Dokla falls, but the Baron stays alive. Now, with Saint back on the field, again, C9 will not be able to claim the Baron, but that's another kill they get onto Lyon. C9 now up 3,000 gold.
Yeah, they do get a couple kills here, but they realize, all right, Saint's back. This would be way too risky against this Rise at this point in the game to go straight back into that Baron pit. So it's going to be a play likely for the Elder here now in a minute. And we talked a lot about C9 scaling. Obviously, the Soul really still giving the advantage to Lyon, but we are plus 100 stacks here for Sven. We're at 1,600 plus health here from the Soul Furnace for Thanatos, who is going to be a brick wall. And Blabber has opened up a 2,000 gold lead plus the Serpent's Fang to deal with some of these shields that they have over on the Lion side.
And we're seeing the Cloud9 frontline be incredibly effective even when their opponents have this Infernal Soul. In the previous wraparound Baron, Vulcan is marking the flank there, so he finds Dokla. They know Lyon, if they don't have Dokla flank and Inspired as the main engage, as long as they can mark those players, then they still should be able to keep Sven safe and still should be able to have a good setup for themselves. Not to mention the potency of these picks. Like when they full send all of the ultimates on Cloud9, if you are isolated, you are dead.
Yeah, it is terrifying. You know, you got to have Isles around. It feels like have any hope of actually surviving that. Berserker does have his IE. Sven decided to go for the Hex Optics before the IE, so he's still working on his Infinity Edge. Is sitting on enough gold for the BF sword, but not enough for the combined just yet. And is not going to have time, very likely, if this Elder fight just kicks off right away.
Vulcan with a dredge line coming out of the barrage. Dokla is found, flashes back over the wall, escapes Mega Inferno Bomb, but losing the Summoner spell plus the Dominus is a large loss of teamfight power here for the Crocodile. Lyon still looking at the Elder. C9 hanging around the area. They've got everything except those two ultis, but those have been huge in the C9 playmaking so far. Let's see if Lyon can find an angle here. Looking around in the enemy jungle. Exactly. Inspired, using the sweeper. Checking to see if he can make his way forward. Dokla now ready to join back in the fight. He has the shield from the teleport, but he does not have Dominus still. Remember that. Lyon still hanging around. Dragon still at 75% HP. Thanatos here on the front line, trying to get in the way of anything Lyon tries to do. Elder Dragon down to about half health now. Inspired trading with Thanatos. Dokla seen on the left side of the fight as Saint drops the Realm Warp, but nobody's going to go in. Instead, Inspired in the middle of everybody here with the Cyclone, but a lot of damage arrives onto Saint. Oh no, he locks up Blabber as he goes over the wall. C9 trying to find their way to the injured Lion health bars. Blabber's about to die. It's Resurrection coming out for both junglers as APA falls. Berserker kiting back into the pit, but Thanatos is way too strong. Saint's going to be killed off here next. Dokla trying to go after Sven, nearly finds him, but he can't quite get it done. Vulcan doing a great job healing. Thanatos is invincible. They can't get through the Scion, but the Dragon is about to die. The Elder Dragon goes over to Inspired as Dokla Isles and Inspired continue trying to fight. Thanatos wants his escape. He's a very tanky Scion, but where in the hell is he supposed to go?
He's going to have to wait for the ultimate and try to drive out of here if he can keep the space. It's up in 2 seconds. He'll be looking for that escape ulti and should be able to get it, but Inspired again gets the objective as they were able to focus down Blabber after his GA, kill him off before Saint and Berserker fell. So even though it feels like C9 are winning the fight, as soon as the Elder goes to Lyon, it doesn't matter. You got to run.
Yeah, the Lyon, the calls there were so good in the team fight. They used the Realm Warp to force pressure as we're going to see the Scion get chased down and the Elder Dragon.
Oh, Isles tried to go for the Flash Ultra Mega Fire Kick, but it hits you first, it slows you, and then when it bloops onto the ground, that's the bit of a knockback, so he doesn't get the CC he needs for the interrupt.
Not a quick enough bloop onto the ground, huh?
Slow bloop. Yeah. Nothing worse than a slow bloop.
Unlucky.
No. That's not what you want.
Unless you're Thanatos.
Thanatos loves a slow bloop.
Loves
That's
it.
great.
Always said that.
This is actually such a crazy game though. There, when Lyon used the Realm Warp to put the pressure on the back line, and then they kind of chase him around, Saint actually buys a lot of time flashing back around the other side of the fight, and really opened up the opportunity for Lyon to take down Cloud9's jungler and earn themselves the Elder, which by proxy usually does earn you the Baron as well.
I feel like Elder earns you whatever you want on the map, usually, considering...
So if Baron is up then.
Yeah, Baron kind of falls under the everything umbrella, and Lyon will be happy to take that one. The C9 gold lead now shrunk down below 2,000. As Lyon still have that Elder for a little bit longer. They've got the Baron for the next 2.5 minutes, and they're pushing top lane.
But look at these waves. You know, there's nothing really happening here on the bot side. Mid wave is pretty neutral, so it's all about top, and Ziggs can clear this out pretty effectively. Does use the ult. They just got to shred the waves, buy time here. They know they are just waiting for this Elder. And look at this. The Elder buff does not have long at all. That is going to run out very soon, and that is what C9 is counting on.
And that's exactly why APA committed the ult, like you're saying. Just nuke that wave, make sure that they can't force the fight right now. They're going to go ahead and try anyway as the Realm Warp arrives in. Doke's going into the back line. Inspired's taken low here at the very start, and Blabber already kills him off. Blabber trying to get away, stays alive, but Doke grabs the kill there with the Elder Dragon execute. Thanatos going to die now too. The brick wall has fallen as Lyon break their way into the enemy base at the very end of the Elder Dragon timer. It is a 4v3 as Berserker and the rest of Lyon tried to charge forward. Berserker the healthiest here on the team. This Lucian very, very strong. Sven has a ton of range here on his Senna, trying to defend, but the first Nexus turret has already fallen. C9 still scrambling. Berserker down to 1/3 HP now. As Lyon don't look like they'll be able to continue a whole lot further, but they are going to keep trying. Dokla still clearing out the minions on the side waves. Cozy Campfire here trying to keep Berserker healthy enough, and he's healthy enough, but just barely. Lyon are forced back.
Yeah, they're going to be forced back here. Dokla just getting the dominance back now. If he had that a little bit earlier, if he had his flash, which is coming back up a little bit earlier, they probably could have closed out the game. But critically, Sven and APA do survive in that fight. Even though they lose their front line, they are still alive, they still have a chance, and they are still scaling. 132 Senna stacks now, 1,700 plus health here for the Scion from the Soul Furnace. Death Cap now completed critically as well for APA. The IE's been done for a while. So these guys are reaching that terrifying late game status. Lyon is still in control of the game. They still have all their tier 2s, but this late into a game, one bad team fight, that doesn't really matter. You can just march down and end it.
Yeah, and the potential, again, for these picks can be so devastating. Looks like C9 fully corralled in their own territory, though, as Berserker's not going to waste any time. He even goes past the tower as it's falling. But with super minions on top side, it's very easy to just push mid and bottom at the moment, keep the siege up, Baron empower these cannon minions, and they do the work for you.
But you only have that empowerment for the next 20 seconds. Guardian Angels also up and running on not just Inspired, but Berserker as well. Completed that purchase after the recall from the previous push. Lyon still up with their Infernal Soul, still up about 2,000 gold. That gold lead doesn't mean a whole lot. 41 minutes into game number 1 here in this best of 5 series. C9 held on to the lead for a very long time, but now Lyon is back in full control, and it's less than a minute and a half until the next Elder Dragon spawns.
Yeah, and I feels like it's going to come down to these Elder fights. Obviously, Infernal Soul is still a very good advantage, but when you're accounting for all of the scaling on C9, the game starts to feel very even besides the map state, where they have that open and him top side. You know, they have knocked down more structures. They are closer to winning the game, but Senna and Sion are so strong this late that it is always really scary. Sven trying to work towards a GA of his own. Blabber's has come back off cooldown. Inspired and Berserkers, though, theirs are up and ready. Zhonya's is ready for Saint, so it's tougher to get a pick on these carries from Lyon, where APA's got no defensives, Sven has no GA, so if you can get on APA or Sven and burst them down, that could be lights.
And that's what Dokla's been trying to do in every single one of these team fights. We always see the Renekton swooping around for the engage, but now immediately Inspired's onto APA. The Zig staying alive for now, trying to get himself away. Saint does damage into the back line now as well. Vulcan's already down. Dokla goes on a killing spree. Blabber's under pressure. Mega Inferno Bomb coming in from the right, but Berserker has already killed off Sven. C9 scrambles. C9 tries. C9 dies, and it's Lyon applying fangs to throats as they find their team fight win. 42 minutes into the game, a clean 5-0 to end game one.
Game number one certainly delivering. C9 tried, but Lyon are gonna take it.
They'll march this one on to the Nexus. What a battle. 43 minutes on the clock as the Nexus finally falls. If this is any indication, we are in for one hell of a series as Lyon starts one up.
And I gotta say, Dokla in the late game on this Renekton was insane in these fights. He was always finding great angles. The use of the Realm Warp and his flanks was fantastic.
Yup.
I would not have thought that 42 minutes in, the Renekton would be more useful than the Sion. What do you think, Lounge?
I think these are the two best teams in the LCS right
Let's
now.
go!
That game was decided by so many different small things. It's hard to pick what to cover. But
there are so many things big.
I will
Dokla
say,
was also big.
The Infernal Soul was pretty big. So let's break down the Pagoda moment featuring Inspired's clutch Dragon Steals. This was the Soul fight, and I'm skipping a little bit ahead just to show how crazy this was, as Inspired has already lost his GA by the time that I'm starting this clip, and it just becomes a massive battle within the pit. I will say, though, in terms of the actual fight, C9 getting their carries trapped in here, and Saint holding position out here, and Berserker holding position out here, gives Lyon a much better attack position for this fight. But the magic comes down to when Blabber goes into GA, Inspired decides to just burst the Drake down, gets the secure to give them a soul. But earlier, he kind of pulled a rabbit out of his hat with this Drake, because the fight is going wrong for Lyon as Vulcan landed a good engage, Zigzalt over the top. It does look like C9's about to turn the game, and then basically in this 1v3 with the Drake at about 2,000 health, Inspired just magically manages to pop his Cyclone, get the knock-up. He'd already killed Vulcan, smite secure with his Q. Those two Drakes eventually led to them having enough power for the Infernal Soul to win in the late game. So spam chat with the Pagoda mode if you see a Pagoda-worthy play. But guys, what an insane game.
That was so good. I'm so sad we don't have like more time to break so many more fights down. Like from the very beginning where they're playing around the pushing bot lane, invading Blabber, killing him in his jungle. It's like, oh man, Inspired once again. They'd set up this play around a pushing bot and kind of had downloaded where he was going to be.
This just reminds me of all the storytelling we talked about at the beginning of the day of like Cloud9 in moments of past Split 2 finals. Like game states are positive, really positive. But let's just take a look at the player of the game who ended up winning that one. It's actually a tie between Dokla and Inspired.
You get to break the tie.
You guys get to choose.
Fan vote, the late game Renekton or the Smite Secures.
That's a big doke so far.
Big dokes. Like it's going to
Keep voting because in 5, 4, 3,
2, 1. It's locked in. Dokla wins player of the game. I mean, what an insane game. 51,000 damage by Berserker here. We can see on the screen.
Also, just look at the gold graph, right? Because this game was very winnable for C9, especially with the scaling they have built into their composition.
It's just like, it's the objectives, though, Raz.
Yeah.
You count the objectives.
Yes.
Mountain Dragon.
Yes.
Infernal. Hextech, Grubbies, Elder, Baron, just completely dominated there by Inspired. And I do want to revisit, we were talking about this, what is going on with Inspired versus Blabber? Because we know how much Blabber thinks about jungle pathing. He sleeps, he dreams about it, but it feels like every single time, like this game, we didn't get to cover it, but the early jungle invade steals his blue, kills him on Gromp. It feels like every time they play in a best of 5, Inspired finds some way to checkmate him. Blabber played well aside from that early lead, but then Inspired had the early invade, he had all the smites, and he just sneaks out the victory.
That's why it feels like historically when they go up against each other, like we talked about at the beginning of the day, it's like C9 had so many great game states. Their team fighting was great. Vulcan found some really clutch flash hooks on towards either Inspired or someone really important, and they found a really good targeting in team fights to either nail down Renekton, making it hard for him to really enter fight without ulti, or the same would be for the Ryze. But then it would still not matter because Inspired will still steal the Drake and now make it about them playing for Soul. And then Elder. And then Elder again.
Remember, the last 5 times Inspired's had a series that will qualify him for an international event, he has won. The last 6 times Blabber has had that, he has lost. Blabber now needs to win 3 of the next 4 to get that win. Game 2's next, but first, let's take another look at our Kia All-Pro first team.
Thanatos going for the all-in here. Dominus picks it easy. Thanatos with the solo kill.
Immediately, quickness, stop, charm down, Jose Daejeon.
And Jose hops right back in. And Lyon just found the exact fight they needed. Saint on the Silas, stepping up when they need him most. Quadra kill for Saint. And now it's a seismic shot to Quinn. He dies to the Super Mega Death Rocket. Berserker is getting excited. One more shot from Fishbone. Berserker pops up. C9 wants to clean up more of these kills, and Vulcan with the 2-man binding.
All right, shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Lane economy is key.
Okay, how about 30 miles to the gallon then? It's a high tempo pick.
We can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision? The map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And Rez, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gurgan 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter? How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Okay, I'm hovering now, guys. We will kill soon.
Has flash. Nocturne and Nautilus could come there.
Okay, we're playing,
Nice.
guys. Come on, team, come on, team.
I'm fine. Okay, it's top. I'm fine.
Nice.
Yo, guys, we should go in now. We should go now.
Illusion! Mission dash.
I'm watching.
I'll try, I'll rest.
Yeah.
I'm tanky. Hey, we're going now.
Rise dead. Look, walk.
I kill myself.
Look, walk.
Yeah, flash. You want to drink?
Yeah. Flash it.
Nice. I'm looking jigs. They are stuck. In the pit, they are stuck.
Coming to you.
Kill Duck.
Kill the Nocturne. I will get the dragon.
Hit the Drake. They don't have damage.
They don't have damage.
Oh, you guys can win.
You guys can win, I think. No, Nocturne's lose. Keep going. I'm going. Ziggs.
Nolan is gonna die in the front. How is it, guys?
Ziggs flashed and W. Ziggs flashed and W already.
I'm looking Nocturne.
Senna.
Yeah, Senna.
Nocturne, I mean, Ziggs no flash, okay?
We're killing Senna.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ziggs no flash.
If you don't die, it's really good.
Nocturne.
We win. Nice.
Nice, guys.
We make guarantee Korea. We're going for MSI or bootcamp.
Yeah,
but
awesome.
I hope we're going for MSI.
Same.
Because MSI is Daejeon. You know Daejeon in Korea.
Yeah.
It's my father place.
Oh,
my
nice.
father's home.
Nice.
So I have to go.
Is your father gonna come watch us? If
think
we
so.
I
I mean, my father.
He fucking better. No? Yeah, he better.
My father watch my every game.
Yes.
Because he likes sports.
Yeah, nice. I mean, it is his home, right? So he has to come. Yeah, he has to come.
He has to come.
Yeah, nice. So.
I love that, man. Thanatos' dad watches all his games. He loves the competition and the opportunity to qualify not just for the team's first international in 3 years, but in your dad's hometown.
City, yeah.
That's crazy.
It is really, really cool because you don't often get those opportunities. You know, it's we think about some of these players who've played for a long time, but it's not always easy for their parents to be able to travel and actually watch them play. So that's definitely some extra motivation here from Thanatos, who I thought had a really good first game, but you're playing a tank. There's only so much you can do at the end of the day. You know, when it comes down to these team fights, it is so much about the carries, and Lyon did an amazing job. We were just talking, using those realm warps, getting into the back line, pressuring the Ziggs and the Senna, and just showing why this team is world class.
Yeah, all right. Let's see if they can do it here for Thanatos to go see his dad, or if Lyon are going to make this one look like the lock-in finals.
Well, they're going to go to Korea for a boot camp, so he's going to see his dad. The question is he in the stands with his dad, or is he on stage with his dad watching? You bet your ass he wants to be on stage.
But don't forget, even if you lose today, it's not like you're out of contention for MSI.
Nope.
Today's winner, yes, you automatically qualify for MSI. You automatically go to the finals in Arizona next weekend, but the loser will meet TL in that lower bracket final next Saturday for the chance to still compete for the title and still compete to be that #1 seed there at MSI. As Lee Sin and Cassiopeia are banned out by Lyon. C9 elected to go for first pick. Lyon elected to go on the blue side.
To Zach, I like it.
I don't know if we're going to see a Zach, man. It's been a while since we've seen Zach. I mean, we're more likely to see Zach than we are the Bard jungle that the previous guy's poster had. I think that Zach is more likely than that one. Other side's going to go ahead, ban out Akali, Nico, and Orianna. Seraphine banned out by Lyon.
So they wanted put the pressure on bottom lane instead of giving Saint the Silas, or the Silas respect ban isn't there from Cloud9 this time around. They banned the Orianna and the Akali instead. And so we put more pressure on bottom lane with a Seraphine ban instead. With the Lucian Emilio being gone, that kind of rises in priority because that's the favorite counter into it, and so it opens up for C9 to do the poke. The Ezreal Karma here is definitely a very real possibility.
But Varus is also up, right? So it's OPs that can be traded. So you're choosing Karma or Varus. I do think we're just going to see Varus from Berserker here, very, very likely. And, you know, it will just be a Varus lane into the Karma lane. So you have kind of your two, I don't want to say permaban, but as close as you're going to get there on that bot side. And it is going to be that matchup. So we'll see if Sven and Vulcan can create an advantage with that expected Ezreal, or if Berserker and Isles can get some work done here with the Varus.
Right. Do we want to go ahead and just immediately lock the support here for Lyon? There's not a whole lot of pressure on that because the enemy team already has the Karma, but they will go ahead, lock in the Bard for themselves.
Bard makes a lot of sense. I was just kind of looking through the champions that he's playing and thinking, if you want to go lane dominant, that makes the most sense of the champions that are up and available, because the Nico is obviously banned out. That's another good pairing if you're going to be playing with the Poke Varus. And they know they are going to be playing into Ezreal Karma almost guaranteed, so you have to have some laning power there. And they're going to be matching fire with fire here down in that bot lane 2v2.
And then what are they going to grab for Blabber this time around? Do they want... Okay, so they go for the Jhin. The Jhin with the long range again. I mean, Sven, he did have a very, very good Jhin game versus FlyQuest and hit the, like, 13 kills.
Game 5. Smacked him. And I will say, Jhin is... A lot of people feel like it's the more stable laner compared to Ezreal, so I think they're saying, okay, if we're going to be going up against Bard and Varus, that's pretty scary. Maybe we want that kind of more, you know, just stable lane, but risky.
And there's the answer to the Blabber question, because you go straight for something that can punish the Varus. No mobility on that Varus, so Jarvan here, the lock-in very, very quickly. And with a Victor as well, those are two great targets for
Cataclysm Mewtwo.
Yeah, Blabber to
catch them both in the pit.
Try and get a lot of work done. Try and blow a lot of flashes off those carries.
All right, so we've got mid laner plus bot lane duo versus jungler plus bot lane duo. Remember last time around, everything was perfectly mirrored in the first half of the draft, so we only saw solo lane bans in the second phase.
Yeah, and very likely you're going to have that kind of flip bans, right? You know, Lyon is probably going to be banning mid laners, and C9 may be banning some of these junglers, so TF going to be taken off the table. I feel like APA, obviously he is a Zig specialist, but then beyond that, I feel like he really does well on facilitators, on champions that can set up engages, that can look for these ways to start fights. Annie is another champion that, you know, he is very strong on. I don't know if they're going to ban the Annie or not, though, because Victor is considered a pretty good matchup into Annie, so maybe they're, you know, not going to worry about him having comfort.
Yeah, exactly. The Victor, I always feel like every time we see the Victor-Annie matchup, the conversation is always like, yeah, this kind of sucks to play as Annie because every time you try to step up to the wave, you get lasered, and he just pokes you at a range.
I mean, they could try and do, if you're talking about facilitators, he has done like the Galio and just kind of like tank it into that.
The dunk buddy.
And then you'd use, the dunk buddy for the Jarvan, do Cataclysm plus Galio. If both those enemy carries are both low mobility, then maybe you actually can get that wombo to work.
Yeah, it definitely could make sense. I think my concern with going...
There it is. They were thinking the same thing. Yes, sir.
They absolutely were. My concern with going Galio would be they're pretty low on damage if they went that way anyway, which they obviously won't, because you do have Jhin plus potential Galio. So obviously Thanatos could bring the damage from the top lane. And it is just going to be continually thinning the pool here for Inspired, you have to think. Unless there is a particular matchup that Thanatos maybe wants to avoid on top side. And
looks like he does.
They are going to take this away. Rumble is still up and available. Usually it's just grabbed so early. Cassante is a matchup that a lot of people do like to take into the Rumble. And so now with C9 banning that, Lion's like, thanks. We'll
sure, we'll take it.
We'll take that. But you could still answer with Ornn if you want to go another tank. But that being said, I feel like for C9, do you want Thanatos, who is such a standout player, back-to-back playing tanks in the top lane, just being that facilitator? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to say I know, but I'm not qualified at all. Like, I've never been a pro player or a coach, but I wouldn't want that. I want my standout player standing out.
I also think Thanatos himself is probably like, all right, you know, that was enough tank time. Time for me to get some kills.
I did my laps. Tag me in. All right, let's go ahead and get in there. But we will see that Annie locked in here for C9, for APA, saying, okay, this is one of his most played. This is something he's very successful on, and Aurora will be the pick into the Rumble there in the top side. The big thing I'm noticing here on C9, there's really no front line. Like, you've got Jarvan. Jarvan builds Bruiser, though, right? You're thinking Sundered Sky, you're thinking Black Cleaver. There's no true tank here. So if anybody gets caught out by the Bard, followed up by an Equalizer, you're in trouble.
But look at the other side. Where's the tank on that team? There's no tank.
They still have one left to pick.
Yeah,
They still have one left to pick.
Tank Kazakhs, I got you, bro. Let's see, Conqueror, Black Cleaver.
No tanks to be found. So
0 tanks.
It's explosive when you have this kind of composition here. You have to be really careful. You talk about the Bard. Yeah, if you get caught by the Bard into Chains of Corruption, into the Gravity Well, all these tools from Lyon, that's very scary. But also Flash Tibbers plus Cataclysm plus Between Worlds, all of these tools are also terrifying. So it is going to be a very explosive game. I do love the Neferi, though, the ability to go in and to utilize that Call of the Pack to be able to go immune and dodge away from some of these abilities.
Especially because it's Inspired versus Blabber, and Neferi is very good at invading and being able to escape a lot of these situations. So if I was Inspired too, you definitely want something where you can go for some invade pressure and try and get some vision down to track a Jarvan is really going to help out your lanes.
I mean, I was going to say, I really like Neferi just into Jhin, a champion that wants to root himself and stay very far away. You've got the ability to just go ahead and use the Hound's Pursuit and turn him into Gibbles and Bits. Puppy chow. Nice and nutritious.
Plus, if he only has 4 shots and you have the ability to go untargetable and you can just get out of there for the big 4th one, then that's going to be a pretty nice way to tank. You just avoid a large portion of the damage.
The easiest way to survive the damage is not get hit by the damage.
Don't get hit by anything.
Yeah, I like that. That's the LCK solution. Simply be better than your opponent, and you will win.
This one should be a banger, though. I agree.
I'm excited, man.
When you have big damage and no big tanks, should be exciting. Also puts more emphasis on the level 1.
Yep.
You see right there on the big screen in the arena, C9 did run straight down mid. They got the first kill on a ward.
Exactly. And it was a good ward, though, over the wall because APA was looking to be able to try to find someone with that Q stun, right? He had pinged in chat, Q ready, level 1, and they were just running straight in to see if they could find someone in a dangerous spot.
And Cloud9 have done this several times, so, good level 1 scouting where they either do it towards bot side or towards the mid lane. When they run Annie, APA runs with the bottom lane, into one of those lanes and tries to get an early chunk on somebody. This time they did go for it towards the mid, but as you say, was scouted out. And we have opposite clears for the jungles, so is going to be putting pressure on that volatile matchup up top side. Aurora into Rumble is very abusive, especially if Thanatos is the Aurora.
We had that week 1 with all these 5-game series, C9 versus Fly, then Lyon versus TL, and now here in week 3, our 5th and 6th seed are already gone, so we're getting this top 4 here once again. Had a fun series yesterday between Fly and TL, and today, so far, game 1 absolutely delivering. It really does feel like between these top 4 teams, anyone could have won. Obviously, FlyQuest can't now that they're eliminated, but it has been a fun set of playoff games.
And as we get into the laning phase, we've got Emily standing by for an interview with Coach Anero.
Thank you. I'm here with Anero, kind of watching a little bit of the early laning phase. Talk to me about what you said to the team after kind of a disappointing game 1 loss.
We honestly just talked draft next game. We usually don't focus too much on the game prior because a lot of it's very champion specific, and those champs obviously aren't going to be in anymore. So we just went straight to the next game and focused on that. We had a pretty unfortunate start to the game too, to be honest. And we kept the game pretty active and pretty, contested. It was a solid game still overall. I'm sure it was fun to watch. So just focus on next.
It was very fun to watch. Talk to me a little bit about this draft. We can see they've already managed to get Prio in this 2v2. So just talk to me about how this composition is going to end up working against what Lyon have brought out.
Yeah, so we have a lot of early pressure with, just any Karma lanes generally have this pressure early and you can try to get a small advantage off of it, whether in jungle or just in lane for yourself. So we're trying to snowball that into something early that we have and just try to keep the ball rolling with Annie, Karma, all these champs that are really solid and engages, solid early, solid team fights. So not too much to go into after that. It's really just you're playing the game, play the game around you. Our game plan is just really focused on what we can do for bot early and our jungle matchup early to play.
All right, well, all the best. Thank you so much for taking the time, and we'll toss it back to the cast.
Yeah, speaking of bot lane and jungle, we talked about the opposite jungle clears. Blabber does end his clear on the bottom side. He gets the grab, no problem, even with the enemy support in his face, has his smite, and just goes into his second clear. But that's the thing with these telegraph jungle clears. You know that the repeat clears are also going to be pointed in those opposite directions. And so bottom lane there for Lyon is going to have to be cognizant. Inspired, though. He's looking mid.
Yeah, APA could be in some serious trouble here. Call the pack already used by Inspired. try to close a little bit of extra distance, they will force the flash out of APA.
Yeah, good early flash there from APA. If you flash late, Inspire probably can just flash and follow and finish you. But I have to point out, Berserker already TPing back to lane and did not have a great buy. It was just the tier. That's it. Whereas on the other side, it was Longsword and Boots for Sven. They had the push, and just a couple of those missed CS really cost Berserker from getting a better buy. So now as C9, you got that TP down, and if they're able to create an edge in this 2v2 once again, it might actually stick because there is no teleport.
Oh, Dokla now under pressure here on the top side, slowed down by the weirding. Blabber makes his entry, goes for the EQ combo, but a nice flash from Dokla gets him away.
Okay, so both junglers taking a little time, out of their second clears to blow some flashes for the solo lanes. Inspired was a bit more efficient with his, though, because he did it between the respawn timer of first clear and second clear. Now, since he saw Blabber use the time after Krugs to go for the top gank, Inspired is on that invade path again. He's wrapping around bottom lane.
And here comes Isles and Inspired together. Sven is the target, tries to flash away, escapes for now. First Darkened Dagger hits him. Inspired goes forward, and he finds the first blood. Did I call it, or did I call it? The Jhin is dog food 5 minutes in.
Yeah, even before he has his ult, the flower, so now he's going to get chewed up again. But I just love tracking the jungle choices here, because Inspired is always remain efficient until you get any information from your opponent. And he's like, well, Blabber just did his Krugs, because you can count his CS up there doing the Krugs, goes for the top lane gank. Fine, you burned Dokla's flash, I'm going to kill your bottom lane. He wraps around, and it's a really good, alter choice here for him. As you say, now there's no flash or barrier on the Jhin, and it's first blood into Nefiri. That is dangerous.
Yeah, it really is. Such a good play there for Lyon, and it's one of the strengths that Bard is always going to have, right? They're pushing up. They have this winning 2v2. The Magical Journey gets him right in behind, and honestly, after I saw them behind in that spot, I thought that Sven was just going to accept death, but he thought there was an angle with the Karma Shield, with the flash and the barrier to get out. So committing those and still dying really, really hurts, because before that comes back up, we might see Inspired down there at level 6 looking for you once again.
And yeah, okay, Inspired had to flash after you to kill you, but Nefiri's got so much mobility, she doesn't miss the flash nearly as much. But Blabber's back up topside, the Jarvan coming from behind your own tower.
Yup, and he's already made his entry here, blocking off any escape for Dokla, who now just drops the equalizer to try to clear out the wave. And he's got nowhere to run except underneath the enemy turret. So the equalizer not even clearing out all of those minions, but it will make it harder for Thanatos to get this wave shoved up.
Yeah, he dropped the equalizer too early. I think he thought he was going to die faster, so he kind of panic dropped it, but it didn't actually connect on a lot of the wave. You can see the wave is still mostly gone, so it's not the end of the world, but I think he only got 2 CS with that equalizer, and usually you can kind of get all the small minions.
Yeah, one of the harpoons also just went straight through the middle, too. That could have been one more.
Those minions are evasive.
One more minion.
Juke it.
Yeah.
It's like a scuttle crab. You can't hit that thing.
Every little minion does count, too. Those things really add up, especially when you're playing into Thanatos counter pick Aurora top. Again, Aurora top is one of Thanatos. He jumped on this matchup really early on when people were still discovering how good it could be for the Aurora side. And it's very bursty, with the Electrocute and the Sork Shoes Rush from Thanatos as well. You have the Alternator, so it's this big, big burst damage right now from that Aurora.
And the opportunity that he has in this game is so good, because it's not just you have a good individual matchup, but you have a Varus and a Victor to go for. They're really good targets for the Aurora. So, if Thanatos gets ahead, this is one where he really could snowball that lead. And Thanatos has been a beast. To me, he was the biggest discrepancy between best and second best in his role out of any role in the league. I thought he was by far and away the #1 top laner. He's great on carries. He's great on tanks. He lanes well. He team fights well. This guy kind of has done it all for C9. So getting him on a carry, on a counter matchup, and putting him ahead is really a good recipe for success.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the objectives going to be eaten up here as well by Lyon. So Inspired already got the dragon for them, of course, and so is going to follow it up with the newly buffed Grubs, which the way they went about buffing them, as Blabber clears that ward, and he's not going to finish them out because they did see Blabber, and bottom side should be an exchange. But the way that they buffed the Grubs,
hold on, Chains of Corruption. They find their way onto Vulcan, but
he has no
follow.
spells. He used his spells first and then Chains of Corruption, so he didn't actually have any spell to use after. So I'm going to call that one an oopsie from Berserker.
Okay.
But Kobe, I know you were a Grubs hater. So have the Grubs been buffed enough that you like them now?
I mean, they're okay. I was going to say, as the exchanges continue on the bomb side, the way that they buffed them don't really make them more enticing for me personally as the jungler, because you don't get more individual rewards. It just buffs up. It buffs up for your laners.
You're like, that just helped my teammates. That is the most jungler answer.
Was that? Yeah,
that's a jungler answer.
All it does is help my stupid team. I wish they gave more money.
Exactly, because the way that they nerfed them is, well, they took the golden experience out of them, which hurts me. But then they buffed up the actual tower killing buff.
Give it back. I want that gold.
The heck?
Yeah, well, we know our top 3 teams. C9, Lyon, TL, they are all going to be in Arizona. So if you haven't gotten your tickets yet, what are you doing? It's next weekend.
Tickets.
Scan the code. Get the tickets.
We'll see you there. It should be a fun time over in Arizona as Blabber is looking to get things spiced up here in the enemy jungle, invading over the wall through the Dragon Pit as Vulcan is forced to flash away. Saint looking to stop the exit here of C9 as Blabber tries to enter right back into the fight, goes for the Cataclysm. Saint's locked up, but Blabber's shot down. Tempered Fate comes in right after the fact, too. Remember, Vulcan has already used his flash. Slowed down by the hail of arrows, but now Lyon's got to be careful. Sven has made his way into the fight. Inspire goes on a killing spree. The dog is hungry. Chains of Corruption fly out, but no target found. Lyon comes out on top in the fight.
Just better use of cooldowns there from Lyon. Good fight choice for them as they see Blabber immediately uses EQ on the Bard. They know, okay, big window here for a chance for us to get damage on him while he doesn't have his spells. They force Blabber's flash out, and then for some reason on the re-engage, Blabber decides to go back in after having just burned his flash to escape. And so on the re-engage, Saint can flash away, but Blabber can't, and Lyon get the kill. And you look at the decision-making from Inspired. He doesn't hesitate at all. He's like, wow, you just use your combo on my support, and I'll stunt him against the wall. Perfect chunk there. They get the flash out of the Jarvan. And then, yes, you can wait.
Yep, back in live. Thanatos already committed the ulti as APA tries to go for the dive underneath the turret. Dokla staying alive for now, but he is overheated. Tagged by the Weirding with a twofold Hex, also slowing him down. Lyon bringing in back up now. Thanatos slowed, but he is not caught up here in the binding. Thanatos escapes, goes between worlds. Berserker wants to get that shot, doesn't hit the piercing arrow as APA is stunned to the wall. He tried to use his teleport to get away, and now he's going to lose the summoner spell and his life as Saint shows up behind the turret just when Thanatos thought he might have been safe. Nope, here's Victor.
Yeah, Thanatos was able to juke Berserker on the snipe, but then Saint comes over. Well, Victor hobbles over with his cane and finishes the job, and that's even worse for them to get more money into the Victor.
Yeah, that is equals worth. Well, you know what? It wasn't worth. Maybe it was Jorth. We don't know the definition because Dokla bought so much time here. The wave had already been cleared out, and Dokla realizes this is coming. And look at the flash. Flashes away. APA looked like he tried to do W flash and just wasn't able to actually connect with it. So Dokla hits him with the electric harpoons, buys time. Varus TP's top. Not only at the end of the day do they get the 2 kills, they get the flash, or rather, excuse me, the TP off of APA, the flash off of APA, then they deny a wave, and they get a plate, and they get the extra kill. So this was amazing here for Lyon.
Yeah, I mean, APA tried to go for the teleport because he saw Isles do the flash there to try and connect his Q, and Isles wasn't able to connect his Q onto Thanatos, but the cooldown came up in time.
Nice Dokla.
Worth? I'd say it was worth.
Yeah, I mean, Dokla was making a lot of time. And,
oh, hold on. Right back to live, right back to a fight. Isles goes ahead, launches the Tempered Fate, but he's the first one to die. Saint doesn't have the damage to finish the burst onto the Cloud9 mid laner. As Vulcan also chunked low, but he's not in any mortal danger. Blabber now guarantees that Saint can't follow any further, so Lyon and Isles just getting a little bit ahead of themselves there, trying to find the pick, and C9 has the punish.
Yeah, I don't think they realized that Blabber was that close. They tried to pick off APA, knowing he had no flash from the topside play, which would have been a good angle, but Blabber comes in, ruins their fun, and APA able to survive and get out. Isles now, though, just completed his Mikhail's, same timing, really, as Vulcan, who has completed his as well. There's not that many engage tools. The Mikhail's is going to be really valuable.
Yeah, definitely will be. See how well they can utilize it as he roams up to the top side. It's also worth noting with the Dragons evened up, you know, during our little...
Nope, we don't even have time, Kobe. They are not letting you finish your points today. As once more, it's Lyon trying to find a move here, but Thanatos gets himself away for now. Inspired tries to jump over the wall, get himself involved, but Thanatos has made enough space to stay safe for now.
Yeah, and Thanatos he's the only lead. Like, look at this there, and that is the C9 lead. These are all Lyon leads down on that rest of the map. So C9 wants to protect Thanatos, and Lyon wants to knock this guy down. He does have his Rocket Belt here, and is going to be a big threat in the team fights. But if they can continually force him to use these cooldowns defensively, obviously it takes a lot of his individual agency away and denies him the ability to try to abuse some of these matchups.
Yeah, he really is the hope. And the Aurora, as he said, has a lot of possible kills, but unless he can actually start getting these on side lanes here with the burst damage, then the possible carry here from St. Victor is looming, and Isles has been hovering around him, making sure this Victor income can stay steady for Lyon, continue scaling up for these team fights, because the range advantage over the Annie is just so nice. He can just continually proc the Deathfire Touch, get these poked little lasers on APA. If they're left unattended, or especially if the supports are circling around and getting all this deep vision, as you can see, lots of deep vision here through the jungle to make sure the Victor can just continue to farm safe.
Deathfire Touch, Blackfire Torch, dots on dots on dots. Every time the laser hits you, it's just that HP bar getting whittled lower and lower as Saint crashes another wave into the turret. Both supports hanging around the area, but nobody wants to overextend into anything crazy here. Vulcan will be pushed back here by another Destruction Ray, and that makes it easy for Lyon to clear out the vision in the Tri-Brush, as Inspired has already started up the Rift Herald. Blabber is in the neighborhood, but right now this objective is going all Lyon's way, and it doesn't look like C9 can do anything about it.
Yeah, Inspired with the Rift Herald too, you are kind of expecting Inspired. I feel like 9 times out of 10 he uses it in a fight. It's not even usually 4 towers. He's going to do it at some objective, either run through people, use it as an escape tool. So it does make it more exciting. Looking forward to the next one.
And with that big gold lead, he already has 2 items done. Cyclosword and Shojin already complete here at 15 minutes. So he is super fed, and he has the Battle Herald. This guy is ready to go. And I love that Isles is just roaming the map with him, because Karma is much less adept at that sort of play style. They can go over walls. They can be anywhere and attack you from so far with this Bard plus Nefiri.
And I love how the analyst desk set it up at the beginning of the day, but Inspired himself has truly been the kryptonite of Cloud9 over many years since he has been in North America, when he was on FlyQuest and now on Lyon, as Dokla is about to be the recipient of some visitors.
Yep, he's going to drop the equalizer early, clear out the wave, flashes away from the combo from Blabber. Beautifully done there from Dokla to clear out the wave and guarantee that he stays safe. Meanwhile, back over in the mid lane, Lyon going for a play of their own. The Tempered Fate will not hit Sven, but the Herald has already been summoned. The mid lane turret is already condemned, and Lyon are up 2,500 gold.
Yeah, Sven has a lot of move speed, Ghostblade, and the Swifties to be able to avoid that. But back to the point you're talking about, Kobe, I mean, Inspired has been their kryptonite and has been Blabber's kryptonite. And really, ever since he came into the league, Blabber has not really been able to get back to that #1 jungle spot that he has been hunting for all time in best of 5s. You know, this is not just game score, this is best of 5 score, 7-1. Even though Blabber stats-wise has been doing well in the games, and I think, you know, he's very competitive with Inspired, but Inspired always seems to come in those big moments. And you look back to game 1, the steals on the objectives, the ability to find these flanks and engages.
Yeah.
Inspired is just the king of team fights when it comes to junglers.
He is so good, and we even saw it last game, right? The clutch smite secures, right? Going after those Drakes in times where it looked like he shouldn't be able to steal them away. But now we've got the next Drake alive here in this game, as Lyon tries to approach the pit. C9 have control for now.
And they're probably wondering, where is Thanatos right now? APA?
The APA already dropped the Tibbers, but he didn't find Inspired with the initial cast. The follow-up damage was decent, but Inspired now having to use Call of the Pack, looking to get himself away. They got a double shot! Coming in from Sven, puts him down. Now another one collides with Dokla. Lyon trying to retreat for now. Thanatos wants to go in, but he's burning, and Dokla cooks him. Blabber has to try to escape now. as the Hex Tech Ray finds him, and Berserker is the one to take the kill. So C9 might have found the Drake, but it is Lyon winning 2 for 1 in the trade.
And Cloud9 might have been able to kill Inspired this time around with some focus on him. Very clearly, everyone, spending resources there. But Inspired now has the first team All-Pro mid laner and AD carry on his team, and Saint and Berserker are pumping damage.
Yeah, exactly. Dokla and Saint on the side got Thanatos very low, so when Thanatos goes back in for the re-engage, look at his health. He's just dead instantly, can't really do anything. The rest of Lyon, they lose their jungler, but they kite back, they play it incredibly well. And I was kind of confused how that Tibbers missed onto Inspired, because he had Call of the Pack for after he got hit by the ultimate from Blabber. So I guess it was just a straight up whiff, or maybe he W Tibbers at the same time and accidentally used the stun on the W. I didn't quite catch that, because when the replay started, it was after that sequence had begun. If they had just been able to kill him off instantly, that could have been pretty different.
Yeah, it looks like just a little bit short there. Not quite in range.
But you guys can see right now, C9's LCS series results. They've won a lot of series. Unfortunately for them, the one loss that was on that chart, that one was the one that really mattered.
So here's this play I was talking about. Yeah, Tibbers just barely short there. Does go in for it. Had they been able to land that stun, maybe they burst him down without having to use Cataclysm and some of these other tools that maybe the rest of the team fight does look different. Because at the end of the day, yeah, you killed him, but you used a lot to do it.
And again, I think maybe if C9 played a little slower after they killed Inspired and just got the Dragon.
I agree.
But they probably got really hyped up. They're like, we got Inspired. And they just had taken the Dragon. So they run a little bit into the other threats. Again, everybody in this game has damage.
Yep.
So there aren't tanks, but everybody else still is a big threat.
Yeah, and the solo laners from Lyon just played it so well, and I feel like that has been the big strength from Dokla. Obviously there was a lot of talk when Castle joined Lyon, and the expectation I think from most people in the community was that this was not a true six-man thing, that Castle was just going to take the spot. But Dokla has been playing so well, and I think the biggest part of that is how he plays the map, how he team fights. Castle has the stronger laning phase, but Dokla just makes the right plays.
The funniest take that I heard about it is they signed Castle specifically because Dokla plays best under pressure. So if Dokla knows there's a guy right behind him just waiting to take the spot, Dokla's going to turn into maximum power Dokla.
Also, it would be nice to have an in-house, 1v1 partner for some of these lane phase things that you're talking about. If you can get practice kind of in hiding there that other teams won't know about, maybe that can help as well, and they can combine their powers.
It's like a Dragon Ball Z thing. Put your fingers together, do the fusion thing.
Sometimes it's kind of hard though, because other guys kind of looking for your job.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let me give you some
fair
tips. So what you want to do here is flash into the wall level 1.
Only if you can't flash into the turret though. The turret's the best place to play. All right, C9 though, they do have that Drake advantage, 2-1, thanks to that last neutral objective claim that they got. However, Lyon still leading 2-1 in the grubs. Lyon also securing that Herald for themselves, and that Herald usage mid was followed up shortly thereafter by taking both of the tier 1 turrets in the side lane. So Lyon, this 4,000 gold lead that they have, a big chunk of it is having a couple extra turrets compared to C9.
But it's so concentrated, which is really, really powerful because, as we always talk about, item completions are way more powerful than item components. And you look at Saint, you look at Inspired, they're both already on 2 items. They're both already working towards their third and have an expensive component working in that way. So Inspired and Saint are going to be so problematic that, if you're trying to dive on Saint and you're ignoring Inspired, he might just shred your backline. If you try to go for Inspired, well, we saw what can happen in the team fight that time.
Yeah, definitely true. And the experience also matters a bit too. You have the break points for an extra level, could mean a lot. But here we go for the setup, Flowers. 30 seconds ahead of the Dragon. Cloud9 with some good control wards to get an area to start the fight off.
Exactly. C9 controlled the river last time around, and it got them the Drake. Let's see if Lyon can make their approach this time around. Isles with a magical journey through the wall to evade the deadly flourish. Make sure he doesn't get poked down at the start of the fight. Thanatos pushing top side, but he does have the TP to join up with everybody else. APA marked on the back side of the Dragon Pit as Isles goes for the temper Tempered Fate, but nobody else is around. APA there, rescued by the Mikhails from Vulcan, making sure that he doesn't get bound up into the wall there by the Cosmic Binding. Thanatos now ready to teleport into the fight. He's going to arrive right on top of Dokla, who steps on the trap. Thanatos has the teleport shield, now regrouped with the rest of the team. APA has also reset the battle lines. Blabber's already lost 1/3 HP to a little bit of poke here as Berserker fires off more arrows. Isles is hanging out on the side, but remember that the Tempered Fate was already spent earlier for not much onto APA besides the Mikhails used from Vulcan. Now Lyon trying to contest here for the Drake yet again. First Dark and Dagger fires out in the Hextech Drake, secured by Blabber and C9 as Inspired's low HP, but it's APA who's lower. They knock down the enemy mid laner as Dokla goes forward and looks to chase even further. Vulcan and Ben on the run as Satan Berserker are ready to try to follow. Thanatos goes between worlds, but now he's the one caught in the chains of corruption. Dokla grabs the kill. C9 heads for the hills, and Lyon once again takes the fight despite a C9 Drake.
And this time around, this story's a little different than last game where Blabber gets the smite, so it does get them to soul point. This is an important dragon, number 3, and so they are able to burst it. Look at this, as the patience was just wrapping down too. And as they do it, APA flashed in. You can see him here inside the pit, so he's committed. They know he's gonna die after the fight, and the rest of Cloud9 trying to escape. The important part is that chase down where Lyon, with the additional magical journey, are able to get Berserker in range to land the Varus ultimate and chase down one more kill. But now we're at the point where it is a larger gold lead for Lyon, but still the tantalizing possibility of a possible Hextech Soul. 5K and 5.5K is a lot of gold though. That's bigger than the difference in game number 1.
Yeah, and that is the really tough part is, you know, if you get the soul, it kind of just evens up the game. It doesn't really slam it home anymore for C9, and the question is, can you even get there? As APA way down in levels.
Yeah, Dokla drops the equalizer right on top of him, cooking him with the overheated flame spitter. A little bit more damage, barely even needed as the DOT gets it done. The Leandries guarantees the death as the Tempered Fate lands on Sven. No chance to mop one up with a curtain call, and that's Big Dokes living up to his name here in the bot lane.
It surely is, just runs APA down. APA even used his Proto Belt before the ult was used. Now, Saint under attack from Blabber. You can see the Aurora's coming, but fairly far away.
Yeah, Saint now has a teleport coming in to try to rescue him. He's already dropped the Arcane Storm, and yet again, it's Dokla. The cavalry arrives. Thanatos comes in to guarantee it's an even trade. He tries to bounce around back and forth, but the only place he's going is the fountain. Inspired's ready. Here for the Hound's pursuit. And yet again, the dog is eating good. It's Lyon running away with game 2.
Blabber nearly had a solo kill there on the enemy mid laner, but Dokla TP's in, gets another kill, hits him with the banter, and takes the Baron, and it feels like Lyon starting to run away with it.
What a series so far from Dokla. Game number 1, Azael, I know you were praising his Renekton positioning so well at the end of that game, having so much of an impact on a champion that normally falls off. And now here in game number 2, making huge plays both as an individual and as a teammate to set his squad up for the Baron.
Absolutely, he's been incredible. Gets counterpicked by Thanatos, gets attacked by Blabber, and is still having a ton of effect, and they've delayed that Baron take, as Kobe was highlighting, for Saint to grab it. Here is that initial play. It looks like it's going to be a good one from Blabber, but it just takes so long to get him that when you look at the map, a teleport's coming in, Berserker's moving up, you can see Inspired running over there. It just takes too long.
And Dokla is able to continue the roasting, both in chat and in game, in both side lanes. He's able to chase down the extra one. Inspired, I mean, this Neferi has too much damage flowers now.
Yeah. You can always tell when the dog is unleashed because you just press Call of the Pack to get more damage and more puppies before you ult versus needing to dodge anything.
And he's got his GA for a while now. He's now working towards that 4th item. He's nearly 3,000 gold ahead of Blabber. Saint is 3,000 gold ahead of APA and 3 levels here.
Okay, Blabber and APA trying to make a move in the enemy jungle, but no, Inspired just auto-attacks it. Oh, and APA got knocked on the wrong side of the blast cone. Inspired should be knocked into Guardian Angel at least here. APA barely hanging on to life as Inspired will resurrect through the Guardian Angel. APA going for the teleport to escape. Just says, all right, Blabber, good luck, dude. I'll see you back home. I hope you get home safe. he's not getting home safe, I'm afraid. He's in some serious trouble right now as Inspired is coming back to finish what C9 started. Inspired took the blue, and now he'll take Blabber's life. A killing spree, 6-1 and 2 on the Nafiri.
And that type of play, you got to feel like the game is kind of over now, where APA and Blabber are just like going into enemy jungle.
Let's get a blue.
Deal away blue, and then Inspired literally 2v1s on. He gets his own Gromp and still gets the blue also, smiting the Gromp and autoing down the blue. And he knew, hey, I've got a GA and I'm willing to use it, so I will.
What's the point in buying it if you don't?
Exactly. I'll chase you down. They get another kill. And
forgot to mention the third camp he got, Blabber.
Ah, true.
The Jarvan camp. Yeah. You just see this big guy with a spear standing in the jungle. Got to get rid of him.
The APA camp teleported away. That one's a little hard to track down.
We'll get that one later.
That's one of the new objectives they added in 2026, the teleporting jungle camp. Man, C9 is in such a rough way now.
And it's so scary when you're thinking about, all right, Thanatos is really the only hope for C9, and Inspired is the same level.
Yeah, now Vulcan. Nice Mikhail's timing there, guaranteeing that he gets himself out of the Cosmic Binding into the wall. He did sidestep the Tempered Fate as APA finds the Tibbers here on to 2. This could be a good pick. Isles tries to flash away, but no, Blabber has the dunk. Now Dokla flashes out of the edge of the curtain call, keeping himself alive for now. Berserker firing back. Berserker goes to rampage. Dokla's still alive. Blabber has overextended, and Lyon is ready to punish him with a Hound's Pursuit reset. Thanatos wants to escape, tagged by the Hex Tech Ray, and he burns down to the Darkened Dagger bleed. As APA escapes over the wall, he will not be caught in the gravity field. Eviscerate from Inspired to chase through the terrain, as Lyon may just end game number 2 right here. It's only APA and Sven to stop them.
I mean, it's just been all about Inspired and Saint in this one. APA has not been able to get anything done, it feels like, on this Annie, and Lyon on the precipice of putting us on match point.
Lyon having a hell of a showing here in game number 2. You're talking about Inspired and Saint being so far ahead for so much of the game, and Dokla also just coming up in those clutch moments. This team is ready to make their way to that finals matchup next week.
And I think it is an important discussion point because Dokla, he got enough votes to qualify for basically like the 4th all-team pro if there was a 4th team.
First team all snubbed.
Yeah, exactly. But he was not actually on one of the all-pro teams, but even with the split roster for Lyon, you know, everyone recognizing what he brings to the team, and a lot of it, you know, during the regular season, his Anivia picks, how his team fighting with it really on display. And when you have this Lyon roster that has so many stars, when the player that was not expected to be one of the biggest stars on the team is also doing their job so effectively as he has been on the side lanes and in the team fights, then it just looks really, really good all coming together here for Lyon. And unfortunately for Cloud9, they're the ones on the receiving end again.
And the pressure is going to start really mounting for C9 here. Of course, they are in the upper bracket. They will have another chance here against Liquid if they lose this series, but APA in trouble now.
Yep, here comes Big Dokes. APA drops the Tibbers as Dokla expects it and just turns and walks away.
Yeah, this time around he knows Annie has flash and he can't chase too long. And so he kind of mogs on him right there, turns around, jukes your bear again. It's like, geez, Dokla, he's getting a lot out of the enemy team without over investing here. Even though his stats, his gold lead isn't up there with Inspired and Saint, the plays have definitely been good too.
Yeah, I mean, he has been fantastic. You know, did tank the counter pick from Thanatos, did tank some of those ganks, and has been very, very effective. And Lyon just slowly grinding this one out. 11,000 gold lead here, C9. Even if they get the soul, that's not going to even the game up. It would maybe give them some small glimmer of hope, but I don't think Lyon's going to give you a 50-50.
Well, Blabber decides to full send it after Saint, who flashes out of the Cataclysm. C9 was ready to try to follow that, but the Summoner spell is more than enough to get Lyon's mid laner out of danger. And now as soon as Thanatos arrives, man, blink and you'll miss it. That Aurora is already out of the picture as C9 now has to retreat. They're stuck in a 4v5. It's Lyon owning the map, and the Baron spawns in 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's a Lyon Baron. Wouldn't be surprised if it spawned with the Lyon logo on his face.
At least on the flag behind it. You can put it beside the Red Bull logo.
Exactly. So Lyon here, they're wrapping it up, and we have had listen-ins on their comms previously where they just start talking about the draft for the next game and plays and stuff, you know, already reviewing it. This is that type of stage. I will again, just because we have to, put out the possible Dragon Soul. What if there's a miracle steal for Blabber or something like that?
Then they're still like 6,000 gold behind.
Yeah, you're still in the hole, a lot of gold.
But it's a smaller hole. You can see some light at the top of the hole, you know?
So definitely still that for Cloud9.
Hey, if you're in a really deep hole, you're happy about getting closer to the sun.
Brother, this is a mine shaft. I don't see a way that you get out of this position
Canary
right now.
is dead.
Yeah, there's nothing coming through the end of that tunnel except maybe a train. Like, I don't know how C9 gets out of this position because Lyon have total control over the rift. They have themselves the Baron for the next 2 minutes and change. Sure, the Dragon's going to spawn, but it's not like C9 can get anywhere close to it, and Lyon is just going to go ahead and get these waves shoved up.
Miracle wouldn't be a miracle if you expected it to happen, though.
True.
You guys are, whatever grade of hopium this is, I'm pretty sure it's illegal in California. This is way too strong a stuff. As Dokla using his sweeper here, trying to maintain control. APA is behind enemy lines. Metal Gear Annie, I don't think this is going to be a great sneaking mission, but we'll see.
Yeah, and it's at times like this, Flowers, when you are truly desperate that you gotta just send on some vision plays, you know, hope that you can catch somebody out. And unfortunately for him, he's also by himself.
Yeah.
So it would have to be like a flanking play where you pincer from your base as well.
2 levels down on the ADC.
Uh-oh.
He just got
We've been seen.
Yep, the dog sniffed
Alert,
him out.
alert, alert.
Oh, and he thinks he's getting away right into an electro harpoon. No, that's... He tried. That's about all you can do from here.
It is.
That's the train. Yeah. Choo-choo.
It also is unfortunate for Cloud9 that they have beat Lyon in the regular season. They did it in lock-in, and they also did it at the beginning of spring.
Yep.
But again, in the playoffs, last time in lock-in finals, and now here, Lyon are getting the upper hand. Still, possibilities of reverse sweeps are now going to be the hope for Cloud9 as Lyon close in on game number 2.
Yup, Lyon already have that mid lane inhibitor down. They'll go ahead and clear out the bottom lane next as the top lane tier 3 turret falls, and Berserker is about to make this a 3-inhib game. Curtain Call opens up from Sven, but you're shooting full HP targets. The 4th shot only managing to take Isle down to about half health. As C9 continues scrambling now, Blabber once again tries to engage with the Cataclysm, but the flashes from Lyon are always ready. Inspired pressuring the rest of the C9 squad back as the Nexus turrets are melted away. C9 forced back onto the steps of the fountain. Blabber forced into the Guardian Angel here, and it's Lyon making their way to match point.
Game 1 was a battle, game 2 was a stomp, and now Cloud9 gonna have to regroup, rebuild, and reverse sweep or be sent to the lower bracket.
Emily, what's going on with your match of the week?
Yeah, it's unlucky. Raz is gonna win match of the week 2 weeks in a row now.
Your
right?
match of the week is Ash, Emily.
Actually, didn't I win last week because you had Shopify?
Let's just forget about that. Let's forget about that. It's about today, and today your match of the week is not giving us something.
This is looking like a Lion sweep, guys.
Inspired is just not losing.
He's not losing.
He's just not losing.
What's going on?
Dokla just
I'm
not
stress eating.
dying.
I'm stress
that
eating.
much.
Why are you stressed? You're the one that picked Lion.
I did it intentionally. All my predictions go wrong.
I see. You felt like you needed C9 to win.
Yeah.
Either way, we got some highlights of the game that we're going to roll through right now. First one up, about 9 minutes, 40 seconds in. Game was even before this fight happened. Oh, Blabber. A little deep.
A little bit. Just a tiny bit.
I do feel like he has a bit of a mental block. I think he's specifically playing worse against Inspired.
Yeah, and then of course you're just getting chased down. Inspired is taking over.
He's in his head.
He needs a bigger head, honestly. At this point, he needs a bigger one. We can increase the size. I know we can't do that, but I'm making it.
This was when Berserker TP'd.
Yeah, because
and then Saint.
By the way, MVP to Dokla for that situation because he extended that dive for so long.
So many. He played weak side.
This was interesting, this play right here. They managed to kill Inspired, they secured the Drake, but then it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Back up. No, Thanatos, no.
Moments before disaster. And Blabber, let's back this up.
Yeah, a little bit, just a tiny bit.
Back this up to before they engage, right? Pause it here. It's
back
fine.
off, bros.
You've killed the jungler, you've gotten the Drake. Your top laner's 30% health, Blabber 60% health. Roll it again. Watch Blabber. We're watching Thanatos. Watch Blabber too. Roll this through. Just roll the clip because after Thanatos dies, his team is just not there.
Yeah.
And he missed.
Yeah.
You could kind of tell that, like, it seemed like, okay, Blabber and Thanatos both want to go in together.
Oh, no. He's
but then,
gone.
yeah, Equalizer separates them. Oh,
He doesn't want to see anymore.
This is just APA getting cooked, right?
He just walks him down.
Big
Big
jokes.
smiles.
Honestly, Dokla soaked up so much pressure before that Drake fight we saw earlier. He had kind of had to fend off another dive on the bot side.
That's the thing. The first dive that we showcased, like, they got 2 people off of just him dying on the top side, and he soaked a lot of time up.
Yeah.
And then Herald play from Lyon and C9 tried to dive bot lane, but he had Rumble ulti and everything. There's just so much that C9 is trying and absolutely failing in. This is great. Yeah, it is a game over. That is true.
It's already
This
8,000
is
gold.
just game over. Look at that equalizer.
You know,
for
I'm watching
everyone.
this.
Yeah.
I voted Inspired Player of the Game.
It's Dokla.
All the highlights are Dokla.
It's Dokla.
If we're still allowed to, can we?
I also want to swap.
Can I change my vote? I apologize. Griffin loving it.
Same with Gryra.
They say it's too late.
Hanging out.
They say it's too late. Inspired is the player of the game.
Inspired is
He
player of the
did do
game.
really well.
He did great.
But the fan vote, Dokla can still win the fan vote, Raz, which is impressive.
The fan vote can save this?
So he won the fan vote.
Nice.
I mean, it's a made-up
Thank you,
award
fans.
anyway.
Thank you, fans.
Thank you, fans.
Thank you,
Inspired
fans.
and Dokla, co-players of the game.
Well done.
Very good.
Well done.
Very good.
Well done.
I guess I'm just narratively.
Yeah.
I see the 9 kills. I see Inspired, and I see that he's gonna do it again.
I'm covering my eyes.
Yeah.
Raz, he's gonna do it again.
I'm not looking.
Look at the bottom right by your head.
But also
5-0 in
look,
series
it's-
when international qualification is on the line.
Where are you going,
Look at all these C9 logos.
He might add a 5th C9 logo of his 6 international qualifications. That's
insane.
kind of unfortunate. Now I will
Only
say,
if you're a C9 fan, I guess.
C9 is 0-6, could go to 0-7, and then could also go to 0-8, because they're going to be playing next week if they lose against Team Liquid.
True.
Say it ain't so, man.
Look, Emily.
Yeah, I know. I was wrong in my match of the
But
week.
you're not necessarily wrong, because KT was able to pull it out yesterday.
True.
A reverse sweep
we
is
did
possible.
Have it is
G2
possible.
reverse swept MKOI in the upper bracket final in the LEC.
Boom.
And then they won the whole split. So it could happen. But also G2 always wins. So
yeah, and it seems like Lyon is always winning this split.
I just think it's so crazy seeing it happen again and again.
Yeah.
I just can't believe how good Blabber looks outside of qualification matches against Inspired.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Anyway, he needs to win 3 in a row to qualify for MSI, or Blabber's gonna get sent down to the lower bracket final. Inspired and Lyon need to win 1 more for a spot in the grand finals and MSI. Don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Game 3 and potential international qualification for Lyon is up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Aurora no W yet, I think.
coming, guys.
Okay, Aurora no W now for sure.
Okay, we will dive it.
Aurora no flash.
Has W now, has W.
W.
No ult, no.
I should kill the Annie? Oh, wait, you have stun?
Nice.
Give me.
Okay, you good?
TP, I can kill Aurora.
Yeah.
I kill.
Okay, not bad.
Nice, don't like.
Word?
No Varso. Defend 1 SP, guys. Defend 1 SP. Victor behind, okay? Yeah. Defend actually 1 SP.
I'm on the flash, guys. Rumble here. I'm on the flash, guys.
Slowly, guys.
I'm still on
blocking Victor.
When's in the way? We keep fighting.
Take it slow.
We kill.
Take it slow.
J4. I got J4.
If Jin ults, I will.
Take it slow right side.
Coming.
It's only Aurora there.
I have you one more.
Aurora has flash.
I'm flanking, okay?
Fight. Keep fighting.
We will kill Aurora soon.
Keep fighting.
Okay.
Has flash, I think.
Long time.
Has flash, I think.
I'm looking for Karma too.
Go Baron.
No, Karma as well.
Okay. Nice.
We can still help
Yeah,
you
I have
maybe.
TP
Never kills.
I'm going.
I TP.
Java no ult.
Aurora here.
It looks good. It looks really good.
Yeah, keep
I can kill Aurora.
Yeah, keep going.
Aurora no flash, the other two have.
Aurora with ice.
Annie has
Keep going.
What is your hardest moment?
I don't know if there's like one time. Playing on Dignitas, like there were like a lot of hard moments. Like I don't know if there's like one time that was like the worst.
I can understand that.
Just like the feeling, yeah.
Yeah.
What about you? Same? DNF?
I mean, but to be honest, I mean DNF was like most like hard time I guess. But I mean even when I was like in C9 and then we were keep winning, it's like even that like between like scrim or like just practice, it's like always like something happen, you know?
Yeah.
Something disaster happen. So yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just every day, I guess.
What made you want to become a pro?
Money.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
You played Maple Story, but not something before that?
Huh?
Maple Story, your first game? How does that make sense?
I don't know. I was like 6 years old or some shit.
6 years old, you played Maple Story. Really?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena here in the Spring Split playoffs of the LCS. It's upper bracket finals day. Both of these teams are already guaranteed to participate in competition at Arizona next weekend for our roadshow. However, only one can guarantee themselves an international spot at MSI today and a spot in the finals 1 week from now. And Lyon is 1 game away from it.
Lyon is 1 game away from it, and C9 are still 3 games away from it. So they're going to have to reverse sweep if they want to get it done here today. Of course, if they lose, they will have a chance against Liquid.
Yep.
But their record in these big, important matches to go to international has been horrible since 2023. And I feel like the pressure is just going to build and build. If you lose a series like this 3-0, it is hard to not have that in the back of your mind.
Certainly is. So you just got to focus 1 game at a time. The game right now, and they're banning out the Caitlyn from Berserker, aren't going to be able to have that pushing bottom lane, as we have really honed in on these bottom lane matchups now. You know, the bottom lane matchups have enabled jungle a lot. Inspired has played off there, pushing bottom lanes multiple times to go for invades and to make plays, and so that has really been a facilitator for, for their victories.
And we were kind of just talking about it. I mean, Game 2 obviously was a stomp. Game 1 was very, very close, but Game 2, it's kind of like compositionally. Once you get behind his Jarvan Annie, it's very, very hard to come back because if your engages don't have enough damage behind them, you're never really going to win. So I feel like Inspired has been getting the better of Blabber, and Blabber really needs to be locked in this next game. Even in game 1, they had that re-engage of the Gromp where he got killed. Game 2, he had the flag and drag onto the Bard and then flashed out, went back in when Victor still had flash, got killed. That gave a lead to Inspired, and I just don't think you can afford to give Inspired an early lead and not expect this man to slam it home.
I mean, it's what you brought up that we saw earlier when we had the graphic in the middle of the game. Despite the fact that in their head-to-head, these two junglers have similar stats. Inspired is 7-1 against Blabber in best of 5s because he has those clutch moments, whereas Blabber has these stumbling points. And if C9 want to reverse sweep it here, I'm in 100% agreement. Blabber has got to be locked in. Bans are already over here in the first wave, as Lee Sin, Alistar, and Seraphine are banned out by Lyon. C9 going to remove the Caitlyn, the Lulu, and the Nico. But that means this 100% presence, what is that, almost 80% win rate champion in the Orianna is available and locked in for life.
Cassio is also up, though, which is another super high prio mid lane because 5 bans have been spent on the bottom lane. The bottom lane war zone there. So, you know, we very well could have the APA bringing back the Cassiopeia into the Orianna matchup because, as you're saying, Flowers, these are two of the primetime mid laners, and if all the focus on bans that are in the bottom lane, that's exactly what we're going to get.
That is crazy, bro. We got Big G in the house with the wild
Let's
sign
hear some
there.
big barks.
Yeah. We better hear it if
Buddy,
it gets locked
if
in.
they pick Nasus, he better be on the desk.
He better be.
At the end of the day, at the end of the game. Even if
I'll
we're
give
done
him my
after this
microphone.
Yeah, there you go. Just pass him the headset.
He's been a good boy, too. He listened to his doctor.
Whoa. You can't just be throwing that out like that, brother.
All right.
All right. Well, Cassio is, of course, going to be locked in. Ezreal's going to come out this time around. I just want to say for Cassio, that's not something that people associate as much with APA now, but when he first came in, that was one of the champions people always talked about for him, and it is still his 3rd most played all time behind the Ziggs and Talia, and he has a 69% win rate, so it's his highest win rate of all of the champions within, you know, his top 10 or so. He probably has some random champion with 100%, but you know, very adept on the champ.
Okay, and we will see C9 lock in that Ezreal. I was talking to Kobe a little bit about it, like between the games. I was pretty surprised to see them go with the Jhin last game versus pairing the Ezreal with the Karma, which seems like a much more common pairing. But this time around, Sven will be piloting that more safe AD carry. Over on the other side, Berserker's going to go ahead and lock in a Misfortune here, nice and early.
Yeah, I mean, look at all the bans, right? There's Alistar ban, Seraphine ban, Lulu ban, Nico ban. 4 of the major supports are already gone. So we're looking at engaged supports, which, you know, is something that Vulcan is very, very good at. And with the Alistar banned out, the Rel rises in priority because that is one of those kind of denial picks for it.
And with Misfortune, you have to have setup champions that keep people in the bullet time. Without that, this champion just goes ha 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 and does no damage and dies.
Can you repeat that?
No, I'm not going to repeat that. However, you have Orianna and Rel who both lock people down in the bullet time.
Some of our fans might have been AFK and missed that.
Some of our fans have definitely clipped that, so you can send that to us.
We don't have to worry about that. What we have to worry about...
Like a soundboard for Flowers.
No, I'm worried about it.
No, Misfortune has a lot of setup. That's the important thing. That's what we're talking about.
So does the Shockwave. This is one of those wombo combos, right? You know, Flash, Magnet Storm, Shockwave, Bullet Time, everything going in there. Jack hoping his team can turn it around. I think everyone here wanted to see a few more games at the very least as well.
They need to pull out their old meme, the dark magic of congratulating Lyon on their series victory. No way Cloud9 comes back from a 0-2, right?
GG, well played.
If you can get the reverse sweep, one of the classic memes. But here we go. Okay, speaking of engaged supports, love it. The Rakan there for Vulcan, the quick delivery. That is one that can get back to a Misfortune and interrupt a Misfortune's gameplay. So we'll see if that is going to be effective. And then the ban of the Trundle does make me think, all right, Thanatos. Thanatos might be back on tank duty. If you're banning out the Trundle ahead of time, you want a front line. You don't want those stats to get stolen. And you're also thinking, hey, Xin Zhao is up, and Xin Zhao is going to be prowl for jungle because Trundle's kind of annoying for him to deal with too.
Yeah, which does make me wonder, you know, if Lyon would be banning out the Xin, you know, if they're going to say, no, I don't actually want you to have that, because we are getting further into Fearless here, so the pools are getting limited a bit. And the meta has been AD junglers for a long time. When I think of Trundle, I also think of Mundo. You know, Mundo jungle can be quite strong. You know, and it is one of those champions that you do not want to be picking into that Trundle. Olaf ban is kind of interesting here too. Ever since we saw Contracts have that monster game, I've been wondering who else is going to bring it out. And I had been kind of expecting that Blabber might do it, because Blabber, you remember back in the day, Olaf was his champ.
Yep. It was one of those champs alongside the Maokai that you just immediately thought of when you thought of Blabber. But we will see Frontal and Olaf out there.
Doggy dog.
Okay, there is still multiple dogs left in the game.
You need to pick the dog to overcome the dog.
But now the one dog is already gone. We still could have dog versus dog, Nasus versus Warwick if we really want to go
dog action.
completely.
Okay, do you?
Bro, I'm not.
You guys.
What do you mean, you guys? That is not a plural. I did not say that. I just said there's 2 dogs left to pick. Okay, we've got Yorick.
It's the influence of Griffin.
we got Yorick banned away now, and the Xin Zhao is locked in by C9.
Yeah. Okay. So we do see it. And what is the response going to be from Mr. Inspired this time around? Because Xin definitely, it's one of the jungle champs that doesn't have escapes, and so it can look to punish again.
Yeah, for Dokla, it's probably, it's either going to be the Jace or the Gnar. Jace, Gnar, Rumble are the 3 that you really like to play Yorick into. So since they banned out the Yorick, you're expecting it to be one of those 3 matchups that they are protecting for. And it is going to be the Jace here for Dokla. So getting a bit more of a lane bully, but of course Thanatos is on a counter pick here this time around. I wonder if he would take a page out of Dokla's book. Last time we saw Lyon, he actually did play the Malphite into it. It's a matchup that I actually quite like. And there are some low mobility carries.
Oh, this is so good.
This could be flex.
It's actually so good too. I mean, it could be flex, could be Jungle Jace, but Counter Strike is really good versus Xin. So Jungle Jax is still good as a counter pick into Xin, but they aren't going to actually lock it in. But it definitely still is something you need to keep in mind.
I want Malphite, man. Malphite goes so hard.
You got it.
Yeah, okay.
You got it. Insta-lock.
To me, I just feel like if you're not picking Malphite here, you are trolling. This pick is really good in the 1v1 against Jace. You can go Comet, since the Comet buff is actually quite strong. And the other carries are MF and Orianna. No mobility built in, is just the flash that they have to rely on. So I feel like this is actually a great comp here. You're looking at Malphite plus Xin Zhao plus Rakan flying in. You have carries that have a lot of agency here in the Cassio and the Ezreal. So I really like what they have built up.
100% agree there, because it should be hard for Misfortune to ever get a really good ult with a lot of flanking possibilities there. Ezreal as well as a lot of mobility. So does look pretty good for the Cloud9 hopeful, I feel like. Out of, we're going to stick with the Sejuani top though. By the way, Sejuani, because of this Malphite lock-in, they're going to go with Dokla AP Sejuani top.
Cool.
It is something in solo queue that's been quite effective. And so they do the flex that has been dangled out there in front of us. Now we're actually going to get it, and Inspired's going to bring back that Jungle Jace.
I'm really interested to see what build he goes for in top, because I know there was also a Sejuani one trick that was doing all support items. He was going Vandal Pipes Rush for stacking his passive faster, and then just going pure tank support items. But of course, AP could be pretty effective against that Malphite, and being able to actually flex that Jace to jungle, where it had been popular for a while earlier this year.
Yeah.
And dodging that matchup.
And so we did actually get one play way back in the EWC qualifiers in North America where Photon did it. And he did have the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, but they did lose the game for his Sejuani top, and that is the only Sejuani top this year.
And it is Grasp with TP, so he's not playing Ignite. So I am kind of thinking it might be tank, whether it's going to be standard tank or, whether it's going to be support items like Vandal Pipes and that style remains to be seen. But I do think this is a pretty cool flex. To be honest, though, if I'm playing Malphite, it's not like I'm really that worried about the Sejuani. You're not blasting the Jace anyway. You're kind of just answering it and slowly whittling him down, and then you can threaten it all in. And you're going to be able to farm just fine, I feel like, against the Sejuani. And, should be still happy to play this compositionally into everything that Lyon has.
Yeah, just maybe would be a bit happier if you had the Jace for your lane.
But it's not like a Vladimir or Ryze or some crazy thing got, whipped out and now you're going to get smoked by it.
Yeah, if they would initially have drafted something like Vladimir to be the jungler, but that's neither here nor there. Right now, we've got Raz standing by for an interview with Lyon coach Rainover.
I love that we get to have a chance to chat with you after this draft. You get the Malphite pick, and then you guys respond by swapping the Sejuani top. Can you talk me through the thought process and the swap for Sejuani?
I mean, obviously at the beginning we didn't like plan it, but like the moment we see the Marfight champion, I think it was pretty good timing for us to swap. So we did it, and then I mean there is like upside and downside, right? Of like top is pretty happy, but our mid jungle synergy is not like too good. But we do have the champion Rao and Sejuani at the end with the team fight. I think our comp makes sense, so we end up going for it.
Yeah, I love it. And just talk to me about, you guys are on match point. Any message that you told the team? Because it seems like you guys always have Cloud9's name when it comes to important playoff matches.
I mean, I think game 1 we were in a pretty good spot, but we were pretty rushed on our decision making. So we just make sure the team, we just don't rush, just play patient. And then game 2 we did play patient. I think it was more of like C9 making a lot of like desperate plays, and we just like pretty much had an easy game. So same thing this game. We do have pretty good range as well. We do have pretty good scaling, so we just have to chill a little bit and then just play our Rincon well.
And over anything from C9's composition that you're worried about, and something that you kind of want to look out for if you guys do want to end up taking this victory?
I mean, it's just like their comp. They do have Casio for early game. He has pretty good matchup into Arena. Alice only early game, so early game, like even Xin Zhao is pretty strong early game. So as long as the early game is fine, we should be good.
All right, sweet. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we're going to send this one straight back to the casters.
Yeah, I mean, Thanatos is actually doing a really good job in the lane early. He got like almost an entire wave advantage on CS on Dokla as he pushed it and then got the bounce back. And he only backed off because he knew Inspired was pathing up towards him. He knows enemy jungle pressure is going to be desynced, says his jungler is pathing the opposite way. So Thanatos plays the matchup really well and it is going to end up with a CS lead, plus avoiding the possible enemy jungler intervention. So good early stuff from the Malphite, even with the little swap.
Meanwhile, over in mid lane, checking in on this Orianna versus Cassiopeia trade, since both of these champions do often find themselves banned away. Everything is pretty par for the course. Rainover did say the synergy between the Orianna and the Jace isn't that great, so that is something that they considered one of the trade-offs for having to make that last-second swap. The nice part is, though, you do still have an AD jungler alongside 2 solo laners. Although Sejuani is a tank mostly, she still does magic damage with her abilities, so I feel like you can still have some decent combo potential there, at least in terms of your opponents not being able to itemize utterly effectively against you. Dokla slowing Thanatos down a little bit here, but honestly, Thanatos is undeterred. He is not minding this lane or this champion swap at all.
Yeah, it looked like Dokla queued forward there, but it missed, so it allowed Thanatos to chase down and actually, you know, get a really good trade, because when you use that Q aggressively, normally you're trying to hit them, do a little bump, put some damage down, and then immediately back it off, but it is difficult to have that extended trade here into the Malphite, and is able to punish him. And this is, once again, that 2026 series results here for Cloud9. Only wins except the one time they played against Lyon in the best of 5.
Yeah, and critically, as you can see right here, thank you very much, Kobe, for the circles. They've beaten Lyon 2 out of the 3 times they've played them in a series. It's just the one time that they lost was the one time they could have punched their ticket to international competition a couple months back at First Stand. It really hurts to see all of these wins over and over and over again, and the one loss being that one that's really just such a backbreaker.
Well, so far, the game's starting out really well for them. Thanatos doing well on the top side. Dragon priority secured for them, so they can start stacking here with the early mountain being picked up by Blabber. And off the bottom lane, going pretty smoothly for them as well.
Yep, double tier stacking. Cloud9 going to be pretty happy. But you've also heard from Rainover. Rainover was saying he just wants them to play slow. He felt like they had the scaling advantage, like their team fight is going to be really, really powerful. And so I think both teams going to be feeling very comfortable, and it's going to come down to how can you perform in the team fights? Is Cloud9 able to clutch up in these big moments? Because that is where it feels like Lyon has gotten the best of them in these skirmishes that gave them the early lead in Game 2. When you think back to Game 1, a lot of it was about objective steals and secures from Inspired that really kind of flipped the script.
Yeah, and meanwhile, look at all the vision. They've got this thing lit up down here for the dragon stacking for the bottom side, and it also allows, you know, possible roaming ganks. When we do get finally these engaged supports matchups on bottom side, if you can win bottom side and just get the push for your team, then it unlocks Vulcan or Isles to go for mid lane ganks, especially Cassio and Orianna. Yeah, they're super highly prized picks right now. Great mages for mid lane. But they're also influenced very heavily by ganks because they don't have a lot of mobility themselves. So,
okay, crash down comes in from Isles. wants to dive onto this C9 duo as Sven takes a lot of damage here. Berserker trying to get enough to kill him off. Barrier from the C9 AD carry as the double up's not going to find the angle and Sven stays alive.
Yeah, not great there for C9 as Isles was just kind of winning that support battle. He was sidestepping the Gleaming Quill and then being able to land a double Shattering Strike and just kind of winning out in this little duel they were having in the brushes, set up for Berserker to get that advantage. And as we all know, with MF versus any sort of PokeChamp, your only real opportunity to get a lead on MF is early, because once she has BT, she doesn't really care about anything that you are doing.
Okay, topside though, already Glacial Prison committed from Dokla, and Inspired is here, but it's still first blood of Thanatos. Dokla overplaying his hand there, not recognizing his limits, so Thanatos hits first, even though it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Dokla wanted to start it really early, as we saw Inspired running down the lane, trying to get there. But Thanatos like just takes the ult. Is like, fine, I'm gonna have my damage to burst as well afterwards. Neither of them use their flashes. It does mean Inspired gets to push on the tower as well for turret plate money here for the Jace. And Jace's clear is still very, very good even after the adjustments.
Yeah, it is really good. And I mean, he got the cleanup kill and he got a plate on top, like you're mentioning. So 500 gold lead for the Jace. Here is this 1v1 though, as Thanatos has been winning out, had a much better buy. Dokla at this point was just on the Ruby Crystal plus the tier. Jace comes up, he's trying to bait for this, but does overplay his hand. He needed to play it a little bit more slowly, and they could have maybe got that clean 1-for-0. But at the end of the day, I still think you're reasonably happy with that because all the gold went to Inspired.
And Inspired now also going to pick up all of the grubs. So that earlier Drake that was taken by C9 now answered by Lyon, grabbing an objective of their own as the bullet time going to bring Sven down to about 100 HP. The full channel! Good lord, man. Berserker just steps up and shoots him down. Flash auto double up. Blink and you'll miss it. Both bullets find Sven, and he even wastes the flash in his death. That's a big mistake from the C980 carry.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, once the auto in the queue is in the air and those once the bullets are flying, you have to be able to flash into Fog of War to be able to break something. And you already know you are a dead man walking. It's kind of one of those moments though where you want it back. You're like, I knew that was gonna happen. But because he also flashes there for Sven, that is quite rough.
I mean, the wasted flash is bad, but the bigger mistake is even just walking up. You're at 5% HP after the bullet time, right? Like, he tanked that whole thing. You have to know he can look for that sort of a play, and that is a big misstep there from Sven, who has received quite a bit of criticism throughout the year for those types of mistakes that have cost him.
I mean, even when we were listening to the lounge at the start of the day, when you're looking at the all-pro team placements, C9, I believe it was, had 2 first-team all-pros, 2 third-team all-pros, and then Sven, who was not on any of the all-pro.
Yeah.
He has been one of the biggest points of criticism for this team throughout Spring Split so far, and mistakes like that certainly aren't going to stop those conversations.
And notably, the guy on the other side, Berserker, guess what team he was on? First-team all-pro, and by a significant margin. And when you're at that low, you just cannot walk up. Like, that is just the Q probably kills you. I don't even know if he needed the auto, but he gets both. And bullet to the back, and you got some time to think about it.
I don't know. No, this is never a play, I guess. Anyway.
Yeah, I feel like he really wanted that one back.
Yeah, I mean, he shifted aggressively before that, which is what Berserker, was trying to capitalize on, obviously, with the ult. And maybe based on those comms, that almost sounds like he thought he was baiting for something.
Yeah, because I had been assuming that it's one of those things where, like, you kind of know there's a high chance of this happening, but when he said it's not a play, it sounds like they had been talking previously about
bait this and I'll go in
a bigger
or
play
something.
of some sort.
Yeah.
Blabber and Vulcan stepping forward here, trying to maintain control over the bottom side river. Yeah, Inspired with that big purchase. Blabber also has the Sundered Sky completed on the Xin Zhao. And C9 has control over the bot side river for now. Should be able to secure this crab without much contest. Isles is going to move forward a little bit here, but C9 also has APA in the area.
I mean, Inspired hurts. He's already nearly 800 gold ahead of Blabber at this point. Has the early Cyclo Sword, is playing first strike, and those shock blasts are punishing.
I guess, too. Okay, as we watch the dragon.
You know, got to keep an eye on this one. It doesn't look like Lyon want to fight for it. They're just kind of going to walk away. Blabber has enough control with his teammates nearby to guarantee C9 take the second drink.
So with the comms, I'm looking back at the play, and it actually is a really big setup play where they had the roam from APA in the process, and Blabber was already in Tribrush. So they literally had 2 other people roaming. Plus, you know, they had Vulcan basically moved into position to dive. But because Berserker does the good job of, you know, comboing E and ult to clear the wave and chunks Ven all the way down, that cuts the whole play off. So it was a communicated play with 4 members of Cloud9 kind of committing time. The funny little Easter egg there, too, is that right when he did die, APA gave a thumbs up and as he was roaming down on the Casio. So, yeah, they... unfortunate for them because they had kind of coordinated with multiple members.
Man, this gold lead quietly, I mean, the game is only 2-1 so far, but it's a 2,000 gold lead, 12.5 minutes in for Lyon, with 2/3 of it being on the AD carry. APA, nice sidestep there, getting away from the Glacial Prison. Now the counterattack coming in from Vulcan. Doklu's going to be the target, but C9, they don't have enough damage to burn through a Sejuani. Very nice moves, though, from APA, sidestepping the Sejuani ult, flashing away from the Orianna ult, keeps himself safe.
It is well played, but at the end of the day, still a good move from Lyon because you're trading 2 ults for the flash. The flash is going to be a much longer cooldown, so now they can go for a rinse and repeat. They didn't commit any flashes to get that, so now you come back with a flash engage from Isles or anything of that sort, and APA could be in a lot of trouble, and we're kind of back in what has felt like a bit of a familiar position so far in this series. Thanatos the only one with a gold lead for Cloud9, but he's on a tank, and I think Malphite is a fantastic pick in this game. I love it. But you do need the damage behind you, and Sven in particular is falling very far behind after that solo kill from Berserker. And Berserker is going to be running mid lane right now because now he has the BT and just ignore everything Ezreal does.
Yeah, I've got the BT, the Cull fully stacked to just give him that extra economic boost. C9 walk towards the brush, and Inspired is immediately ready to greet them with that accelerated shock blast plus the first strike. Blabber trying to make sure that he can still potentially contest for this crab, although Lyon are stepping up to try to force C9 further back. Berserker does have the ultimate. Inspired lands another hit onto the C9 jungler. Blabber down to half HP. Isles goes in, jumps in with the crash down, trying to keep everybody locked up, but Isles just walks into his own demise. They're going to give the kill over to Sven. Easy peasy there for C9, punishing Lyon.
Yeah, it looked like Isles had lost track of the fact that APA was moving up because Saint is down here on the bot side, so he goes for the engage, maybe thinking it's even numbers, and then clearly everyone else from Lyon was just calling it off because no one even pretended to follow up on that. They all just immediately backed off. Saint does get a plate, deny a little bit of CS there. Maybe a melee or 2 died as APA was on that roam.
Yeah, really smart from APA because it's a cannon wave. As you're pointing out, he doesn't lose very much at all. So really good team play there from Cloud9 in a game where there is so much pressure on them. You know, they're down 0-2. They just had their previous play they tried to call on bottom side turn around on them with 4 people going and it actually resulting in a death on their part. That is a moment that in a series you could see, oh, vibes could get really bad, but that's a very nice one from Cloud9 to bounce back and keep their hopes alive. They do still have the Dragons, even though the gold is definitely going Lion's favor, and Lyon looking like they have had the upper hand for the majority of this series. The hopes there still alive. That little light flowers for Cloud9 is still alive in this game.
Well, they're going to have to turn up the intensity on that one if they want to come back. A reverse sweep now mandatory if C9 wants to win this series and lock in their spot at MSI and the finals just a week from today. As the Rift Herald will now be started up. Vulcan, Blabber, and APA all in the area. Isles trying to clear out some vision. Inspired is also hanging around nearby. Serpent's Fang, fully completed second item here for Inspired, going immediately for that more of a tech pick there in the itemization versus part of the usual core build, as the Herald is already down to 2,000 HP. And despite the fact that Lyon was nearby, they don't want to fully commit to a challenge here, so C9 is going to take that one.
Yeah, C9 doing a good job. They have been winning the objective war thus far. They have already gotten the first 2 dragons. Now they're able to grab this here on the top side. And third dragon spawning in just over 25 seconds. So if C9 can get down there and threaten that, that would be 3 dragons early in a Hextech Soul game. That will put them in a great spot if they can get it. So I think that Lyon for sure will want to contest. And it's going to make it a lot about the setup. And you can see Lyon members are there first. Isles moving in with Inspired trying to control vision.
Berserker, meanwhile, has to be the one to answer the potential C9 push in the mid lane. Again, another accelerated shock blast from Inspired. Has been finding good accuracy with these so far, but C9 is already starting up the Drake. Both top laners contesting one another down here in the bottom part of the map. As Lyon steps forward, Saint isn't here yet. Another nice accelerated shock blast coming in from Inspired. Thanatos walks over, Dokla's ready to TP. C9 full says it, Inspired's about to die. Beautiful kill coming in as C9 already find the enemy jungler. They're gonna secure themselves the soul. Oh! It's a massive bullet time! Everybody is caught in the MF ulti! And Berserker guns them down! C9, it looked like they had it, but they just couldn't beat the combo. Remember what I said in draft? You hold him still, and misfortune blows him away.
It's Berserker's time now. He just mows him down. And after Cloud9 had just deleted Inspired, you know, as Inspired was looking for a Smite Steal, Blabber was looking to kill Inspired. They did that. However, it cost them, again, a lot of gold. So the Dragons, so close. A similar story to last time around, but also a similar gold lead for Lyon again.
And it's so reminiscent of the fight against Nefiri, where they kill off Nefiri at the Dragon. They spend so much on it. Great, you got him. But look where Berserker is. Look where Saint is. They are not involved in this engage. They are positioned well. They're spread enough. You full send everything onto Inspired, and Saint and Berserker are full HP. So when they go back, get down, the re-engage here from Isles, plus the Magnet Storm, the bullet time, everything holding them in place. They just get destroyed.
Yeah, Dokla even hit the ultimate there to grab the extra kill, and so they got three. They got three with it. Everyone felt that.
Yup, that's the best feeling as a jungler. When they full send and they kill you, it's just like, yeah, nice team fight. Good stuff there from Lyon, recovering in what was otherwise going to be a very, very good situation for C9 because they established themselves at Soul Point. But now I feel like we're once again back in this situation where it's no longer a good thing for you to get the Dragon Soul. It's now mandatory with these Lyon gold leads.
Yeah, I mean, the gold leads are huge. Saint, Berserker, Inspired, familiar position for them, way ahead once again of their C9 counterparts here. C9 do have really good playmaking. It is absolutely possible for them to win out here, as you can see that defensive TP from Saint. But it's definitely problematic. If you full send it on Inspired, you're ignoring the threats that are Saint and Berserker. This is not a one-threat comp. You can't spend everything on him and expect to win.
And I had been looking at the gold in inventory before that team fight. Berserker, during that team fight, he already, before all the kills, had 1,700 gold in inventory. Like, had not purchased. That's over a BF sword's worth of gold. So he went back. He's got a collector plus extra swords on top of that already. So he already melted 3 people without spending the money. Now it truly is going to execute people with the collector too.
I mean, I'm pretty sure his inventory before that fight was 2 swords, the bow, the cull, and the bloodthirster. So it's just collector piled on top of it now. This misfortune is so strong. 4,500 gold lead here for Lyon. Vulcan still waiting in this brush. Saint uses his Chovy belt to get away. Vulcan wants to full send the engage, but Isles is right there to protect his mid laner. It doesn't turn into anything.
Yeah, that engage was not very inspiring, shall we say.
No.
Vulcan pops the quickness, kind of jogs on in there, but by the time he gets to Saint, you know, nothing is going to happen. It's very clear. Isles had read the play, was there behind him, and Saint was not in a dangerous spot either. He wasn't even close to the front.
Yeah, it felt like Saint read the play too.
Yeah.
He was super ready with his Protobelt activation. So
it's like a read-along, you know? They're both same time.
All right, Berserker now. He took look at all the damage that he took that he no longer took. The Bloodthirster is just so nasty.
You can rewrite history, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I took the damage, but I didn't take it.
But no, I didn't.
Yeah, look at that. He's right back to full HP. He's got his shield on top of it. This misfortune is strong, but now the pressure is on. This is the make or break moment for C9 in this game, in this series. Less than 60 seconds until the Dragon Soul spawns. They are 3-0 in Drakes. They need this Hex Soul to stay in it. And I want to see what the setup looks like. APA at about half HP. Maybe trying to bait Dokla in here. There's your Glacial Prison. Doesn't find the slithery snake.
Trading the Petrifying Gaze as well, though. So that's a jungle pet.
Blabber's still in there, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, but Dokla just walks up. He says, all right, Void Grub, kill the turret. The Void Grub isn't strong enough to kill the turret. Dokla walked up. He might just die. They're sending everything at him. C9 certainly going to take the kill on Dokla here. As meanwhile, over in the mid lane, it's Lyon grabbing the tier 1 turret and pushing towards tier 2.
I feel like they kind of rushed the kill, maybe because they're worried about this push mid, but I feel like if you would delay that more, it would be an easier secure on the Dragon. That being said, there's still going to be about 25 seconds after this Dragon spawns that Dokla will be dead. He will have teleport, though, to join, and they spent quite a few tools.
They have Malphite and Rakan ultimates ready, though, so the engage for C9 is here.
APA goes in, immediately followed up by Thanatos. They want to try to full commit on a Berserker, but they don't have the damage to kill him off. APA is going to die first instead. Thanatos staying alive for now. C9 looking to put a little bit more pressure on a Berserker. Blabber wants to dive underneath the turret, but he can't quite find it. C9! They wanted to send. They couldn't quite get what they wanted. They at least kill Inspired. So Blabber's the only one with Smite alive on the map.
Exactly. What they want is the soul, the Dragon soul. They make their picks. They're trying to burn it down. The teleport is coming.
Berserker's got his lifesteal though, and he's stepping forward. Here comes Dokla. C9 looking to burn down the Drake. Glacial Prison comes in. Vulcan jumps into the back line. Berserker's going to be interrupted here in the bullet time. Dokla wants a little bit more. The Hextol has already been secured here by C9. Berserker getting himself away for now. Blabber likely to die. Blocked up by Dokla. Blabber just sends himself into Lyon's waiting arms, and now Sane has rejoined the fight. Isles doesn't have Magnet Storm, but he still has the rest of his lockdown. Sven providing covering fire, looking to get his support away. Thanatos going to be your target now as Dokla zones Sven off. Arctic Assault right back forward as Berserker grabs the kill over onto Thanatos. APA rejoins and prevents anything further. So C9, they will claim the soul. But what a sequence. That was all over the place.
They get the soul, but the question is how much more can Lyon get? Blabber, I guess, just made the read that he couldn't get out, so just kind of goes back in and dies. And Lyon are not going to try to make any sort of a rush towards Baron or anything like that just yet. They are now basing and resetting. They're moving up towards that top side to reclaim some vision here. Thanatos will not have his TP, but Cloud9 holding on here. They look for this pick, and it's a Miasma to set it up. Flash, and then the Miasma, so you can't flash out of it. No ability to react to that ult coming in from Thanatos, but APA is locked down so heavily by Isles and Inspired that it doesn't matter. He can't follow up on the damage.
Yeah, and then they're diving really deep, so Blabber does use his flash here. He won't have it for the escape at the Dragon. And Misfortune ultimate onto Sven while it's channeling there. He forces him a little bit back. We'll get back to live, though.
Yeah, we already got problems back live as Blabber's getting bursted low, but Inspired's the first to die. Sven with a true shot barrage takes him out. C9 still fighting, staying alive for now. A double kill back for Sven! Lyon may have overcommitted. C9 grabbing a couple critical kills. Berserker's still alive, though. Thanatos locked up by Dokla. Still get a ton of damage here from the MF. Berserker still looking for the opportunity. Berserker just got 3! 4! He flashes over, he gets another one,
He wants the penta!
Can he get the penta? APA trying to get himself out of here, but Berserker and Saint are on the hunt. Berserker wrapping around from the side. APA wants the escape. It's not gonna happen. Berserker continues after him. A little bit more damage is all he needs. APA running for his life. How much longer is it gonna be? Berserker waiting to get his strut back. Just needs one more shot. Oh no, the timer!
It's the timer, but also the delayed death from APA means the Baron is free. He's going to be dead for so long here. And Berserker, the bullet time, the split second he used it was when it came off cooldown. He was biding his time for the ultimate to come back up. It was a couple seconds left on it, and all of these low health Cloud9 members became easy pickings. But Cloud9 still have 4 members strong here and are back on the scene, able to push Lyon off the Baron.
And the Hextech Soul in the hands of an Ezreal, the poke is so annoying, so hard to deal with. Cloud9, they're not only are they going to push them off the Baron, they're going to start it up themselves because
APA has TP.
All right, C9 starting it up, but the DPS is going slowly. Berserker, still no bullet time. About 20% of the cooldown remaining on that one. Thanatos stunned up here from the front line by Dokla. Inspired, trying to find those accelerated shock blasts. APA arrives back into the fight. Same with the flash away as Vulcan is immediately stopped on the engage. Berserker goes legendary. Isles and Dokla still frontlining here for the Lions side. Sven shifts back over the wall. Baron still DPSing C9. Blabber's dead again. A double kill for Berserker. A triple kill for Berserker. APA and Sven still alive, but the Baron belongs to Lyon.
Easy come, easy go, and the Baron does get smited by Inspired. They take it back, and it's a 9,500 gold lead.
I mean, C9 are just going for these crazy risky plays. Yeah, APA did have TP, but you're starting that 4v5 in the face of Lyon, who are all there, and they're getting shredded by the Baron the entire time. Hextech Soul or not, that was wildly risky. And Thanatos and Blabber are just tanking damage for free. They get knocked out, and Lyon's able to stroll in, take the Baron, easy peasy, 10,000 gold lead here now at match point. And we can watch it again.
Yeah, honestly, I want to see a graph with the damage done by Baron this team fight, because it is massive. So they pull up at 7,000. Saint flashes away from Rakan right in the middle of your screen, and he gets deleted there. So they immediately deal with Vulcan. Baron is still AoEing all of Cloud9, spitting on them again, and then Berserker and Inspired can just walk in here right behind Dokes. They force all of them off again. It's Berserker picking up a bunch of kills another time, and only... Yeah, you can tell the emotions here swinging for the Cloud9 fans when they got a little hope, but it's immediately taken away.
I mean, they were tanking the Baron for so long. Then when they turned for the engage, guess who's taking the Baron? Ezreal and Cass. They were just taking so much free damage. C9, they still have a chance here. We'll see if they can find some sort of a big play. The Edge of Night going to make it harder to engage in onto Inspired for that Malphite. Going to have to try to poke that off first. And no vision in the area for Cloud9, so as they try to force their way in, the poke could be deadly.
And Lyon is going to have their Baron for another 45 seconds after the Elder spawns. So Lyon will continue to maintain total control over this super buff that is less than 30 seconds away now. Blabber going to go through the... Oh, okay. I'm not sure if this is safe. I'm on the edge of my seat here a little bit. Granted, I'm standing up.
Yeah, Cloud9 going to try and play through bottom lane right now. Sven pushing the wave at the moment, but I don't think Lyon even care about that.
Oh, Douglas going for the TP tech for the shield, so I think he must be trying to force an engage because he just TP'd beside himself. Now he has that fat TP shield to try to force a fight.
Exactly. They want to make sure that they can win this fight, take the Elder, and end the game right after it. Inspired, looking for those accelerated shock blasts, looking for the angle to find some poke before this starts. Blabber going to go ahead and start the aggro onto the Drake. Isles has his flash. Vulcan is all the way back at the enemy red buff, looking for the long con here to find the Lyon backline. Remember that Saint has no flash, already used it in the last fight. Elder Dragon going to go ahead, reset that patience. Vulcan, control ward over the wall. Inspired, walking back, wants to try to track this guy. Vulcan going to step forward into the brush here, goes in for Saint, finds the quickness immediately on the entrance. Saint's going to be taken low, but it does not die here just yet. Blabber with Thanatos looking to dive after the enemy mid lane, but APA is about to die now too. Shutdown credit over to Blabber, but Sven has fallen. C9's gambit failed, and Lyon wiped them off the rip. 5-for-1. Regular season means nothing if you can't step up when you need to. And once again, Lyon shows they've got what it takes to knock C9 down. They will clean sweep them here in the upper bracket finals. They will punch their ticket to MSI, and they will earn their spot in the finals to compete for the LCS Spring Split Championship next weekend.
And Berserker with a Misfortune Masterclass drops a 14 bomb on him. 14-0. Deathless, really big here from Lyon. 3-0, taking down Cloud9 and guaranteeing their spot to represent North America at MSI.
And they'll be waiting in the grand finals to defend their championship. They won in lock-in. They're looking to repeat here again in spring. This team getting better and better. When it matters most, they step up. And Berserker had a crazy final game here. It looked like Cloud9 might have been able to take this one. They got the Hextech Soul, but even with that, Lyon just outplay them in the team fights.
Berserker's Misfortune performance. This is a champion that can look like it just completely changes the game or be utterly invisible. It all depends on your placement and your timing with those ultis. And in 2 separate fights, once at the Dragon, once around the Baron, it's Berserker's bullet time that changes the landscape of the game. That is a clutch performance.
You gotta say, they were very flexible in draft as well. They, moved the Sejuani up towards the top. Inspired, Rainover said this was not planned. Inspired played a great game on the Jace. Even when they hard commit, they find these engages where they kill him, they spend everything to do it. And the Lyon carries make you pay. 2 first-team All-Pros carry here. And they were showing why that was. Jack gonna be standing by with Dokla for an interview.
All right, Dokla, congratulations on the 3-0. Take me back, a couple weeks when you hear Castle signing, you're going to be competing for the spot, but now you 3-0 to qualify for MSI and also get your spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, it feels good. Shout out to my team. I think we all played well cohesively as a unit, and obviously it feels good given the situation I was in. A nice little redemption here.
What do you think happened this series to allow you guys to 3-0? Because a lot of the predictions are 3-2, 3-1, maybe some for C9, some for Lyon, but you guys kind of dominated today.
Yeah, it's just C9 in playoffs, what can you do? It's just a free win. No, but I think they just look a little bit disjointed on their team fighting. I think we had better ideas of how to actually play the fights out, and last game Berserker just won me 9, so that was, thank you Berserker.
You had a little flex pick in the Sejuani as well.
Yeah.
What was the conversation like? Because I know you love playing Jace, but you end up on the Sejuani this game.
Yeah, obviously Malphite's a good counter to Jace, even though I think you can get a pretty sizable advantage in that lane. But yeah, we're like, it's probably better if we just put Sedge top, just because matchup-wise, you just don't want to play that lane. And then I think that was my first Sejuani all year, so yeah, not bad. We got the win.
Awesome. As we move towards Arizona, tell me about kind of how excited you are to play in the finals and also to go on the road.
Yeah, that's pretty much the best thing you can do as a pro, just play in front of his crowd. Thank you guys for cheering us on. I had some Dokla shout-outs here in between game 2 and 3, so I love playing at these events, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Don't know who's going to make it, though.
Any predictions? You've beaten both of these teams now that you've sent down to the lower bracket. Who's more likely to meet you in the finals, you think?
I can't imagine C9 will play like this next week. I feel like they had a poor showing, so it's hard for me to say. I'm going to give it to TL. I like Quid. Fan of Quid.
Yeah, big Quid fan. Okay, Dokla, enjoy the win. We'll see you next week for finals. Congratulations once again. Send it back to the lounge to close out the day.
I'm telling you, Rez.
Yeah.
MF is not bad.
Not bad. Who are you talking to?
You've been convinced because you.
Yes.
So the story behind this is that some people, Clayton and Isaac, might not like MF because she's not always played well.
Yeah.
And for those that don't watch LPL, MF Nautilus or MF kind of tanky engaged support was their answer to the Ashe Seraphine terror that still continues doing things to this day. But Berserker, amazing game on MF.
There's one person I want to trust.
Phenomenal.
If there's one person you trust, it's absolutely Berserker. I feel like the patience in a lot of those fights came through. Easiest player of the game of your life.
Unanimous, yeah.
Including the chat, I'm sure. Chat, please.
Yeah,
90%
chat.
and above. I'm begging on that one. 14,
Yeah,
0, and 5.
Look at those damage numbers too. Yeah, we were before Lyon even closed out. We were like, Berserker's stat line's gonna go crazy. Obviously, we do always have the Dokla contingent.
Of course.
I do want to say before we get to Player of the Series, shout out to Dokla in this game specifically for the Sedge ult onto the Rakan engage at the Baron pit. That was great because they were trying to get onto Saint there too. But yeah, phenomenal game from Berserker as an MF enjoyer.
And
very
of course,
much appreciate it. But speaking of, Dokla, player of the series, he had a great series. I also feel like when we talk about this draft flex, he said in the interview, I'm just, I haven't played Sejuani, it's fine. I feel like Dokla is one of the few players that you could just be like, hey, we're flexing it. And
100%.
he's like, okay.
And he's talked about that personal redemption for himself it's moments like these. This was a really smart play. Him staying in the bush undetected for about
So good.
30, 40 seconds, and then finding the pick on APA. A lot of this series, he was attacked on weak side, and then either wasted a whole lot of time for his team to get something much greater on the opposite side of the map, or just straight up saved himself, burnt time. His team it was actually very good from him, both on weak side. He was a weak side William, and when he got the strong side, I felt like he did incredible. The draft, as you mentioned, the Sejuani pick was great.
Yeah, especially in that game too, because they were committed. They were like, we are going to take this Rumble down.
Yeah.
And he bought so much space. Now it's time to take a look at our Samsung OLED power players for the week.
Rest in peace, FlyQuest. They did real well and couldn't make it here. It's tough, but yes.
Topping the top 3 categories with Gakkos, Griffin, and Quad.
You know what's funny? Not a single one from. Oh, there it is. Isles is down there. Fastest item transformation.
Oh, Berserker.
Okay, I didn't see that one. I didn't see that one. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right.
Yeah.
I have glasses on. I want you guys to know. They're just not great glasses, huh?
This is because producers told him to get his eyes checked.
Yeah, that's true. And they'd be right. Big D's a little bit. Yep, he's right about that.
But yeah, bracket set for finals weekend. You heard Dokla calling for his former teammate.
Yeah.
100 Thieves.
100 Thieves call out.
Yeah. Quid to make it. But now, once again, I mean, that is a very crucial MSI qualification match between Cloud9 and Team Liquid.
It's funny because before he made that Quid call out, he also said he does not believe Cloud9 is going to have the same showing they did today next week. So it's one of those things. You might see a rematch from C9 and Lyon, but they have to get by Team Liquid Alienware. And Team Liquid looks like a completely different team than they did during the regular season.
Yeah.
Quid is playing exceptionally, especially on like a lot of those mages as well. His Orianna and Victor were his best picks. So I cannot wait because that next step,
It's gonna be good.
Arizona, Tempe, Arizona.
What's your match of the week?
It's going to be that third place matchup. It has to be the third place matchup.
I'll take the finals. That's it.
Wait, why are you making it sound like, oh, she played a nasty game? Guys, she already chose the finals.
I always pick first.
Yes.
And so I figured I'd give you the first pick this time.
But I know you'd pick the finals, so we'll see which one's better.
That's it for us. You can see me and Raz fighting over whose game is better and our LCS favorites fighting over who qualifies for that grand finals match in Tempe, Arizona. We will be back next week at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Do not break the very expensive camera lens for Team Liquid Alienware versus C9 and finals weekend at ASU. We're rating Sneaky, so go over, say hi to him.
Take it easy, guys.
We'll see you next
in Tempe. See you in Tempe.
Cloud9 has the chance, the opportunity to earn themselves not only a spot in the finals, but a guaranteed place at MSI and international competition. But to do it, the challenge will not be easy. It's Lyon ready to once again earn themselves a spot on the international stage. You know this squad is here to play. You know they're going to be a fearsome opponent, and I cannot wait.
Yo, guys, we should go in now. We should go now.
Delusion! Vision dash.
I'm watching.
I'll try.
Yeah.
I'm tanky. Hey, we're going now.
Right there. Look.
I kill myself.
I'm going.
Ziggs. Dolus is gonna die in the front. How is it, guys?
Ziggs flashed and W'd. Ziggs flashed and W'd already.
I'm looking Nocturne.
Senna.
Yeah, Senna.
Nocturne, Ziggs no flash, okay?
We're killing Senna.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's Lyon applying fangs to throats. A clean 5-0 to end game 1.
We keep fighting.
Take it slow.
We keep.
Take it slow.
J4. I got J4.
If Jin ults, I have ult.
Take it slow right side. We can still help you, maybe.
Never kills.
I'm going.
Java no ult.
Aura here.
It looks good. It looks really good.
Yeah, I can kill Aura.
Yeah, keep going.
Inspired, pressuring the rest of the C9 squad back as the Nexus turrets are melted away. C9 forced back onto the steps of the fountain.
Xin just flash.
They coming.
It looks okay if you don't die.
Go. I have go.
Malphite no ult already.
Holy.
Looks winnable.
It looks winnable, guys. Really winnable.
No flash, Xin, no flash.
Can't see here.
Oh, Shibal.
Whoa!
Oh my God.
I mean, it's good.
Malphite ulted.
I'm with you, Berserk. I'm with you.
One fight.
Go mid after.
Nice. Go in.
Nice. Yo, Dokla, but that Sejuani needs some practice.
It's first time all year, bro.
And my Jace was not super good either. Like, I missed some EQs I should have landed.
I mean, your Jace was sucks.
I didn't play Jace for like 2 months.
That's why it sucks. GG.